Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. Today we're locking in! We're locking in really hard and we're locking in immediately. We're leaving Terral, we're going back. We must return to the limbs of lower decks. We're going to Goblin. That's our Goblin. They started killing her? Oh my god. Alright, it's a world boss. They usually take a while to die. Apparently there is a boss fight in Shaloni. I need to pick up. I don't have flight there yet because we didn't have time yesterday to do it. Whereabouts in Shaloni am I going? Shaloni, snack. Join party. I will join party. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna go to the... There we go. Averil! Broombe! Oh, it disbanded. Join a party. I need to ride you. I need to ride. Ride. Away we go! My valiant steed! Welcome to the stream, by the way. As we were talking at the beginning of the stream and getting ready to start, Crafts immediately shouted, Shaloni, fade up! Jesus Christ, that is one pill of a snake. Not Jarala! Not Jarala! Not Jarala! I can figure it. Where the... I thought the Monster Hunter crossover was a thing we were doing later. I thought we were doing the Monster Hunter crossover as like part of one of the updates. Leftwood Sandspout. Yeah. I died. No. Oh, true. We are literally, yeah. Leave party. Oh, Jesus. Jesus! I'll join this party. I have joined a party. I'm dead. I'm dead. Too busy trying to join parties because people. Whoops. We have no healers. The Serpent Lord seeds. Roused to anger by the slaughter of his spawn, the Serpent Lord Crone has awoken and seeks bloody Jesus fucking Christ. The thing is, I don't have flight, so I really can't, like, I can't teleport back. I don't have flight. I don't have flight. I can't get back if I go back. Jesus, that is one hell of a fucking attack, by the way. Holy shit. Touchdown! Desert Tempest. Are they gonna blow up big or? Yes. Devour. Oh god. Oh god, it's Proto Carbuncle all over again. Tailwood. Trick it! How? I was so far away from that. I was so... How bad is the fucking ping? The inside hurts too. Oh. 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 How the fuck do you... This one seems like a nightmare. I'm gonna Transcendence through it. Back to the middle, like back to... Okay, next to the start seems to actually be okay for that. Oh, again? That okay. Okay, this does seem pretty consistent for this. You just stand next to where it starts. That's actually, okay. So far that has worked. That's just consistent. Okay. I think Touchdown also had a pretty big thing on the inside afterwards, after the sandburst, yeah. Bigger than the airbox in the middle? Oh! Oh, it's an in or an out. Oh, okay. Shit. Is this gonna go to, yeah. That is fast. That is fast. Jesus. Okay. Note for that one. Follow behind it. Possibly even use sprint. Okay, so move back center for this and we should be okay. Oh, you're all just, okay, yeah. I guess you can find a spot. Okay. Yeah, movement. Ooh, yeah. There's no movements needed for the spin. Feels like a lot. Then move over, yeah. Oh, not too far though. Not too far though. Jesus. So what's the tell for in or out to go? Oh, there's the, okay, yeah, so you can see it builds up there. I see. Oh, I see. Puts out one of his mustaches? And then that's an in. Okay. One after the other. That's brutal. That's brutal. Oh, Devour again. It wasn't Tailwood that time. Bangswood. Yeah, okay, yeah. Devour again. Figured out that just what backtrack that no one ever does. I don't trust myself to do that. I just knew I had no other option. I had no options other than that just then. Bangs with Sand Spur. Okay. There's a Tempest with an in. No, that's sorry. No, sorry, no. I just saw on this side, but it's a little too late there. Alright, tail or... Alright. Not a spinning one? Not a spinning one that time, okay. They're gonna be safe. No. Maybe it should be. Yeah. Whee! 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 This is so fucking cool. This is the most I have felt challenged by a world boss. And I love it. Are we doing enough damage? I'm looking at that the timer. I don't remember when we started is the issue. Hours. Bang with this double thing. So how many laps around does it do? Oh. He been a sly dog. More devours! Kill it with 5 minutes remaining. Some trash! The fact that the combos aren't consistent is pretty fun. Like, it doesn't always follow up with the same attacks on after other attacks. In. Some distance. Over this way, in or out. Oh, sand spout, okay. Oh, if you were on that side, I'm so sorry. That would have been brutal to get back over here. Holy shit. Having to be ready for all the potential options that he can do is quite a lot. Jesus. Touchdown! I got feints, don't worry. There's a Tempest with an in. Oh fuck! Oh Jesus! I'm glad that time was as generous as it was. But I definitely deserve to eat shit there. I got very lucky. I was able to dodge all of that, especially I was on the right side for the spout. Jesus. Tailwood. Oh, it's for it. How competitive hitbox? How much is that? Yeah, like directly on the position line. Oh god. Oh, we made it to the planet at least. We're almost there. Almost there. Let's go. Was getting my shit pushed in a lot at the start. I've definitely been doing better at dodging stuff after like the first, you know, 3 or 4 deaths. So I need a couple of deaths to be able to like, work out exactly what to do, and then I'm working out since then. Oh dear fucking god. Just barely. Oh, let's go! Woohoo! Hell yeah! Terrible to Crone! Hell yeah! The Serpent Lord is slain! O fallen kin, may you now forever rest in peace. Hell yeah! And you, my friends, tales of this day's deeds will be sung to my people until the sun no longer rises, the moon no longer weeps. You will not be forgotten. Hell yeah! Let's go! Victory poses! Dawntrail bosses continue to have hands. I love it. See corpses this guy made a launch whenever he spawned was a sight to see. Me won't mount, me won't mount, me won't mount, me won't mount. Oh, lunch is there. So do we go to solution 9? I believe I've seen the vendor there. Of like curious odd bits. Love the Shalani music so much. Oh, just someone making love to the guitar is still so fucking good. Going home enough. Yeah, but we might as well show off like what you can get from it as part of the video. We can show off what the rewards are. Miscellany? Sublime Curiosities? Here we go. Sure, the Mount Horn will be riveting. Well, again, maybe people are watching and they don't know. Maybe people are watching and they don't know. So this is, and also, I don't know if there's anything else to get for it. I don't know if there was anything else to get for it. So yeah, Socrone's scale, we need, yeah, so we need 2 fights and we get this one. But there's nothing else, it's just that. There's only that thing. Because the other boss fight has a lot of different stuff here. For various options here. And then even a music scroll. 3 gemstones. Is this a treasure dungeon reward? Like it was the feathers or something in the previous ones? Get 3 of these? Yeah. Get 3 of these from a treasure dungeon, we can get that. And then there's... Oh, I assume this is chaotic. I assume this is chaotic. And then you've got all the other stuff that I shouldn't look at too much for all the other things. Because they're all like related to trials and alliance rates. I've not done yet. Do we go back to Diabolos? I'm going to. Because I might need to access my retainers during stream. I don't know. I don't get what they had. Nothing like I did either of my goat mount the Alchemist. Alright, going back home. Big start for the episode. Obviously not something that we can plan to happen. Not a type of thing that we plan for the beginning of an episode to be, but that worked out pretty well. People are playing music, as they all want to do. Well, I came back to... Are we going... okay, I actually don't know what... We're doing a dungeon. I'm just gonna follow Averill. I'm following you. Oh, mighty wise guide, lead me to where to start the dungeon. Because we're doing a dungeon and 2 role quests, 2 combat quests, and then we're gonna somehow fit in Shaloni and Heritage found Aether quest there. But I actually don't know what dungeon we're doing. I got all the information yesterday because we were locking in. And then today, I have not actually gotten anything to be aware of. We'll see if the other one happens today, but we're not as locked in. I think also around here, I have a blue-gubbed Pelu, or I have Zechian. Zechian. It belongs in a museum. This belongs in a museum. Belongs in a museum? The strange man is staring at you intently. Perhaps too intently. Manifest at last! No idea how long I waited here. Hope we might finally meet. As a matter of utmost importance, I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I am Zechihan, Professor of Archaeology at the Studium. At the behest of former head of Reason, I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tyrol. I heard from a little bird in Volkshunsa that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent, and can think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I've already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Shak Tyrol. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Shaloni, you see. Well, hey, it's the fact that we started in Shaloni went that well. Nice rubber now, straight apron. I tried to examine a point of interest in Shaloni, you see, and soon discovered ruins which had been unseen for nigh a millennium. Surely Lady Luck is on my side, I thought, but alas, things soon took a turn for the worst. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection. I remember first foray into the area. We were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends bars our approach. Truth be told, it is a miracle we even made it out alive. Your first thing is an explorer like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation and embark on this new adventure? You know, people know the word to say, don't they? I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruin lies beyond the river north of Lake Tuari in Shaloni. Let us continue our conversation there. Back to Shaloni. Or even back to the same teleport. Adventure? Me? Perish the thought. Well, I should probably get off yell chat. And now we're back to the same place we were. Welcome back. Welcome back. No. How about no? But different. This one doesn't have a Najarala trying to kill everyone. People always ask this question minor appears that I already answered by the fact that they're talking to her. Yo! This is the mount we'll get. This is the mount we get for killing a giant snake. Najarala died so we can ride a capybara. Also, Marimbe. Ye, and dare I say it, haw. Liver cheese sandwich. Several slices of a ground liver loaf sandwich within 2 halves of a Kaiser roll. Sure. Thank you, Artesia. Hello. Thank you for the sandwiches. You were having cheese sandwiches on stream yesterday, and now I got some. You know, because cheese sandwiches were great yesterday. They totally didn't make me possibly need to go to the bathroom several times. So here's the thing. If we're going on a Cowboy Yeehaw adventure, this won't cut it. This won't do. Let's have a proper cowboy adventure. Let's have a proper cowboy adventure if we're doing cowboy adventures. I am actually perfectly prepared for cowboy adventures because of yesterday. Because we do have sarsaparilla. But what if we didn't just have sarsaparilla? What if in our sarsaparilla we have some whiskey? Oh, you can't even see them. What if we have some whiskey? What do we have sarsaparilla and whiskey? Make it a real cowboy adventure. The stuff's decently strong, but so fucking good. So I don't put too much of it in there. I also have no idea if sarsaparilla and whiskey is like a known combination. More accurate capybara size. I don't know if sarsaparilla and whiskey is a known cocktail blend to mix. However, what I do know is that it is definitely the most this that I can make of a cocktail out of ingredients that I have. Actually, no, I can make this more cowboy. I can make this even more cowboy, actually, now that I think about it. We're inventing new cocktails on stream. We're inventing new cocktails on stream. I do actually have one ingredient that I can add to whiskey and sarsaparilla to make it even more of a cocktail. I do have something I can add to make this a little more cocktail. Angostura bitters. Angostura bitters, of course. A couple dashes of that. There we go. Damn, all I can use my cowboy glam. Your sauce self left you behind some clothes? Don't turn around. I'll try not to. I don't have a time limit today. I don't have a time limit today. So I don't have to worry about, like, oh, I gotta make sure we do things in a, like, amount of time where, like, I can still do stuff. We have time today to make cocktails. We have time to invent the rootinest, tootinest cocktail that I possibly can get. Okay, when I'm looking off that, it's already... From 14 theme cocktail mixing is peak. I gotta say, what I licked off there, this might actually fucking slap hard. This might actually go down really well. That's really good. That's really good, actually. There's definitely too much sarsaparilla in there. Shockingly, there's actually too much sarsaparilla. We will need a little more Jack. I'm also sure, like, because this is Jack, this is Tennessee. Jack Daniels is Tennessee whiskey. I don't know whereabouts in America, like, sarsaparilla is. Nor, like, I might be mixing a lot of southern United States into this. I might be mixing a couple of things. Go have an espresso shot. I recommend this. That's really fucking good. That's actually amazing. I actually really like that. Needs a little more Angostura, so. I definitely used a lot of sarsaparilla. My bottle's nearly empty, so it's a lot of sarsaparilla in there. A couple dashes of Angostura in there. Yeah, Irish coffee. Let's go. Let's go. What do I call this? Actually, there's a decent chance it already exists. Sarsaparilla, whiskey, and Angostura bitters. Is this a cocktail already? Oh, sarsaparilla old fashioned. I guess that is what it is. I guess that is actually what that is. Yeah, the first thing I see is just calling it a sarsaparilla old fashioned, which, yeah, yeah. There's a couple other things, but it looks like they're gonna mix more into it. But yeah, the Shaloni shout, the Shaloni shout. I do like that. That's actually really good. My mixology skills are getting better as time goes on, in terms of just being able to be like identifying the flavor profile of different things and being able to go, I bet those would work well together. That's one of the better things that I've made. Again, definitely too much sarsaparilla, because I put most of the bottle in there. Chat, should I be scared? I was like, okay. I was about to say, there's an ominous evil chicken walking towards me. Should I be scared? Hello. What's up? That's the serpent lord. Jimkin. Alright. Once again, we have too many people. Oh, back up. This place feels familiar for some reason. Your bird really likes this place. Your bird seems excited to be here. Your bird seems pretty jazzed to be here. Oh, the headbang's here. Trot along sacred. Let's trot along sacred. Puppy has entered the room. Hi, puppy. Gonna look around some more. You can go on without me. Oh, you don't want to join us? Okay. Go show your bird the wilds here. Get it? Because monster like wilds. Wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. It is a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabotenders of all shapes and sizes. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched all these years due to its barbed environment. After all, no one wished to become the victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins are so deep within the valley to be of Korean origin. Closer inspection reveals motifs even I cannot recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I'm sure of it. Last defense mechanisms I think are far too much for the mercenaries I hired. It would be wise not to underestimate them myself. Must not forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. There's stuff to read! There are things to read! No wonder we didn't do this one yesterday. No wonder we didn't do this yesterday. I shall await your return here, and trust you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lies within. Tender Valley. Chicken Tender Valley? Though it pains me to remain here, I'd only be a hindrance. Once site is safe for exploration, I shall resume my search. Spot of my hair is so fucked at the moment. It hates me. Playing at Sucker on Lost, so let's do Deadwalk was talked about in spoiler channel. There's shit to read, which means there's shit to theory. DT don't difficulty cat to us. Why don't we hear air raid sirens? Don't worry, 1,000 needles only implies 1 million needles, which only implies 1 million damage. Which only implies instant death for everyone in the party. So for several instances of 1,000s. We'll definitely be fine. We'll definitely be fine. Tender Valley. At the behest of Zechihan, Professor of Archaeology at the studio, you are tasked with venturing into a valley swarming with sabotenders. In the furthest remains of this gorge of succulence lies the remnants of an ancient structure believed to be Yokoyan origin. But if you want to discover what mysteries dwell within, you must first survive the numerous needles of the valley's denizens. I haven't unlocked the cacti minion. Dragon Tender works though. Dragon Tender works though. God, the music here. Again, it's just someone making love to a guitar and it's so good. What about the music in the dungeon though? Tender Valley. Welcome, partners, to Tender Valley. Oh, hell yeah. Vanguard thing, but flute. Ooh. 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 There's the bird. I was about to say, can we see a bird? We're always going to see a bird here. Oh, there's another bird over there. Because it gets our Shaleni with flutes. Though I spoke with some Viewhead Sorrow and Shaloni before my expedition. They had precious little to say about the rules. I did learn, however, of a cautionary tale told until they are young. That to enter the valley comes with the risk of a great swollen pain from a sabotator's needles. A pain I quite acutely feel at this very moment. Even the moles have become Sabatenda. So Garotenda. The Palatenders. Oh, damn. I'm now realizing the slight mistake that I've made of not doing this dungeon as machinist so we can defeat this dungeon with a big iron on my head. As the tumbleweeds roll away. Valley Cambiator! Valley Catua. Catua Flower Tender. Valley Flower Tender. One of those there was the boss in one of the con dungeons. Shit. Shit. I may have gotten clipped. Well, every variety you want as long as it's cactuses. I mean, I love seeing different types of Catwas. That's fun. Yeah, you gotta also like the color green. Considering that attack is straight up an instant kill on two out of the 4 party members that we have, that is quite brutal. We actually have trash mobs that have instant kills for casters and ranged. That is a fucking swole tender! Holy shit! It comes after all the purple. Swole tender! Barrel tender! Barbed bellow. Heavyweight needles. Oh, they get bigger. Oh, they get bigger. I see. I see, they get bigger. Bong. It's got its poses going on. Tender drop. Barrel breaker! Oh, that one doesn't have needles. That one doesn't have needles over there. Oh god, that's still really big. That's still really big. Succulent stomp. Don't worry, Roman, I have faint. Don't worry, I have faint. Prickly left? Okay. Jesus! Tender Fury, there's the tank buster. So they got bigger. The fucking Harvard Gleam was quite a bit more than that. Jesus. Is this Titan skeleton? I see. No, I don't. 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 Oh, I thought that one didn't have needles. I thought I saw it have no needles. I was wrong. Needles over there. Okay. Okay. Oh, perfect. And he goes, make sure you don't get launched too far because there's a lot of spikes around the outside. That raid one with even one mold stack fucking hurts. I mean, nothing compared to the hell of the first dungeon boss last time. The first dungeon boss yesterday was so much worse. But that was fun. That was one of the first enemies shown. You can show off that. Don't show off the final boss of the final story dungeon. Yeah, the tender left, and it turns out it's everything but the slew that slides in on there. So that's the Ronic mount is the other mount you can get with orange grip. Oh, that's the other one. Okay. Well, I see the valley. I see the valley. Zarchel Wash. Giant bridge there. Whoa! Whoa! Turns out having stream wanting to get what it makes you get max strong 90% of the time. Understandable. Holy shit! Fucking gorgeous! Oh my god! The aqueduct's coming through everywhere. Like the aqueduct. Yoko, why'd you make a water slide? The aqueduct's going like grabbing groundwater and like coming out to. That's really clever. Because the groundwater will be super far down, but because we're on like a cliffside, you just go straight sideways, and that's how you get your aqueducts for your water. To get the groundwater, that'd be like way deep in. Yo! And like all the housing that you've got like alongside the cliff face here. Because being in the cliffside would also naturally protect you from the elements of the sun and everything. Depending on what it is. Maybe the origin of the lake. Yeah, I mean this does flow downstream. Like all of this water is flowing down that way. That could be flowing back towards the rest of Shaloni that we see. Yo. This may be one of the prettiest vistas in any dungeon in the entire game. Pretty much based on South American mountain ruins. Yeah, Aztec in particular built massive waterworks for their cities. Ah, so it is very much based on a historical thing. Okay. I mean, because like old civilizations without, you know, because what we can do with water now is ridiculous. But access to water obviously would have been super important back in history, so like civilizations thrive when they work out how to get access to a lot of fucking water. Always Simulator never looks so breathtaking. You're going maybe an imperialist, but they did have the sauce. Arizona can be pretty when it wants to be. Grand Canyon feeling. I thought Arizona was always gorgeous. This is... God damn. God damn. I'm in awe of the sheer splendor of these ruins. So am I, Zhejiang. It was clear to me that it could not have been made by the ancestors that hit sorrow on a Walter. I know Zechian's from Charlian, but how often do I get to do a cowboy voice? The Essex capital watering canal system at the time of King Kisito is some of the most sophisticated in the world. Not surprising considering like the size of their civilization, yeah. From the architecture, I dare say they're of Yokohama. For those who built Zorgor the Boundless, constructing edifices of such magnitude is feats well within their capabilities. On the other hand, the subtle design of the engravings on the structure and the ingenuity of the aqueducts unlike anything I've seen in Akabacha. Perhaps these discrepancies can be attributed to cultural differences with Yokoi who came to these lands. I mean, there was like certain Yokoi who crossed the north to try and conquer Kia, and then, you know, illness. And then illness happens. Bird? Is Bird? Where is Bird? Is Bird in the sky? Do we have to tell the bird that we're Luigi so it doesn't attack us? He was there. Oh, I missed the bird. Did you already tell him he was Luigi so he wouldn't, that you were Luigi so he wouldn't attack us? Wait, I see a bird down there. I see a bird down there. So where does bird spawn? I don't know where birds spawn. Or does it just spawn on the ledge here? I want to see bird. I also see snake. Following the river from left to right. Oh. Was it like a big ass bird? Bird! Bird, bird, bird! Bird! Caw! Yeah! Bird! Bird! That's a big ass bird. That's a big ass bird. Super fun happy slide! Woo! Yeah! Whee! Look at all the water dripping off us as we go down. And everyone died. Speech bubbles above our characters makes the stream shit look so much better. Snakes. Why'd it have to be snakes? No more cacti. Now we're snake. Blessings of great serpent upon us. I killed that thing already. I gotta kill it again to get a capybara. I'm sorry. Not Chihuahua. They're new. Oh. They're straight up asking where Chihuahua. Reuse of like the evil weapon model from Shadowbringers. Actually, these are cool. These are just Kalusha enemy. That's another Kalusha enemy. That one actually. Thinking about it, that's the crystal birds that are up near the dwarf ruins. The dwarven settlement. Tramarami or whatever his name was. Are these eerie stone-like creatures void sent? Or perhaps golems? Whatever they may be, they demand we leave this place even as they attack us. It is all I can do to scribble down these notes while evading their relentless assault. As I leave it to breathe, a thought occurs to me. Could they be marmots created for the purposes of mining resources? Yet, the most logical explanation for their aggression would be that their defensive mechanisms left behind by the Yokoi. Though my guards appear simply fatigued, we can hardly retire now. Oh, the promise of a great new discovery lies just before us! Just want to go for a swim real bad. I like how you can see how high the river got at some point because of how green it goes up to there. Like it looks like algae up quite a high distance of like what the river used to be like. Jesus Christ, dungeon. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think this makes I think this is the prettiest dungeon in the game. I mean, the first area also looks good, but looks similar to like what you walk around in Shalani. This may be the prettiest dungeon in the entire game. Because holy shit. Because holy shit. Valley Dance. This is the land of Chihuahua! Leave this place! So even all this time, they're still just like, no, Yokoi lived here. Get out of here. This place is so fucking pretty. Say a chance. I don't know which appears. Yeah. No. An entity which appears to be, for lack of a better term, a walking chimney guards doors leading into the ruins. The doors themselves possess design wholly unfamiliar to me. I can't help but feel we're on the verge of discovering something incredible. Alas, the pain from the needles which pierce my lower back worsens. What's more, the arm of one of my guards is paralyzed, leaving him incapable of lifting his sword. We cannot hope to face that thing in this state. Though my heart breaks with no recourse but to withdraw. So he didn't go to the last leg of the dungeon. Interesting. God, this thing is good. God, that's good. Do you think it's coal pillow or wood powered? I know, I feel I'm... Bong boss? Oh my god, it's the evil Bong! Oh my god, evil Bong has returned! So I feel like a lot of bros who are like super into their like, barbecues and stuff like that, I feel like they're all like pellet... I feel like they're all pellet bros now. Evil Bong! Tiny little legs and arms. Who is ready to fight the evil Bong? I'm ready to fight evil Bong. Tremendous tank. Evil Bong. Wait, please tell me you're familiar with the Evil Bong series of movies. That's why I said it. Yeah. That's why I'm saying Evil Bong. Because it's the Evil Bong from the hit movie series, Evil Bong. How big are these bongs? How big are the Bob Ong? Bob Ong? Into the hole. Oh, and out of the circle holes in the wall? Are there lines on the floor? Chad, I think there are lines on the floor. I think there's lines on the floor. Oh, so we're gonna, okay. We got a dual arrangement. Can I get away with it here? Yes, I can. Yay! There's lines on the floor. Carbonaceous combustion. Are they? Yeah, there's express ones on there. You just fight into the same side every time. Ah, now you're firing into the others. It's like under a circle. Yes, it is after the check. Oh yeah, doing them rapidly. Doing them rapidly definitely makes it a little bit more. Chimney stack. Look, don't worry, I have faint. You're okay. Bombs. Do you want it? It's yours, my friend. I have so many bombs, I'm just giving them away. Conflagration. Can I max melee this? And be safe? Kind of. Which one's that gone to? So it's gonna say this. Ah, just in range. Just in range. Spreading the stack is also very painful. People are pushing them up mid, so it's fine. That's a great example of not super hard, but very fun to solve mechanics. Very much a case of not hard, not super hard, but fun to solve, which is this dungeon so far. Same with the first boss. This thing is good. Scree! I promise the black maid's not gonna cost something the abyss that. I think if every time she'll let you use Vilgar, if it's the first, I'd have 2 nickels. When was the other time? I actually can't remember off the top of my head. What the fuck? Oh, the trolley, yeah, train autism boys, yeah. Yeah, the train autism boys, yeah, sorry. I forgot that was Shaloni. I forgot that was Shaloni. What the fuck? Ancient Arrival. Oh, we are just in Ronkan Ruins. This is just Ronka now. This is just Ronka! Even the enemies are Ronkan! What the hell? I mentioned this when we went to the Golden City. The enemies at the end of Skydeep Cenote are Ronkan enemies. That wasn't just possibly an enemy reuse. The enemies at the end of Skydeep Cenote are like these types of enemies. They are Ronkan in design. And now we have the fucking Scree. This dungeon is green for an amazing reason. This dungeon is green for an amazing reason. Oh shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Skydeep being Ronkan recolors. I think someone else said that, but yeah. Skydeep Cenote gear is recolors of Ronkan gear. Because it looks like the fucking, it looks like the, Gaulds from fucking Stargate. What the fuck? I don't know how to process this. I don't know how to process this. Oh! We have automatic floors. I can hear the light. Oh my god. Lazartal! Lazartal's gone! This thing is gonna do Santos. This thing's gonna do Santos. It's gonna do Lazartal's gone. It's gonna light up one side. Oh my god! Even Rocket Mechanics! For the actual. Holy shit! From like the mini boss in the first pulse of Katana Ravel. Holy shit. Wow. Sun Toss. It's doing Sun Toss, by the way. It's gonna throw a rock. It's actually doing Sun Toss. It's doing Sun Toss. Again, it's what Dawntrail does. It's what Dawntrail does. You get small little hints of what they're trying to tell you. You get small little hints of what they're trying to tell you. And then you get hit in the face with the big, by the way, here's the explicit, this is what's happening. Holy shit. Oh my god. So what the fuck does this imply? What the? I mean, he's a mid-boss. What the fuck does this imply story-wise? The Yokoi have visions of the ninth. The Yokoi have visions of the ninth. To be able to see the Golden City. And also, in Yokoi civilizations, they have fucking Ronkin ruins here. Why do the Yokoi specifically have connections to other shards? Like, is this Ronkins were Yokoi shards? And just they died out in their world in Ronka? Or is this a or is this a rift traversal thing? Oh my god, I know what this is gonna be. I can see the vase and I can see the face. No fucking shot. No fucking shot. Actually, as a boss fight? Scream! Inexplicable entity! The greatest Serpent of Toral! Let's go! I couldn't behold its majesty. Oh, we finally get Scree as a fucking dungeon boss. Holy shit. So can we talk about how perfectly it was that today started with the fucking boss fight? Can we talk about how perfect it was that we started with a Shalodi boss fight? So when they mentioned the serpent lore, I'm just like, oh yeah, it's clearly like a reference to the boss. The earlier mob pools mentioned a serpent lord. And I'm like, oh, it must be referencing the dungeon boss, the fate boss that we just did. Play Shadowbringer's boss music. I kind of wish they would fuck with dungeon boss music a bit more with that. Altar of the Urn Exalted. Oh my fucking god. We actually get Scurry as a boss fight. Holy shit. Dubious Tully Disaster. Up. Spikes on the outside. Bouncy Council! Oh my god. What do they do? Oh, okay. Line AoEs. The Bouncy Council! Hell yeah. Screeze of Fury! Bouncy Council back! That's a lot lesser than this time. Oh! And then they all spin. They spin! Oh my god. Greatest labyrinth! Feel a longing to vacate your mortal coil. Oh! Oh, I see. I see. Oh my god, we have Halicarn Nasus mechanics back. We have Halicarn Nasus back. No! Seeing you slide over as your body falls. I made it. Yeah, you very much died there. Just? Yeah, okay. Oh, Averell! Moist summoning? Oh my god! Great Serpent of Toral! This one's just a Great Serpent. Gooey Boy is just a Great Serpent. Oh! What? That is a brutal stack mechanic. 3 stack mechanics in a row that all leave poison puddles. Wow. 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 Make sure the party's fucking ready for it. Jesus. How nice is this, by the way? How nice is this, by the way? That shortcuts back just take you to the fucking boss. And you don't have to run the entire distance. And then the push, you gotta aim the puddles. Damn. Totally disaster. I love that name for it. Grey 7 has metaphorical hands, as it should. Bouncy Council! Bum. Bouncy Council, Screeze of Fury. Oh my god. Oh. I'm having to look in and pay like very close attention. Greatest labyrinth. Whee! There we go. Bounce cancel. Oh shit. My summoning. Here we go. better! Yeah, you know what? The shortcast, that was the correct actual, that was the actual correct response. Oh. I thought that was pointing to the side. Whoopsies. Oh my god. I love the trick that one does. It doesn't all go exactly in order. I love that. There's one that appears like a little earlier, so... That's really fun and mean. I love that. Bouncy cancel. Oh, way over. Whee! Play dance! Boom! There we go. With this in the last dungeon, was using Hades as shattering as battering is strong. Oh! I mean, also living memory. We didn't kill it! We just diminished its power! Yeah, I mean, the entirety of living memory in Spain is just, like, Emmett Selkammer, send up for, Wukamat to complete her Warrior of Light journey like you did. Suddenly meant to do Shiva circles, suddenly mean to do Shiva circles with this whole change, meaning that the running to the middle is no longer the answer. I love it. I love that. This cocktail is good. Oh my god. What are the lore implications of this? Again, is it like... Is it convergent, like evolution? Are Yokoi and the Ronkins like shards of one another or like similar and they both evolved to just do this? And just like Scree is just a creature that exists in both worlds like plenty of other creatures? Or does it involve interdimensional rift shit? Because again, like the Yokoi. You okay? You suddenly ran into the desert shouting about some kind of serpent. So again, some water. The question is, because the Yokoi and the Ronkins do have something very similar going on, in terms of they have a cave full of paintings of history, and both the Yokoi have like knowledge of shit that they shouldn't have knowledge of. It was never explained how the Ronkins had their paintings of the Sundering. That wasn't properly explained. Just like how it's not been fully explained how the Yokoi had visions of the Golden City. So are they both just like of a people, like, again, is it cross shard travel of someone giving Yokoi and the Ronkins this knowledge, like this advanced like evolutionary tech of like the way they have their golems made out of stone and everything like that? Hell, is that like small traces of electrope? Or also, is it small amounts of electrope that actually make up stuff for Ronka and the Yokoi to have what they have? I don't fucking know, because they've got like Ronkin tech is advanced for what they should have access to. McCall Gridley Emmett implied they were made by post-sundering people who remembered the pre-sundered past. Oh, and then Ronka found those ruins and then just, like, took care of them. We got the ruins on shards and never demolished by calamities, but the seabed ruin shows there wasn't much left anyways. Thank you for the water. Thank you for the water. Those Avocado paintings that the Ronkans preserved. That is true. That is true. Because that was the one that was of Ardbird's group. They had paintings of Ardbird's group. That is true. So what the fuck does it say? Once again, I know people think I'm a fucking dumbass for it. I know people think I'm an idiot for it. But again, I have to bring up, one of the queens of Ronka was theorized to have the Echo. And her Echo was theorized to be super potent. That's how she got some of the visions that she had. I'm looking up who that was. It's like Tune or something. Ronkan Queen. I forget, who was the name of the Ronkan Queen? The Giant Laura was a despair while we pitched Deadhook yesterday, yeah. This is why my reading isn't that the Sundering killed the ancient people that were just divided into lesser humanoid beings. Archmage Tuna. Yeah, Archmage Tuna! I tried searching Tuna and nothing came up. There's a queen or something, or warrior of light, yeah. Well, again, there's like... There's so many... There's so many things. I mean, yeah, like, the idea... Like, yeah, the ancients weren't killed. They were divided into, like, lesser beings. That is how the Sundering works. Like, as far as Emmett told us, that is how the Sundering works. It's just that Emmett considers people who weren't full human beings to, well, not be full human beings. We're done with the dungeon. I'm taking out my headphones again. My ears are too fucked to wear headphones for too long periods of time. Something very, very wrong with my ears, but it's whatever. Now they're out of the dungeon, and there's no voice dialogue for the rest of the day. I can just go back to normal headphones. Again, I have to wonder, again, like with Archmage Tuna, who had, like, some powerful echo, is that something similar to the Yokoi of being able to see or have dreams of the Golden City? Is the similarities between Ronka and the Yokoi that we see here, is this a result of evolution that goes in a similar path across multiple shards? A thing that we know can happen. Or is it a case of cross-shard travel because both Ronka and Yokoi have something to do in their history with having some level of understanding of this? The Ronkans having understanding of a pre-sundered world, the Yokoi having visions of another shard. So is the fact that they are similar a result of some form of cross-shardness going on, or is it a result of convergent evolution of just the reflections and the source are reflections of each other? For them to evolve in different directions requires some form of input that changes it. And again, just the fact that, like, all of the different shards could be leaned towards a different element aspect is enough to do that. Butterfly effect shit. Butterfly effect shit. All of the... At the start of the Sundering, all of the reflections in the source would have, like, the same go points from there, so without any butterfly effects happening, they'd all evolve in the same way. But if something leans more one element aspect, it could change, like, how that society progresses, and even with a slight deviation, over thousands of years, it could be completely and utterly fucking different. In hindsight, crazy that the same civilization that is this level speculation being able to be added to it's the same civilization with the bouncing worm. Can the Echo even do cross-shot stuff? I don't recall. Did we ever do it with Heavensward Ardbert? The thing is that, so what the Echo is in lore, we saw Ardbert and crew kill Mitron, but we're looking into Ardbert's memories there. But again, here's the thing you have to remember with what the Echo is. What the Echo is just a small fragment of the abilities that the people in the Unsundered world had. And as we've already seen with multiple characters, the Echo can manifest in different ways between different characters. Minfilia is able to have like the best, like Minfilia and Kryl can talk to Hydaelyn the most. Kryl's able to like read the emotions of people with hers the most. Makoto straight up has future sight. When Vanar tries to explain to us about using the Echo to see memories and souls, she talks about using it in both like aether of a person's soul or aether of a residual area. So, one of those relevant will have DPS and need one of those going on with the Qs. Qs are fucked at the moment in this game. So, it's one of those cop-out things, but again, the way that this game wants you to look at its lore is through a science perspective. They very much write the lore in this game from a science perspective of, you can predict stuff in this game by looking at it through the realm of science, as in deductive reasoning and, like, observation. So you can't rule, like, for something like the Echo, we can't rule out different forms of the Echo existing because we've never seen it, because we've already been explicitly told multiple forms of the Echo can exist, and the Echo is just a fragment of what Unsundered people could do. So maybe for the Yokoi, or maybe if it's Yuna, it manifested in different ways that allow them to have the visions that they were able to see. Again, it could be a case of the fact that, like, I believe Y'shtola mentions that the fabric between the Ninth and the Source is particularly weak in Yaktel for whatever reason, which is why that's chosen as the place where the gate is, and why the weave is able to be so perfect. Maybe that connection between those two is so thin that the Echo, location-wise, you're like, again, we've experienced that before. You're in an area, you have an Echo because of the residual aether in the location. Maybe the crossing over of realities is so thin in Yaktel that just having the Echo there, you can pick up on the residual aether of another shard, because they're kind of like, the shards are described in some capacity to be kind of overlapped with the Source. They're just like on a different plane, that where you have to cross a rift to do that. It could be that. It could be that the Yokoi have visions that have nothing to do with the Echo, and the Yokoi are just different types of creatures, so they just have a different way of doing that. I mean, we have the Amaro on the First, who are designed to be able to have a form of soul sight, an ability that the Unsundered had, but the Amaro don't have the Echo. They just have an ability that ends up being similar to something that the Unsundered people could have. It's also possible that's the case for the Yokoi. We can't rule out either of those. Echo does not equal Vanar's Blessing of Light, does not equal anything related to Azim as far as I know. The only reason that the Echo and Vanar's Blessing of Light are assumed to be connected is just because Vanar had her answering machine on permanent notice to pick up anyone with the Echo to give them her Blessing of Light. An entire population having the Echo would be almost unprecedented, though, would it not? Or was it only select Yokoi dreaming? Again, we're talking about 1,000 years ago in game. The Yokoi's dreams of the Golden City are of 1,000 years ago. When they say that the Yokoi had dreams of the Golden City, do they mean all of them, or do they mean a select few seers who are able to do that? Again, we go to Ronka and we hear about how Ronka has understandings of the visions of the future, and then we learn that Archmage Tiuna is like one that they praised for that ability. One thing that stood out to me is that the Yoko probably would have noticed them, or mentioned a glowing electrode room in their minds when they originally dug them. Well, again, that is also part of the question that is also that. That is part of also what I don't know. How does the electrode appear on the other side of the gate in the Golden City? How did the electrode get to the other side of the gate before the gate, like? Because again, the gate itself appeared only during Eorzea's saga. The actual gate itself only appeared then. They go into that room, there is no gate. They talk about it. Oh my god, I got Katana Ravel. Yeah, don't they talk about how it's Eorzea and I was about to say Gallifrey. But no, what's his name? What's Graal's grandfather's name? Garloff. It's Garloff, Ketenrum, and Eorzea. There in that portal. Yeah, and they see the portal appear. None of this has ever happened before. Yeah. So, if the gate wasn't there that allowed them to traverse between them, how did the electrode get there? Also note there are far less void sent in Toral. Yeah, Eorzea itself has a particularly Alexandria tests. Could be. It could be that maybe the barrier is so thin between the ninth and the source there that like the natural influx, like, because remember how when we talk about before the calamity, the 8th calamity that never happened, there's already a natural leaking of some light coming from there, and they talk about that as a thinness of the aether that they're experiencing in the source. That thinness being it being brought slowly more into stasis because of that light. It could be a case that the barrier between the ninth and the source is so thin at the bottom of Yactel, at the bottom of Sky Deep Cenote, that lightning is already starting to pour in from the ninth as a result of the storm surge, and the lightning is causing the rocks around it to turn into electrode-esque stuff. But also, electrode requires explicit carvings of runes on there to make it do what it does. It's Arcanema, which we also see in the dungeon. We see those runes on the electrode, so that implies that someone used Arcanema on those. You know, Virgil FF Garloff having a granddaughter, I could see his name being a First Doctor reference. I should sit down one day and actually watch Doctor Who. The shorts that YouTube constantly sends me of Doctor Who does make it look like it is quite a fun show. I approach the story, I approach the theory crafting of this game the way that they approach theory crafting in universe in the game, which is the realm of science, which is the realm of theorizing, hypothesizing, not ruling out stuff, trying to use some form of deductive reasoning, circumstantial evidence to get ideas. So I'm not gonna like say, oh, I think it's this. What I can posit is a bunch of different theories as to what is going on here. So there's two types of theory crafting you can do for this game. There's in-universe, in-world, in-lore stuff, which you approach from the realm of science, from how stuff works in the game, which I've often been right by approaching, which I have had moments where I've been right by approaching things from that scientific perspective. And then there's other things you can theory craft from a story writing perspective. Scientists. Like, there's stuff that I've predicted in the game where I've been right about it because of storytelling stuff, of just being like, knowing how Final Fantasy XIV tells its story, what is going on here? And that was one of my big things for, like, the Word of the Mother cutscene. One of my big story predictions was, why is there a conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiac? I refuse to believe this game is just saying, oh, light is trying to fight darkness, and darkness is bad, and light is good, and light needs to prevail against the dark. Everything that Minfilia tells us doesn't tell us why Zodiac and Heidelin had a conflict. Why is that? And then I ended up being correct that yes, there was a much deeper reason for that, as we learned in Chatterings, as why that conflict started in the first place. Or predicting that the final dungeon of the story is going to be called Alexandria, because I'm just like, oh, we're doing Amarat. This shit's good. I can't tell if having alcohol at like 9 o'clock in the morning is making my theory crafting potential better or worse. But it's doing something to it. But it does something. Again, I'm not saying definitively that the Yokoi had the Echo, that some of the Yokoi had the Echo, and that's how they had the visions. But I definitely think it's within their own possibility. But it is always possible that the Yokoi have some level of vision seeking that they're able to do that isn't connected to the Echo, because we've seen other abilities that creatures have in this world that is like what the Unsunded had. I mean, even just like look at fucking fairies. Look at the Fae. The Fae can cross the rift. Screes involves the definitive answers are probably not available. Like, the fact that the Fae can cross the rift is fucking wild. The Fae can just cross the rift, by the way. See, one of the big theory dumps that we haven't had the chance to do since beating the story is, what the fuck up is the fact that the cross-dimensional artifacts that that Steam was using for like trans-dimensional fusion, what the fuck is up with that being an ASM thing? Is this something a shard of ASM created before? Is this something that ASM created before the Sundering, being aware that the Sundering was coming? And so was just like, I'm gonna create a thing that can go between them because that sounds like a fun adventure to travel and explore. Because what we know about Asm's personality, that 100% could be the case. With what we know about Asm's personality, Asm could learn about the Sundering, and Asm's response could so easily be, wait a minute, do you mean there will get to be 14 of me, and 14 of me will get to explore a new world each? That sounds hype as fuck. Let me predict how this will work, and create an artifact so my Asms can meet up with each other by going to each other's worlds, and I'm making it this crystal. That could so easily be like possible for Asm, given what we know about the fucking prick. The only times I've been there while not traveling through are Chrysalis and Walidibus trials. Omega. Or is Omega's Rift different? They use Omega's knowledge of traversing the rift to make the Crystal Tower go back in time and traversing the source at the same time. But the rift that it takes place in while you're doing the Omega raids, is that the same rift as the rift between the shards? Or is that a rift of something complete, or is that a rift of like planes? It reacted us to holding the gummy by lighting up with its constellation sign? Yeah. Well, did it light up because we were holding it up and doing that? Because we were like using the thing? Or did it light up because that was when Sphene activated it? Did it light up because we activated ours? Or did it light up because Sphene activated it? Because again, if it's Asm's stuff, and also what Sphene said kind of implied it, Like Azim's crystal, it responds to prayers. It responds to fervent desires. So as we start the fight, is that when Sphaine's fervent desires become strong enough to start utilizing the chalice to start the transdimensional fusion? Or is it in response to ours? It could be either. Again, we can't guarantee. 14 of us get the fuck out of that. I mean, explore the world together. Omega's made a rift, subspace within the rift. Ah, okay. Because again, also, it being Azim doesn't mean that it's unsundered Azim. It could have been a shard of Azim that made it. It also may have not been Azim. We also have to realize, just because it has Azim symbol on there, doesn't mean that Azim made it. Azim did not make the crystal that we use. We are a shard of Azim, using Azim's magic to summon in friends for combat. Azim didn't make the crystal that we use. Emmett made it in secret. So just because another thing has Azim's symbol on there, also doesn't confirm that even an Azim shard or Azim themselves made it. It could have been someone else who utilized that. It might not have been enough. No Preservation had a hell of a time getting the chalice to work even crudely. They did one for desperation during the storm surge. Yeah. But also, again, assuming the relic is the same thing. Assuming the relic's the same thing. It seems to me that was the relic that the Lala of fucking Alo Islands used to escape. So a calamity happening for them, and them praying enough to the relic, got them to the ninth. And I'm gonna have a wild guess. I don't think the Lala had access to electrope magic to create a gate. Have you seen the Azim symbol in Alzadal's Legacy? No. But that's another place that has a lot to do with cross-dimensional travel. Because the barrier between the void and the source is very thin there, which is why the void gate was able to be opened so long and just stay there. The gummy does contain a spell of Azim's own design according to the DSM and just script his own stuff. Yeah, it is a magic that Azim employed, but Azim didn't create the crystal. So that's kind of my thing. The relic that we see is potentially not made by Azim. It could have been someone else taking Azim's magic and putting it in the relic. Just because Azim's symbol is on there doesn't mean that Azim themselves made it, or even potentially a shard of Azim. Someone who knows Azim's magic could have put it on there. It also could have been Azim themselves. Again, it could have been either a shard of Azim or the original Azim wanted to explore other shards, made this thing to help expedite that process. There's so many possibilities of what it could be. There's so many possibilities of what this shit could be. That's why theorizing about 14 is fun, because you theorize it from the realm of science and just be like, oh, there's so many possibilities for so many different things, and all of those possibilities are exciting, which is why I don't like when YouTubers try to make prediction videos and just be like, I'm not going to analyze what's in the game, I'm just going to be like, what do I personally think is cool, and what would I personally like to see? And also why I don't like prediction people who are just like, I'm not going to posit a number of theories I believe in. I'm going to give out one theory that I believe the most and claim it's definitive and tell everyone else no. Yeah, that's very explicitly Azim's symbol. That is very explicitly Azim's symbol. That seemed very pointed. Unfortunately, it's not even that pointed, because it's just pointed at most Final Fantasy XIV people. Scribe was on the mind when I was saying it, guys. Like, is the chalice the same spell as the crystal but amped up? Is Dimensional Fusion a native power of it, or did Preservation somehow channel its power into Fusion? Preservation definitely added to it, because there's the orange crystal inside, but it's also surrounded by Electrode. So Preservation absolutely altered it to turn it into the chalice that we see. It was likely just the crystal in the middle, which was likely just similar to a concept crystal. Did she suck on custard juice? Thing is, like, I guess I was about to say, but then I realized I don't think it's actually confirmed in canon. I was going to say, when it comes to Azim's crystal that we use, that can, like, Azim's magic to call people for Duty Finder for boss fights does work across rifts. Like, does work across, like, you can use it in one shard and call people from another shard. That's actually not confirmed, though. Because it just says that it calls allies to your side. And because those allies are just whoever you find in your party, there is no confirmation. Like, when we use it against Elidibus, there is no confirmation in-game of, are we calling people from the source to help us? Or are we calling upon allies that we made on the first to our side? There's no, like, explicit confirmation of that. Although, it has to work some level across rifts. 2 instant spontaneous rifts, people selecting in Hildebrand and the Society Alliance equal Catboy. Gra calling the squad for 80s was cross, so I think people get those two mixed up. Well, that one explicitly is. But there is some level of cross, not fully cross rift, but there is some level of it happening. There actually is a confirmed instance of some level of cross rift happening for Azim's Crystal. It's when you summon Hades during the fight. You summon Hades to the first in the arena against Elidibus while you're in the rift. I think that's the closest we have confirmation about how much Azim's magic works across the rifts. Because any other instance that we use it, there's no guarantee that it's pulling from an alternate. Like, like us calling people to battle against Elidibus is no guarantee that we're calling people specifically from the source. Or anytime that we use it on the source, we're calling people from somewhere else. Wait a minute, whoa. Actually, no. Interphos against Sphene. It can work on the dead. We can also use it to undust the silence and Ultima Thule. Okay, no, actually, no. Interphos, Sphene. We're on the 9th. Also inside of a computer program. Sure, that's not Hades summoning you. No, Hades summons us, but we summon Hades first. So in the Seed of Sacrifice fight, it mentions that, like, after you break free from the QTE, it mentions you clutch the crystal of Azim to your breast and pray with all your heart. That prayer, while you're in the rift, causes the magic to appear in the first to call Hades. Hades uses ancient magic to pull you out of the rifts. So you summon Hades to the battle to bring you back. Yeah, we're in a pocket dimension inside a computer terminal in another shard. I feel like the Sphene fight confirms that Azim's magic. There's also an open door to the source in that case. That is true. There is literally a door that is, like, right open. That's, like, right there. Because you can't possibly state that the people that we call to our side in the Sphene fight is friends that we made on the 9th. Because the resulting circumstances immediately before that is everyone there is already dead and we already just sent them on their way. So the people that we summoned for the Sphene fight have to be from the source, surely. Trials in the 13th. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, we also use Azim's magic there, don't we? I completely fucking forgot. Okay, no, never mind. There's several instances. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I forgot about that. Never mind, I'm an idiot. There's several instances of Azim's magic working across shards. Never mind, there's actually so many. There's actually so many. So never mind. We're also not in our native people form. We're digitized soldati using Kafkiwa's program. So also simply doesn't care what state you're in either. No. Graha's summon magic is similar shape too. Yeah. It's definitely similar. It's definitely similar. There's so many implications. So many implications. See, this is what I mean by sciencing shit out. My brain goes, I can't think of instances where Azim's magic works across shards. And I'm primarily thinking Seed of Sacrifice, Zodiac, and Singer. And I'm just like, no, none of those have to be across shards. Because the Elidibus fight could just be friends you make in there. And then it's just like, oh, actually there's void fights. You don't make friends in the void because they're all void sent. Oh, also inside of a computer program inside of another shard. Because you literally just got rid of the last remaining life that was there. Similar shape because there's only 7 pointed shapes. There's a lot of lore implications. The fact they've decided to use all of this implication as plot for an optional dungeon is wild. Yeah, we did an optional. Yeah, we just did an optional dungeon that had the funny, silly lizard as a boss. All of this is for the dungeon that had the funny, silly lizard as a boss fight. Yeah, it's not required for MSQ. To be fair, neither's Eden. To be fair, neither's Eden. Remember what we said about she'll get stuck on the wall, so let's do Deadwalk? Yeah, we're about 2 hours in. We're about 2 hours in. Yeah, neither's Twinning. Twinning's also not required. That'll not be very important in the long run. It's to fill in, yeah, and stuff like this helps fill in the gaps. Stuff like this helps fill in the gaps of, like, possible things that'll happen in the future. But it's still fun. It's still fun. Really am curious where the story's gonna go for, like, 14 past Dawntrail. My toe's bleeding. My toe is bleeding. You were returned. I mean, nary a needle to be seen. I experienced them firsthand myself. Pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find the lower back pain which ailed me for years had completely vanished. That W expedition. I wish to hear everything. What'd you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins? Oh my god, were you not listening to me? I was standing right next to you yelling about it for a reason. Oh my god. You don't want to listen, then I'm not going to tell you. My fringe is so bad. It just refuses to do anything properly. It's so fucking irritating. Been a while since Lahey, but didn't Stray originally come from a meteor in the forest? Well, there's that one big tree that has the one big glowing thing in the middle of it, and people say, like, the Great Serpent lives in there. There is that. Turns out Scree's gonna be the final boss. It's actually another Ultima. It's another, like, evil thing from space. I guess it means Scree now counts as an expansion spanning plotline to all the shards of Screes in Jars. I think the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of Yokoi ruins, and at their deepest points, a great serpentine creature awaited. This is beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's a new discovery regarding Shaktarel's history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the valley's depths? Dare say the ruins predate Eorzea. It reminded me of the ancient Ronkan ruins I saw in another world. Seems special, I guess. No doubt there were many gospels that foretold of the great serpent's majesty. That's the unique dialogue for doing Katari. That's the unique dialogue for doing Katari. But it's also, like, not that relevant. So, like the fact that it's similar to Ronkan ruins in another world is much more relevant to, like, understanding that rather than just, like, funny snake. Funny snake that some people are just like, behold its majesty. Reminded me of the ancient Ronkan ruins I saw in another world. Truly? Such a claim is an invaluable testimony. What do you mean another world? Actually, no, never mind, you're from the studium, you know what that means. Never mind, you're from the studium, you know about reflections, never mind. Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Eorzea simultaneously feared and revered this serpent of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed a temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work. A theory! The eerie resemblance of the reflection civilizations. Okay, well, the word civilizations was used there very deliberately. My capacity as a person studium, I've taken the liberty of reading the science report concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. Their findings indicate that the sun ring diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. The flourishing civilization of the ancients was forgotten, and the people of each reflection set out on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet can we say that these civilizations, worlds apart, are truly so different? If we all came from one shared ancient heritage, would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bears similarities to one another? What I was thinking. What I'm trying to say is, it is entirely possible to decide which predates the Eorzea bears similarities to ancient Ronka once existed in the source. Naturally, it's necessary to conduct further investigation regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility of my theory. Triumph 2 days in a row. It's the only map that fucking exists now. On that subject, I'd ask you to join me in another adventure. One markedly less fraught with danger. As one who traversed the rift to the first, your knowledge and insight concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Warlord's Echo and speak with the Chronicler of the Eorzea, that I may learn of their legends. Who knows? I may discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka. I appreciate we're doing this quest for a scientist, so we can actually just be like, instead of just saying, oh, another world? That sounds weird, bye. We actually have a character who's just like, wait a minute, let's investigate this shit. Let's try and work this shit out, because what? Master Dechan has told me of his quest. Hope that I ought to be of some help. But see, you made a manifest. I came by alpaca, and for a blessing felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. How is medicinal application of sabotin and eels is a field deserving of further study? Subject for another time, perhaps. Personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that Eorzea ruins may exist in Shaloni. Yeah, it's just always there. It's always there. It's why I'm behind on my PvP season, because I just don't want to fucking play Triumph. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct field work, and are an extraordinarily erudite individual, well-versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend, based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Shaktarel? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. But for the valiant warrior who brought the sky ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the great serpent, one would normally not disclose to outsiders. Please follow me to the indelible passage. The mural shall explain all. Being someone who's gone around and has solved a lot of problems really does help when you ask just anyone for help. So many things you go and be like, normally we wouldn't tell people this, normally we wouldn't tell this to like just any random person. But you've stopped like 40 apocalypses, so I guess I can tell you. I see Chupacabra. Hey Chupacabra, how you going? Anyone need that B rank? It's right there for you. Choopy choopy. What's up? So these are the murals which depict the legends of the Yokoi. When I was previously for research, I was not allowed in this far. The legend concerning the Great Serpent is hidden within this mural. Right, gaze upon it carefully as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long, long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple. Okay. Here we are. So the Yokoi didn't build it. The Yokoi didn't build it. Its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. When our forebears finally delved into its further recesses, they discovered a great serpent deep in slumber. It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers and offer prayers for its divine protection. Wait, so did they build it? There was stuff there that they abandoned, and then they built stuff around it. So it's like all the Ronkin shit on the floor, the non-Yokoi stuff, but like the walls and like roof are the Yokoi stuff? Yes, in ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again, our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance. No matter how fervent their prayers, the Great Serpent never deigned to answer them. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the Great Serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw into a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. The sects who remained prayed for the Great Serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yeah, why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that aroused in so foul a mood? Or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? Is it because I have, like, 3 of them in my pocket? Like, 3 of its babies in my pocket? The devout who held vigil at the temple held this belief. When the Great Serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north. Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now before our benefactor has the Great Serpent finally awoken. A peculiar but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encountered truly was divine, maybe it is you who shall receive its blessings. We consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs that boundary. Would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remains? At any rate, my first testimony in the legends of the Yokoi shall go in a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations' worlds apart share fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Maybe an entire new field of study shall be pioneered. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as a planar fissure? Or perhaps was there some all-powerful keeper of whispers peering through the veil? Straight up, all of this, where it's just like, did they happen to develop similar? Was there a fissure between the worlds that resulted in some form of similarity? Was it people influencing them to evolve similar? That's what the science is going to try and work out. Just thinking about what that it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing. Ha! That's only my work cut out for me. And now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition, and perhaps more importantly, continue writing my thesis. One of the ashes this thought screams for neat. Master Chronicler, Manifest. Cannot thank either of you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I've no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again. Guys, ready to start theory crafting. He's gonna do a big heckin' science all over their faces. Yeah, good thing we didn't do this yesterday. Good thing we didn't do this yesterday. So, chat, I have a wild take. Chat, I have a hot take. I have a searing, burning take for you all. Dawntrail good. FanFest 8.0 announcement. Tender Valley now required for MSQ. Surely funny this painting's just been here the whole time without the context. Well, they give you a context about it. They just don't tell you the serpent part. But then you look at it and it's just like, oh, there's actually serpents inside the painting the entire time. There's actually serpents in the painting that you can see the entire time. Lol. This whole god the word. I'm glad someone else hates fucking Triumph the way that I do. I'm glad that there are other people who agree with me that Triumph is just the worst fucking dog ass, shit ass, dog shit, dick ass, shit, dick ass dicks. That is not where I meant to go to. I meant to leave a lot. In this game, I fucking hate Triumph so much. It's just so boring. Serpents in circle in the painting? Yeah, that detail's been there the entire time. It's just like, surprise. This will be a surprise tool for us later. I think ice is worse, but Walker isn't good. The thing is, like, sometimes fights will happen on ice if it spawns in the middle. Fights never happen on Walker. No one fights anyone. Very much alluding to World Serpent from Mythologies. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Just no one fights anyone in fucking Warcore's Ormor. So Walker Lador. Walker Chete. Walker. Sorry, I feel like I was about to say there's 3 different duties in this game that have Walker in their name. There's Walker Zorko, Walker Lador, but that's the dungeon, and then Valiamanda. Walker Chete is that. Walker Chete is that. Fart bastards. I thought I had some. I'm gonna fart on some bastards. I thought I had the dyes. Well, I have a Darlinwood Red. Do I have a Darlinwood Red? I have that one at least. What dyes do I need? I'm getting the dyes ready now that I'll need for when we do the role quest we're about to do. So I can go and do it immediately, but I need to buy some. There are fights. It's just him getting game 2 on 1 on that one shit ass set of objective spawns. Terrible, man. Terrible fucking man. Terrible fucking man. What do I want? I want pure white metallic ruby. Okay. Can't wait to get all these melees 100 so I can delete all their gear and seal their job crystals to rotate it forevermore. You don't like melees? What about Viper? What about Reaper? What about Samurai? What about just any melee that wasn't introduced in a Realm Reborn? No, I like Monk. I like Monk. I just wish I was better at Monk. That's my main issue with Monk, is that I'm not good at it, but I feel like I should be. I like one melee and it's none of those. The only ones left are Ninja and Dragoon. Oh, Monk is the only good one. I was gonna say, there's no way you dislike... I was about to say, there's no way you dislike melees, but you like Ninja. There's no way that you're like, I hate all the melees except Ninja. There's no fucking way you're about to say that. Yeah, metallic ruby red. Sorry, I'm just flexing my cash by just buying expensive dyes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. These dyes are a surprise tool for later. Boom, there we go. There we go. Does anyone have a preference for which one we do first? My thought process is on caster for role quests. I mean, also before we start, I'm going to go to the bathroom and get a drink, but preference healer as scholar. We can do that. I quite like being able to do scholar because look at my glam. Look at my glam. My glam for scholar is sex. Why don't I get fun duties when I play as shite jobs? Me just being like, I'm so excited to play healer today. Let me queue up for stuff for healer. Crystal Tower. God damn it! But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I'm going to get a drink on the way back. I had a lot of that lemonade and then I had alcohol and then I need to go to the bathroom. Cocktail was good. Cocktail was good. I had made no measurements. Oh, I also didn't use normal Jack Daniels. I did use Gentleman Jack, which is like fancy Jack Daniels. I'm sure there's some people out there who would scoff at the idea of having fancy Jack Daniels, just being like, if you're going to buy a good whiskey, if you're going to buy a fancy whiskey, why would you still bother with Jack Daniels? But fuck you, this shit tastes really delicious. I also just love Jack. Jack is also just one of my favorite alcohols anyways. So a really good Jack, of course I'm going to like. That was a nice cocktail though. That is definitely something I'm going to like make again. Curious about the balance of just like getting it right. I definitely use way too much sarsaparilla. Again, I nearly emptied this bottle. So definitely way too much sarsaparilla, but very nice. I recommend. I recommend. But I'm also going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to get an energy drink on the way back, which will be a slightly different vibe to that I'm going to have. Could put a vodka into that. No, I'm not getting drunk today. I'm not getting drunk today. But we will be back. Yeah. And we are back. We're speaking to New Pine. We are doing the healer quests. It is time for healer role quests. We do need to lock in a little bit from this point forward, because we really need to get Shalonian Heritage Found's 8th quest done today as well. So we should lock in somewhat from this point forward. Also, I should probably summon else if I'm going to be summoner, if I'm going to be scholar. In the sting of things, New Pine's gaze is transfixed upon the crowds. Until he spies you. That scholar glam is so cool. I mean, 90% of it is the coat, but still. What business do you have with me? I heard you had business with me. My apologies. You're Brockavia's guest, were you not? I am New Pine, and I've journeyed far from the northern valleys of Shaktaral to reach this grand city. Tell me, traveler, what is your name? I am Minifest, she who dedicates their all to their love for these worlds and its peoples. Gun sword exploit. Minifest. Rest assured, I shall remember it. A shame that we must meet under these unfortunate circumstances. My village's prized possession was among the treasures stolen by the passage of the Unbound. It is known as the Heartsting, and in the soul of the dread scorpion, one of the Taral Vitral is sealed within. The creature once hunted its prey using an array of toxins produced within its body, and was a menace to all. Those granted the Heartsting's gifts may wield its fearsome power as they see fit. We believe that thieves are already taken across the ocean to Eorzea, and will doubtless wreak havoc in the rock hands. But seek a heal to remedy any harm wrought by the Heartsting's toxins in that faraway land. You will learn how to use it sooner, and you will like it. A woman's words, you're precisely the sort of woman I seek. Must I quickly to avoid the worst? Will you lend us your aid? Aiding those in need is what I do best. Just ask me and my massive amount of healer experience that I have. You have my gratitude. So the matter at hand then, while I was making inquiries here until Galar regarding the thieves' whereabouts, some Eorzean merchants told me a rather intriguing tale. So those returning from Limsa bring fell tidings. Tales of able-bodied men and women suddenly losing their vision. An all too familiar account, as the Heartsting allows mastery over all manner of poisons, including those that inflict temporary blindness. Oh my god, they're going around making one-day blindings too. A great deal of training is required to properly utilize Scorpion's gifts, but the blinding toxin is one of the simplest to wield. It seems to me the brigands are the masterminds of these strange incidences, harnessing the treasure's power for their own nefarious ends. Look, Loshkana, the village elder's daughter, makes for the Limsa in the pursuit of the Heartsting. I didn't set sail with her, but my foot was badly injured by a strange mechanical doll during the thieves' ambush. Loshkana insisted I remain here to recover. I should not take no for an answer. We saw the doll. Or maybe think it was serendipity. I must ask that you cross the sea in my stead and provide Loshkana your aid. Considering that our enemy wields deadly poisons, dangerous too great for her to face it. Based on when she departed, I proved she's arrived at her destination by now. She boarded a merchantman ship, captained by a woman named Baldbrida, who was primarily based in Limsa. She may help you locate Loshkana. Blows my mind that your most understood healer is Scholar, of all things. At this point, it's Sage. At this point, it goes Sage, then Scholar. At this point, it's Sage, then Scholar. You know, wrap my head around having to cast shields. I know in theory it takes the same amount of time as having decreation doses, but it feels so much longer and clunkier. It's definitely harder to do because it's so easy to be like, oh, we're running away from a proximity thing. I don't have a cast time to hit him with doses anyway. Or to hit the enemy with like the damaging spell. Let me just fucking cast anyways. Let me just cast the thing. But yeah. Yeah, at this point, I definitely use Sage more than I use Scholar. Just because, A, Scholar has access to more shit at lower levels, so it's, just, like, simpler. But also just, Sage is easier, because there's less cast times. And also, I'm really bad at remembering to use Aether Flow per minute. I'm really bad at actually remembering to use Aether Flow per minute. But, and also, I don't know if do I even have it? Just, I also, like, don't know when to use Dissipate, so I basically never Dissipate. Baldbrida. Hi, I'm Baldbrida. If you're planning to silly aliens over to me out, don't. We should be set and sail for a short while. If we never touch Scholar again. Yeah? We have a trolley woman named Loshkana. She made the crossing with us. Trying to retrieve some sort of treasure, as I recall. I told her all Kazali was about the best bet for our latest child. So you may find her wandering thereabouts. Coming out of a Huron lass in a red tunic carrying a spear on her back. She can't have gone too far. Otherwise, I said scholars because we're in Limsa. Fair. Fair. But I can do this. And look at my huge shield. Look how big my shield is. I have a big shield now. Run. And then when my sprinting runs out, ready for this? You ready for this? Oh, I can still run because expedience! Expedience is so good. Oh, hello there, stranger. Can I help you? Yeah, Payne sent you to help, did he? Soon as I've hit something of a dead end, your time couldn't be better. Suppose proper directions are in order. Then. I am Loshkana of Shaktarel. And you are? I am, I'm of Limsa. What should meet manifest? But that was strangers no longer. Not sure how much Payne's already told you, but I assume you want to hear more about the day of the theft. PvP rank 19. You've got like a couple weeks to hit the hit 25. I think I'm at 14. My father and Yapan had just set a trap using one of the heartstings toxins, and we're on their way to return the treasure to its resting place. But an evil presence stirred in the wilds that night. Mechanical dolls with great glowing eyes leapt from the shadows and gravely wounded them both. My father survived the encounter, thankfully, but he was unable to give chase, and convalesces now in my home village. Goblet's faces eluded him in the darkness, but he heard two voices, a man and a woman's. He recognized neither, so it certainly aren't from our village. Whoever those two were, they must have been the ones controlling the dolls before making off with the heartsting. Brookhaven said they're part of the Passage of the Unbound, but I'm afraid that's all I know of the culprits. Still, that may change if we can ascertain the cause of the recent blinding incidents that have occurred here. Fortunately, I haven't had much luck asking around. The thought of addressing even one person here is, well, overwhelming. When you're from a remote village like mine, if you attempt to have a secret with the too busy to listen in the first place. And also probably quite drunk. You, on the other hand, look ready to take on the world. Or at least the city. Sorry to ask you this you so soon after we met. Could you help me gather the latest hearsay at the markets? Many, many thanks. I'll search the quiet districts for clues in the meantime. And hopefully not get myself lost along the way. I'm really gonna struggle to stay awake for like all of these streams. Grumble. Rumble. Blinding incidents. I know of them. Start with some bad fruit is stolen off Kazali. Few bites in, suddenly folk go writhing on the ground like a beach sea serpents. Come, they can't see a bloody thing. It is one day blinding stew. I don't blame for anything else at the shopkeeper neither. Poor sods couldn't move in the arm until the treatment came because they couldn't see properly. Shopkeeper was rightly furious about the whole deal and took it out with his long-time supplier. This led to a real spectacle, it did. Turns out the same problem wasn't occurring at other stalls with fruit from different suppliers. So it makes sense to pin the blame on the individual sellers if the whole supply chain's ain't. Even now nobody knows what's causing it. Grand business, I tell you. Surfing. Oh my god, great surfing on Ronco, you're behind this too. Raising chaos in the markets. Yeah, I'm not the Yellow Jackets. I've been thoroughly investigating the amount of cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. If you're in a hurry, there's a Yellow Jacket making her rounds by the way Fisherman's Guild. She'd be a good one to ask. Headache is starting to happen. Rose! Well, yes, I know about the blinding incidents. Experienced it firsthand. It's rather peckish, so I purchased some fruit from a local store and took a few bites on my way home. But before I knew it, my vision went dark. I stood there shaking and crying, terrified of what would happen if the darkness never faded. Thought I was alone until I heard a woman nearby howling with laughter. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for long. Passing adventurer cured my sight with Esena. You will learn how to use it! I went by the rest of my days, though nothing happened, but having to look at fruit the same way. It's proven successful, but you sense there's more to be found. So you got the Yellow Jacket on patrol who has further details on the blinding incidents. My head hurts. Headache has started. Ooh. Here's a quest hammer as into the heads of players. It will not work. Look, we even got rid of its cast bar. It won't work. Oh my god, ow. Oh, Jesus. Ow. Oh, Jesus. Headache. Real bad one. Find it funny they even decorate the little hallways. No one ever goes through like that for the holidays. Gotta make the whole place feel festive. Be good. You're Miner for Susan Blackman, aren't you? The Miner for Susan Blackman? To learn to meet the realm's vaunted hero up close. So I can assist you with? I hear all sorts of my rounds, so it's information you're after. You've come to the right person. Oh yes, the serial blindings. They're causing a terrible ruckus around here. You know, a woman in red came this way a few moments ago to ask about the very same. I take it you two acquainted? Aha! I thought so. So I told her another incident was reported yesterday morning. We then brought her from a local vendor, took a few bites, and realized all vision. Same effect as the rest. Vendor in question was last seen to the south of the Octant, so I'm headed there next to follow their trail. I'm going to join me if it'll help your investigation. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. There was so many of these in just like the middle spots between areas. You will go to the in-between areas in the middle of Limsa and you will like it. Oh, hurts. Oh, it's a bad one. Ugh. Jesus. Ew. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I know. Manifest, is man gonna be alright? Am I gonna be alright? Oh. It's paralyzed, we gotta do something! Fragile feeling magic's enemy, spine drops on me either. Perhaps Asuna might do the trick. Use Asuna! Use Asuna! Use Asuna! Healers still won't put it on their bars. I'm healed? I'm healed! I think the 12! A new lot, of course. Excellent work, Manifest. Bar for the yellow jackets, I owe you my thanks as well. Now, I hate to ruin the mood, but I need to report this to my superiors. Could you tell us what transpired here before we found you, sir? It was awful, just awful, I tell you. We actually got a cutscene. I was looking home after another arduous day at work, mind my own business, when a large fellow merchant suddenly called out to me. You, my good man, look exhausted. Why not soothe your weary spirits and fill your empty belly with one of the realm's sweetest apples? You've earned it, nay, deserve it. It was a tempting sales pitch. I was looking to gamble and potentially curse fruit. Sensing my apprehension, he proudly declared his merchandise safe to eat. He sounds sincere enough, even took a bite of the apple himself. Not eating fruit here, he boasted. Just normal, honest to God's produce. He sold me the apple at a reasonable discount, and all seemed well. Oh no, I'm fucked! That is until I took my first bite, and none that spread through my body like wildfire. I collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak a single word. The vendor and his fruit had suddenly betrayed me, yet I knew not how. He had it in his bite. As I fell, a woman's shrill laughter echoed a few yards away, and the vendors soon followed. Never saw the woman for myself, what with the whole not being able to move business, but between her laughing fits, she mentioned of a heart sting or some such. Oh, you poor dear. And there's someone you mentioned. You're positive she spoke the word heart sting? Surely as the wind blows. For mercy, neither she nor her vendor fiend trying to steal my belongings, but they've certainly stolen my dignity. Let these conniving charlatans get what's coming to them. It's a dangerous fruit we're dealing with. First blindness, now paralysis. First things first. Let's just escort this man home. You might not pursue the perpetrators further, then have Garrett here, alright? My head hurts a lot. There's no doubt about it then. Our thieves are at large right here in Limbs of the Minza. The blinding toxin is simple enough to master, but it's unsettling how quickly they've learned to inflict paralysis as well. I don't see what purpose it all serves. We ever learn anything of their motives? They're shit stirrers, because they didn't even do anything again. They inflict their victims pain with nothing more. At least nothing more than we know of. Whatever their true aim may be, we must discover it quickly, before its victims suffer at their hands. They must adapt to their environment if they wish to snare their prey. But I have so much to learn about this place. Still, I've tracked them this far, which is a good start. For the time being, I'd like to petition those officers in yellow for any new information they acquire on the Heartstings whereabouts. When we come across any promising leads, I hope I can count on your support again. Yeah, lights and everything are not doing well. It's particularly bad right now. Ugh. Ugh. I had a stream like this. See how good the camera works when the lights are not on? We just do this. You can definitely see me very well with the lights off. Spooky ghost fire. Ooh, there we go. Now it's atmospheric. Though having a light like this shining directly up here is not helping. But it does look cool. It does look cool. Where can I have that that's not shining like direct? No, that's still shining directly in my eyes. No, doesn't really work. On the microphone. There we go. There we go. That's still a very bright light. That's still a very bright light. See, the thing is, actually having this light off is helping. Having this light off, like the main light for the camera, stream by candlelight, having that light off is definitely helping. I can immediately feel a difference. It's just, you know, you can't fucking see me. You can't see me. I have become the John Cena. Bum ba da bum. Just turn off the cam. It's fine. No, I don't want. No. The whole point of me like having the camera is so you can see reactions and facial expressions. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. What is it like if I turn on the other light in the room? If I turn on a different light in the room, how well does that work? It makes that very bright. It makes that very bright. How about that? What if we do this for a bit while my brain stops exploding? There we go. Godly pride. That's because there's a light sconce on the wall, like right where that is. So it's just very bright there. We're running on this until my head stops exploding. Because, ooh, it's not good. It's not good. Again, that gives you an idea of how fucking bright this light is. It gives you an idea of just how bright this light is. It's probably the fact that I've had it on for like so much of yesterday. and then just like sleeping like shit both yesterday and today, and then just having it on again today. So it's like, yeah, combine that all together. No. Causing problems on purpose. Lashkana seeks a word of advice. Now you get a third day of Bright Light. Well, that's my thought process of I should probably minimize it today, so tomorrow for the raids, it's good. What if this is just the rest of today? What if we just do this for the rest of today? Thing is, I can't turn on, like, the light in my room. There's the light for my room that's, like, not on a wall. But I can't turn that on because that light doesn't work properly, because give it 5 or 10 minutes and it will start flickering. And the headache that will give me will be way worse than having this light on. Say, Manifest, can you spare a moment? I'll try to start on a positive note then. The good news is that there have been no further incidents involving poisoned fruit. I should be happy about that, but it's not exactly conducive to tracking down our thieves. It's my best attempt. My investigation is a little standstill. Manifest! I bring news from the Crown Tower. A lot of fellow men match the description of that fruit vendor was seen leaving the city with a Huron woman. It seems they're making for Alport. We've increased patrols of late, so I had to guess culprits are finding it harder to operate within the city. Seems a force will withdraw them for the time being. Alport, you say? That's on this island, isn't it? Yes, that's right. It's also get there on board, but the ferry by Fishermen's Guilds can take you straight there. While we Yellow Jackets must continue to keep an eye on things here. So rest assuring though, the venture like Manifest Excalibur is on the case. If you plan to pursue the suspects, Aleport's your best bet. Oh yeah, Aleport, let's get more alcohol in our system. I don't have ale on me, so I can't do that. I said I should get back to work. I was honored to meet you and your friend Manifest. Safe travels to you both, and give those crooks a good thrashing for me. But do you have port? No, I don't have port either. I find it really hard to find a port that I like, because there's a baseline level of port flavor that I like, of like what the grape aspect is, but there's something about when it becomes alcoholic. Like there's something about the specific alcohol taste that's derived from the grape, I feel. That's the thing that I don't like. Because like I can drink port and be like, there's a part of this flavor that I really like that I can identify as like the port flavor, but the alcohol part of it itself is like, I don't like it and I don't know what's going on there. Like I can drink port and be very much just like, there's a part of this flavor profile that I really like and then part of it that I really don't. And that's been the case with every port that I've tried. At least I think all the ones that I've tried. Cities protected us by so much trust in your abilities. I'm lucky to have you on my side. When first we set sail for Eorzea, I feared never see the hut singing again. But we're one step closer to bringing it home. In any event, we must find our way to the port town before that pair of troublemakers defiles another fruit supply. I'll go ahead and take the ferry. Meet me in Alport once you're ready. I'm wondering, can I do anything to the brightness of this to change this? Well, that doesn't seem very useful. That doesn't seem like a very useful brightness setting, I'm not gonna lie. That seems kind of useless. Saturation. No, that's just changing my color. Snack up on Brynhilda? Alright, let's go. Let's go. We are not getting everything done today. We are by no means getting everything done today. Fucking backflips. Brynhilda! Brynhilda! I know I can change the exposure, but that'll fuck up the frame rate. I know I can change the exposure, but the exposure will change the frame rate. So yeah, it gets like noticeably worse. Although 4's okay, that works. Okay, I think that's a good balance. Can you fly me there? Thank you! And away we go! Is there any PFs for it? No. A lot of people doing Savage of old content though. Yeah, this exposure works. This is acceptable for how bad it is. Next page. I thought I looked up here. Oh, there's one. There we go. If you're wait, I was about to say if you're party lead, could you join that one? and like, I forget if that works. If you're party lead and like you join, does everyone get from our party go into that party? Because I think that does do that. My PS4's been turned off. No. I'll turn down the volume for that. Wasn't me joining the party while we were grouped. Ah, okay. Worryingly few amount of people. Wait, there's another one. With a porksy on their head. But it doesn't show all duties on top of the first page, and there's nothing it moved to page 2. Which is, I think, rather silly. So now it's on the first page. So many lesbian bars. So many lesbian bars. Let's see what Adventure Play looks. Well, okay, immediate Nier Automata reference. There we are. Immediate Nier Automata reference with the message. Let's go. Do we start trying to murder so we can get at least something done while we wait for other people to join? Oh, someone's... Oh, we have to get this to work. Fucking someone's got the fate buff. Someone's got the fate buff for the war, and the war boss is here. Come on. We need to clear this for them. And me slowly getting some bicolor gems because I'm still not started my actual shared fate stuff yet. For Dawntrail, which I probably should do at some point. Do we need people to like go to the cities and shout chat? I think we're gonna kill this. If we don't start killing it soon, I don't think we're gonna have time. Eat raid food. Eat raid food. I keep forgetting about the explosions in the middle of If you're getting basically they want to be in a tip box. Oh, inside. This got pinged in the hunt Discord. Well, that should hopefully help. That should hopefully help. Touchdown! Oh, so that, okay, so that was a, okay, so that was, yeah, that was a cleave on one side and also move. It can also do that. Got a bearing wearing 2 bombs now. Why is that? Does it do a half room with that sometimes as well? But I'm not seeing that yet, but that doesn't mean it doesn't. Oh, so, oh! Okay, so what happens there, it was out on one side and in on the other. It can, oh, that's what it is. It can, yeah, okay. So if you were on the left-hand side, you wanted to go in. If you were on the right side, you wanted to go out. Okay, so it can, so that's what the difference can be. So they're both going to be in. That's okay. Now I know what I'm looking for. Each individual tendril tells you what it's like. That's what it is. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Okay, got out of the way, so yeah. That was last time. That was. Again. I have to do the same thing again. Go. Save. There we are. There we go. I'm getting it, I'm getting it. I'm starting to understand. That's still like nearly caught up to us. Terrifying. Terrifying. have enough focus or what. We're getting in there, we're doing it. Bangwood? Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna stop swinging there. I thought you were gonna stop swinging. You came around one more swing. God damn it. This is a fun fight. This is such a fun fight. I love this one. Still, yeah. Oh, it stopped. Oh, it stopped. Oh, Jesus, I was so fucked. No, inside, no, almost got. Ooh, oh, Jesus. Got you good me in the middle. Got you good me in the middle for that one. Fast for that, Jesus. We're fine, don't worry about it. How do we get this twice in one day? Tailwood, there we go, yep, okay, that worked. I was like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do the runaround. Fangwood. Don't know how I managed to get away with that. Don't know how I managed to get away with that. I was for sure thinking it's like I'm gonna get snapshotted by that. I'm not gonna get out of the way in time. And I just barely managed to. So y'all are very randomly going up here, but I guess you already know this. Even trying to pay attention to this, the tiredness is getting to me. And I'm shocked I've been punished as little as I have. For not being able to... Oh! No, never mind, I'm just never punished. Let's go! Woo! 2 in 1 day! 2 in 1 day! Let's go! 2 in 1 day! Well, there we go! Capybara's done! Capybara's done now! Yay! That was simple. That was simple enough. Give me my kababa. Moerpiara whistle! When blowing this whistle emits a laid-back tone that calms your Moerpiara to your, calls your Moerpiara to your side. Let's go! Yay! Look at him! It's fully grown Moerpiara, Capybara in certain other parts. Was wandering alone in Shaloni when it sat and swallowed whole by the Durali Vidral Corona. It was swallowed whole? Or deliver the creature you appeared and put it down to devour, but it could be digested. Now Lindsay was back out of a sense of duty. It was eaten by that? No, I need to get the other one 3 times in a stream. It was eaten whole? Excuse me? Tony was hungry. Alright, well, back to what we were doing. Back to what we were doing. We'll go back to the Ebolas again. We'll go back to the Ebolas. I'm gonna spot over the airport. gonna say, is it gonna make me take the ferry? I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it'll force me to take the ferry. Yeah, capybara! Look at it go! Look at the speedy capybara! Look how fast it's moving. Capybara made of speed. Capybara made of zoomies. It's very capable. Capybara, let's go. Anyway, we ran them out of town and now they're on the way to airport to put more people to sleep. Not sleep, paralyze them. Sleep was the other one. Oh, there you are, Minor Fist. Where did you go? You're a welcome sight among such unfamiliar scenery. The very good was eager to tell me all about this area on the right here, so I believe I have a general idea of what's what. Wouldn't want to lose my bearings on a hunt this important. I asked him about our merchants, but he said he hadn't seen a pair like that. Skipper did mention another merchant though, one who's well versed in the comings and goings of his fellow traders. If anyone cited our unlikely duo, it's him. Let's have enough to put us onto the culprit's trail again. Merchants we seek should be peddling his wares by the gates of Skull Valley, so let's start there. Again, the question has to come up of why is it seemingly that the only thing that the villains are doing is inflicting people with ailment and nothing else? I put people to sleep for the purpose of putting them to sleep. I paralyze people for the purposes of paralyzing them. Imagine the script description. I think we found our merchants. Yeah, can I help ya? A lot of fun in here and traveling together. I've spied them. Though I've never seen them before, it certainly made an impression. They sold some potions and elixirs to a pair of fresh-faced adventurers on the cheap, from what I could tell. My merchants are really hard culprits. Those potions are most likely tainted with toxins. Toxins, you say? That don't bode well. Vendors who bought them, a marauder named Wasilum and a conjurer named Zarek, already left for their next job, so they'll escort one of the local farmers over to Swift Perch. They got diets, two of them. And they've easy for the small folk here ever since they arrived. I hate to say something happened to them. Something to warn about the potions right quick. They were doing their leave quest around here. No. Leave that to us. Leave that to us. So Perch to the southeast here, yes? It's fine before the poison takes hold. The thing I love about Walker Dawntrail quest is how they keep old areas alive with new quest storylines. I do like that. It is quite nice. I'm surprised it also is. I can't stay long, but please, find lights for it's too late. He rides field for a Rogan and Marauder, and a Huron Conjurer on the road to Swift Perch. Bad we Whistlam and Zarek. Me and my world's fastest capybara are on the case. World's fastest capybara. Running around at the speed of sound. Got places to go, gotta go to Swift Perch. Shit. Shit! World's flyingest capybara accidentally. Marmots! Quick, art of war! Quick, change strat! Quick, baleful benediction! Art of war is a gain on 3. Royal 4. I lend you my aid. Phew. Thank the gods you found us when you did. Those potion sellers must have swindled us. One draft of elixir was all took sends Eric into the most furious fit of hiccups I've ever seen. Poor bastard couldn't get hiccups. Who are you calling a poor bastard? Everybody himself going at 35 kilometers an hour. That's a very, very fucking fast capybara. Holy shit. Passing toxins at work, you should be able to cleanse them with Essence, just like last time. Sorry, did you say... Oh, so well playing time chat after Zerix up up and up a storm. And ask more of you, but if you could cast a sooner on my partner, much appreciated. Despite being a healer, he has no idea what the fuck that is. Bloody too close for comfort. Save us our ass, lads. I can speak again! You have my thanks! Bloody hells. First of all, it's a hard earned coin on poison potions, and now there are killer marmots on the loose? What's the world coming to? Who goes there? Show yourself! Like, show yourself, someone says it sooner. Impossible. They really want you to know that, hey, you should cast as soon as. Oh me, oh my, how spear-wielding friend is sharp of eye. More people in crafter gear. You're the fraud Tormenting bot! Why yes, and watching your scoring compatriot suffer was a highlight of our evening. I admit the poison was meant to silence him, but hiccups was comedy at its finest. Perhaps he reacted with the venom. Regardless of that, I feel fun from the results, so I shan't complain. Venom must be a thieving cowards from the passage of the unbound. Oh, my sweet fairy apple, you know us? I suppose that means we're famous. I can't believe it. Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, I can. Indeed, I am the Passage Unbound's alchemist extraordinaire, the illustrious Ellerette, and I'm so very, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Coconoa at your service, Ellerette's helping hand and master of marmots. Like I was ever so familiar, my dear. Ah, don't tell me you hail from that little village in Tormenting, don't you? Goodness, you've come a long way. How's the voyage? Enjoying the sights? Enough! You'll explain to do something the reason you took the heart sting. It's part of your organization's grand scheme. Literally just Team Rocket. Oh well, the apple bites back. To shoot my unbound compatriots, however lofty ambitions, yes. But I'm not interested in overthrowing nations. I merely crave the mires of chaos that promised me. I chose to believe we didn't see the Lava in the evil team introduction because he was too small. I need to bring more laughter into this dreary world. One mischief, and a few handy poisons at a time. Coconoa and I are having oodles of fun expanding our repertoire of toxic traits. There's no greater kill to our thrills than a healer who can whisk our hard work away. Unless, of course, our strikes and even she can't cure. Oh, I do love a challenge. Now, I had to leave you, my dears, but our work here is done. I'm a busy schedule ahead of us. Marmots man, venomous misdeeds, master. Ta-ta for now. You have volleyballed these away before, Manifest. Just handle it. Manifest, you've volleyballed one of these before. Come on. What are you doing? Oh, that stench. She smells just like a corpse just shat itself. She robbed Nashu. It's really evil. So it is too much to bear. Take me home to the 12 Sword Westland. The air is cleaner there. Oh no, you don't give out on me, Zarek. We've still got a job to do. Must get my can't wait any longer. We're in your debt. Thank you again for everything, Miss, Oshkana. And this is Manifest. Take care of each other out there. I almost feel like I need a power nap. Much like I tracked down the Unbound. I know better than to tread further into their territory without a plan. For now, I think it best we return limbs to Liminza. I almost feel like I need a nap of like an hour or two. But also, if I take that long to do that, then we're totally fucked for like getting shit done today. Can't just have a day where I feel normal, huh? Can't have a day over these days where I'm trying to get everything done where I just feel normal, huh? That's just not allowed. Jesus. I didn't recognize the song, but yay! Music. Is this where you're gonna hang out each time? Why are they insisting on these spots and limbs are being in spots that are just like near nothing? Why are you insisting it over here? Thinking of your spot back there, Manifest. Said it truly does work wonders. That Elorette, got some thinking about what she said. My blood boils on this awesome sick game to her. How dare she thought the hearts thing for her own amusement? Honestly, even the youngest children in my village have more sense. Still, we did make progress. No villains have revealed themselves. Be easy to give chase when they choose to make the next move. In any case, I'll give you a prize the latest news as soon as I hear it. We'll be back to the hump before long. Do I take a nap? Do I take a nap? Problem is, I worry if I take a nap that I'm gonna sleep for like 5 hours. That's what I'm really worried about. Living among the deadly. I was kind of staring wistfully into the horizon. Oh, it's you, Manifest. You'll have to forgive the down mood. I don't understand it. How's that Elorette and Kokonoha can so grandiosely reveal their names and identities, yet I remain unable to track them down? Been following the latest hearsay, but I haven't had much luck. My soul's seen them since the incident with Whistle and Zarek. But that's not to say I've given up entirely. Now that I know I'm on their trail, I suppose they'll using my unfamiliarity with this island to their advantage. I dare say they're lying low outside the city. That's why I've proposed a trip to the Robbie Dry Docks. Folks here often speak of it, but I've yet to go there myself, so it seems a good place as any. If you're game, I'll meet you there. You can go there and check in on your island sanctuary. I don't feel good. I don't feel good. Where the hell's could he have gone? Oh, there you are, Manifest. While I was waiting for you, this fella came asking for help. Sorry, Chubby, my little brother's gone missing. I could use a hand finding him. He said he wanted to see the chips I made, so I started showing him around, but the next thing I knew, he was gone. Lad's probably got himself lost. But that poor dear. I know it's not the hardest thing to consider, but I like to touch this man's brother, if that's alright with you. Much appreciated. I'm sure we'll find him all the faster with your help. Yeah, I mean, thanks. Probably wouldn't say Buddha or Goose, so I doubt he lived at Oxford's own. He's a operator hell like mine, so you know him when you see him. We'll give an eye. I know you're itching to search for him as well, but can I ask you away here in case he comes back? Let's split up so I can cover more ground. Good luck. I feel real bad. I feel real bad. I'm scared. Where are you? Huh? You here to take me back to my brother? You found the little one, Manifest. So glad he's safe. I just want to see the chips my brother was working on. I thought I could see them better from higher up, but I lost my way. Sounds like you've had quite the adventure. But you're very brave today, so I'll tell you a secret. Even grown-ups get lost. I have an awful time learning my way around somewhere new, even with a map. Really? I guess I'm not the only one. A smile. Well, I see those. Now, your brother's very worried about you, so can you promise me you won't go wandering off on your own again? I promise. I should say sorry to my brother, too. Let's take him back then. Your lifesavers, both of you. You deserve a proper reward, but I ain't got much to offer at the moment. I hope I don't need a coin, just some information if you have it. Have you seen a hero woman at Lalafell Manor at the docks in recent days? One's an alchemist, the other a goldsmith. They'd likely have a few marmots with them as well. If not, have you heard any rumors of food or drinks that cause ailments when you consume them? Blindness, or one-day blinding stew, perhaps? I haven't seen or heard anyone like that. So I know I can't more help. That's alright. No, I haven't been around the docks is equally helpful. Well, that's good at least. I hope Brandon and Navigator, you both find who you're looking for. Anyway, two of us ought to be at the know. Thanks again for everything. Good fortune and safe travels to you both. I haven't eaten anything after eating that stew. No word of the unbound. But at least we can help those brothers. Should not let their curiosity guide them, which means they'll naturally wander off on their own adventures. Don't blame that man for worrying as much as he did. Someone tells me you speak from personal experience. I do, in fact. I'm the oldest sibling in my family. I can't tell you how many times I've had to search for my brothers and sisters when they were growing up. Now that I think on it, I barely even told you about my family or my village or anything, really. I'll be happy to share a few stories if you like. The ocean views are beautiful, so you may as well enjoy the scene a bit and relax. My people are from the northern valleys of Dawntrail. We're a close-knit community of hunters for the most part. Children are given spears, well, practice ones, before they even learn to walk, and we own our tracking seals from a very young age. But is that surprising? It seems like an ancient to me, but then again, I've gotten my fair share of surprises here as well. Our village rests in a veritable sea of poisonous plants and animals, so the slightest injury on a hunt can prove deadly. Thus, it would be prudent to begin our training as early as possible. You know, no matter how skilled we might become, accidents are inevitable, and the heartsing proves vital to our survival. Not only does it produce poisons, it cleanses as well. In the right hands, it can dispel some of the deadliest natural toxins known to mankind. The heartsing allows us to lead a quiet, peaceful life, and lands where others dare not tread. Yes. I suppose that's why I never imagined someone like Eorzea would take that away from us. When I left, our village food source was well stocked, but I can't bear the thought of my younger brothers and sisters going hungry. Must return the heartsting as soon as I can. Those things. I wish to bring back their smiles and make them feel safe again. Just as we did for that young boy. In any case, thank you for listening. Taking off home's put me in good spirits. As long as I remember who and what I'm here for, I'll be alright. I know it. But I've been giving you long enough. I think it's time we made our way back to the Limits, don't you? Aww. Aww. She's a sweet one. I think I'm gonna have to have a actual proper break of stopping the stream. The headache is starting to get worse again. I think I just need to... Yeah. It bad. It bad. There's the machinations. That was a much needed reprieve, but we'll need to plan for our next destination soon. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Whistle. It's good to see you two again. What brings you to the winter? Nothing of import, really. Just a bit of restocking before our next job. We happen to spot you along the way. Didn't want to miss the opportunity to greet our heroes. Our client arrived swift perch in one piece. Thanks to your time and assistance. Indeed. Well, I regret that you had to see us in such a pitiable state. We're both grateful for your aid. And last we met, you spoke of pursuing the two charlatans, did you not? Yes, that's right. I saw a precious alien from my village. So I'm doing everything in my power to return it to its rightful place. That's why of it. Bombastic as those two were, I wasn't saying hi nor hair of them in no what sense. Yes, it's like ours. Right, I feel they won't stay in the shadows for long. We'll sniff out any suspicious incidents while we're out and about. We'll keep them informed. I said no to the extra pairs of hands around the island. I've made my base of operations here in the city. So if you ever even hear a peep about poisoning, you know where to find us. Well, we're not found any leads on Eorzea, but I'm glad we have a chance to chat. Oh, with the Slim and Zarrigan outside, things are looking up. But now I'll get in touch with any find allies. If any news on our culprits, I'll be sure to let you know. Okay. Yeah, straight up, I don't think I feel well enough to continue streaming. I'm gonna have a nap. I'm straight up just gonna go have a sleep. I will try to come back and continue. I will set an alarm for like an hour. And if my body wakes up then all good. But yeah, because I can't, like, between just like I'm falling asleep even worse than I was yesterday, and also just my head's in enough pain that I can't have the fucking light on. Like, I think I need to take that as a sign as I need some form of rest before I continue, because I feel like shit. So yeah, I'll kick back to the stream when I can, when I wake up, because I feel awful. Again, I did mention in advance of just like, I'll try to do these 3 days in a row, but if I can't, that's entirely possible. And it's a lot worse than I thought it would be. I mean, admittedly, like, a big part of it is just the fact that the last 2 days, I've slept like shit. I've slept like shit the last 2 nights, so that does not help. That doesn't help the situation at all. But I'll try to have a small nap, and I'll try to come back reasonably soonish for a nap. And we'll continue with the role quests, and then the other stuff. And all the other things that we're going to do. So I will do that. I shall return. And we are back. It's been an hour. I went to sleep. I had an hour nap. And it's been an hour and I've actually come back. I feel a lot better. The light's on. You can see me again. It's kind of wild. How long was the last little episode? Because we do have a limit of like 12 hours. How long was that bit? 3 hours, 45 minutes. So like 3.5. So 9.5 hour limit for this. So we don't actually go over 12 hours. We're talking about getting our crafted gear. Because that's going to be the big thing. I don't want to have to worry about like micromanaging my gear. Like when 8.0 comes out, I don't want to micromanage my gear as I'm leveling. I just want to like focus on getting like best in slot as they add new shit. Full high quality crested set was about 4.2 million, but since it's equal eye level, the top orange strip gear, I think I'm at the right level to tackle doing it myself. Oh, so when I bought it, it was like 20, 30 million, something for like the whole set. But again, I have money. I don't have many things to spend it on, so fuck it, why not? So anyways, what we were doing was helping this lady. We had the one guy who got paralyzed. We helped them. We had the people who got. We had the person who got the hiccups, and we helped them. And then we had the guy who lost his little brother. I don't think that had anything to do with the actual heart sting. I don't think that had anything to do with the heart sting. We were just talking about the heart sting. We just spoke about a backstory. At the time. Lashkana nearly jumps for joy at the sight of you. Manifest, am I glad to see you? You've been sitting there asleep for an hour. I just received word from Whistlam and Zarek. Our culprits have finally been spotted. It seems the thieves headed for Upper Lenosha. I often make my way there as soon as I could, but Whistlam and Zarek said I should hang back for now. Once I've got enough information, I'll be heading back to airport. Let's go and see what news they have for the show. We didn't even cast a sooner to get the brother back. We didn't even need to cast a sooner, so you know it had nothing to do with the heart sting. I gotta start doing vocal exercises for streaming. At this point, not even just for like all the vocal cords, because I'm pushing those, but for the mouth to give it like stretches. That's when I realized my macro has been has a useless great try has been cast with no quality moves after. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's not a Whistlam and Zarek yet. I don't mean to assume the worst, but I admit I am a bit worried. I knew I should have insisted on going. I don't want them injured on my behalf. I say we head out and find them. Miss Laskana! Terribly sorry for the delay. Whistlam! Zarek! Thank goodness. How'd you fare out there? You found Elorant and Kokonoa, yes? Oh, we found them alright. But it didn't take long for them to find us. We were set upon by Kokonoa's marmots. His mechanical menagerie greatly outnumbered us, and it may very well have been our end. Death by marmots is an ideal way to go, mind you. So a retreat was our only option. Cowardly though it might sound. We needed to ensure we could keep you aware of the culprit's whereabouts. Before they spotted us, they were stuffing their little metal army into a skiff bound for Camp Bronze Lake. Mark my words, they're plotting something new. Of course, it's entirely possible to seek a quiet route to East Lenosha and wish to bypass Bronze Lake instead, but a thorough search of the camp would be wise. Alas, the enemy faces far beyond our capabilities. So this is as far as Whistlam and I'll be able to go. Sorry we couldn't provide more decisive information. Honestly, I should be the one apologizing. You've risked life and limb for me already. I never meant to push you past your limits. You didn't dwell on it. We're as eager to bring those criminals to justice as you. Indeed. We shall, at least, take pride in knowing we can point you in the right direction. But we should take our leave for now. Whistlam and I ran most of the way here. I think I speak for both of us when I said we could use a comfortable chair and a hearty meal. None can maintain your strength, my friends, but I beg you not to underestimate that of our foe. Go well, and may your determination guide you to victory. Hell yeah, comfy chair. Oh hey, you're back, sup Spark. I had to sleep for an hour, and I feel a lot better. Camp Bronze Lake. Very skewer spoke of the place my first time here. We sure and seek passage before Eloraz and Kokonoa elude us again. Capybara. Capybara. Only is Capybara, so I'm gonna fly there. I'll fly there. Remember Sistasha? Remember Sistasha? Man. Nostalgia. Nostalgia. Hey. I do think Upper Lenosha is still one of my favorite ARR areas. What about her? How we Sasha Tasha? I do think this is one of my favorite ARR areas. I love the little like the little swampy area there, and like the little hidden thing behind like the waterfall, the little village there. The just giant skeleton in the wall here. This giant ocean that like you can swim through, and now you can go underwater for no reason. Yeah, the underwater lake there is still nice. Nostalgia still hanging out in Solution 9. I also am a big fan of the actual camp over here. Again, like this little swampy area that like leads to this like cool thing. Like the actual little hot springs area that you've got over there. And there's one thing that I think about for this area. And it's also just like, you can see all of outer Lenosha from here. Like it's right there. It's literally right there, and it's and you can like recognize points on the map that you can go to from here. It's one of those things of, if zones were made for the ARR areas the way they make zones now, this and outer Lenosha would be just one gigantic area, and it would be sick. Just all of this and then all of outer Lenosha would just be one giant zone. Something lost with how big zones are now. A lot of little details are harder to capture in them. I think they're doing a better job capturing it in moments in newer zones, but I think Heavenswood is really impacted by it. Heavenswood zones really do feel like they're trying to just be as big as they can be. But they're very big and they're pretty flat and there's not a lot happening there. No, you can go to the map and just like look at the zones that you go to for like anywhere in Cactus. And it's just like a big flat circle kind of thing. And then you go to even Abelarthia's Spine. Sea of Clouds is kind of interesting, but it's also a pain in the ass to traverse, and Azizla is what it is. But like, again, Dravanius is like kind of big flat area. Heavens would really want to flex flight, yeah. Yeah. Azizla still haunts me. The one Aether in the very top corner of the map, and nothing that you ever go there for is in that first quadrant. One deal I like that you can see Cashmere Marinum from the top of the tower in Southwest Cactus. That is cool. That is cool. Yeah, there's certain aspects of just like little zones where they, like in ARR, because they had small zones, they really needed to like fill them and make sure the whole place was utilized with areas. And not even every zone in ARR succeeds at that. But a lot of them do, whereas future zones is definitely an element lost to certain zones for just being, like, they're big for the sake of being big, and then it's just, like, the detailing not being as nice for some of them. And running violence feels like the real fuck you learn to fly zone. Oh, hey, look! Look, it's the dancing Mamuja! It's the dancing Mamuja! There he is. We found him. What a lovely camp. Now, if I were a half-crazed alchemist with Heart Sting and a new scheme up my sleeve, where would I hide? Inside the waterfall. It's just mirror the pigs flying in the sky. Oh no, they got them all high. It hurts to laugh. I do that doesn't bode well. It's the upper levels of Minifist, quickly! Poisoning the springs! You truly are the lowest of the low. You flatter me. This is a little poison, really. As a treat. I'm afraid I couldn't contaminate all the water here. We're having oh so much fun with our shiny new hallucinatory toxin. So away from the springs of Manifest now! Protecting the healer, are we? How sickeningly sweet of you. Be able to watch your step as well, my dearie fairy apple. Lest you find yourself seeing stars or Well, she's gonna have a little poison as a treat. Alright. Is auto miss. I know you look absolutely hideous. Or should I say adorable? Why, you're as funny as a porcelain doll. They poisoned themselves. What the hell's you on about? Oh, very interesting indeed. I believe I may have poisoned myself. Now there's a predicament. You are in hot springs, which means water vapor. And guess what? Here it goes, antidotes are red at the base because I forgot to bring them. You're your own worst enemy. Do you know that? That's just a retreat before you decide to dive headfirst into the springs for fun. Unbound scum! You think we'll allow you to walk free after all the chaos you've caused? This may be the lowest stakes of all of them so far. But it's also actively trying to be silly for most of it. Well, yes, actually. Have you seen Elorette? She's no say contend with you, and I've never been one for rough and tumble. Of course, you're going to give chase. Why do you have no qualms about leaving these poor souls to laugh themselves senseless? Oh, retreat where we must. I would call today a rousing success. Worry not, my dearest bushel of busybodies. We've plenty more tricks in store for you and the entire island. Smoke bomb. You know, normally you throw a smoke bomb at your own feet. Not at other people, but they're literally just pulling pranks. Like, quite literally so far, it is just a prank, bro. Whew. I don't sense any toxins in the water anymore, so the spring should be safe again. Will the toxins affect the local wildlife? The local F's having a laughing fit would be honestly kind of funny to see, but seeing as Elorette suffered from a taste for her own medicine, I doubt she's mastered much of the Heartsting's power. As such, any poison she produces from it would be relatively weak. Most of her handiwork is already evaporated with the steam. One might compare it to the way those awful unbound smoke bombs dissipate, and thank goodness they do. More capable hands, however, the Heartsting's poison remains active unless dispelled with a sooner or another form of antidote. Same permanence applies to its cleansing abilities for our food. Yeah, there's much on my mind, but I think we have bigger problems to address first. Let's make our rounds to the camp and talk about our next steps. I'm gonna have a look around the springs and ensure the toxins are gone for good. Could you ask you treat any victims come across? Like, at least for this one, all of the cutscenes that they have of the unbound, like, of the villains here are very silly. That boom of the Magitech armor? Okay, well that's... Okay, well you're talking about military shit. None of you... No, none of you... No, alright. Really fun bet. This goes out really nasty bug for a bit where if you didn't do the as soon as certain order cutscenes just wouldn't trigger, you had to abandon and redo the quest. Damn. Secret puzzle quest where you have to work out the right order to do things. Everything hurts. Someone please had this nightmare. I said, much appreciated, madame. I wasn't even near the water when it was poisoned, but toxic steam must have drifted this way. One of the rumblings about mysterious marmots roaming about the camp recently. I was more than a little apprehensive, but I never expected those marmots' masters would do something so cruel. Your efforts are helping us put someone behind us, and for that you have my thanks. I can't simply let you administer this aid alone. I shall enter remaining victims as well. Sneeze. Sneeze. Laugh weary Lalafell. Please make it stop. I can't breathe. Bah. Thank the gods. I was about to nearly lock myself to death in a placement for healing. But at least I can breathe easy again. You're chasing after the ones who did this. He's very brave or very reckless. But I'm inclined to assume the former. Anyway, all that laughing's exhausted me, so might as well take a break from my soak. Thank you again for your kindness. May the navigator keep you. So this is why we're Scholar. We're next to Wanderer's Palace. We can see the Wanderer's Palace. This is why Scholar fits this questline. Befuddled bather. What comical costumes you all wear? What humorous dances you dance? It's all too much to bear. Bam. My costumes are compatriots. They're gone. Farewell, my visions. May you revel on in my memory. They say laughter is the best medicine, though I feel far worse than before. Many thanks for putting an end to it. I think I've earned myself another soaker, an extra flag, and a mulled wine. Pleasant travels to you, healer. Out the door. Just kinda... So far we've got a rage-baiting Redditor, a petty woman, a parody of other villains from this game, and 2 chaos gremlins. How threatening. Again, the rage-baiting Redditor is definitely the best one because of what the questline is. This one's doing a better job than the last ones because all of the cutscenes involving the villains are wacky. But this questline is still, I would say, not committing hard enough to the bit. The Rage Beta has been by far the one that is committed to the bit the most, and it's by far the best one so far. Because the whole storyline is like that, and you get extra pieces. Again, you get like little Namazu things, you get characters you've met before involved in it with like Sadu and Magnai and stuff like that. Like you get to parried it, like someone turns, like she turns into you at one point. Again, it's just they fully commit to it for that one. And there is still like an emotional heart to it, you know, like there's like the character that you're meant to be helping has turned out to be mimicking a dead person the entire time. There's still an emotional heart there. There's still a character journey for the person that, like, you know, helping take down the bad guy. So you don't need to not have that for the silliness of the storyline to prevail. Again, it's the same with Hildebrand. Some of Hildebrand's villains get pretty freaking serious in terms of, like, what their goals are. I mean, in ARR Hildebrands, they're trying to, like, start a zombie apocalypse to make up for the fact that Uldar, like, destroyed Sildir. So you can still have, like, those serious moments or, like, the big... like or big stakes, or like, you know, bringing up serious lore for the game while still having the silliness and have it still work. It's just that for most of this, they're just not committing hard enough to the silliness. The silliness is a small piece, and it's not enough to like make it just a silly, wacky, zany storyline. But it's just enough to be an awkward contrast to how serious the rest of the questline is. Like, the woman with the sleep is by far the biggest example. Like, she doesn't even threaten to injure or harm anyone other than, like, you specifically. She's like, I want to tear down the entire, like, temple knights, and I'm just going to put them to sleep, and none of the temple knights are at threat of, like, having anything happen to them. But she talks about wanting to kill you when she puts you asleep. But, like, there's nothing silly in that entire questline other than, oh, look, they're passed out in the fountain. It's a big flip from the emotional weight of the Shadowbringer and Walker ones, and I'm okay with that. That can be fine. Like, the problems here have nothing to do with, like, the fact that it's emotionally, like, there's a less emotional weight behind it. The issue has nothing to do with the fact that they're, like, silly. It's the fact that they're not committing hard enough to what they want to be. How goes the healing manifest? Wonderful. I'm glad it's soon proved effective. For my part, I've given the springs a thorough look. Toxins have dissipated completely, so the beta should be safe from here on out. As for Eorzea and Gokunoa's antics, I've had a moment to reflect on everything. Now that our work is done, do you have a moment to chat? I'm more versed in the numbing and blinding potions we use in our hunts at home, but something kept telling me about Eorzea's toxin. I've never seen anything like it. I had no idea it even existed among the Scorpion's gifts. Eorzea may be inexperienced, but the fact is she's learned to inflict hallucinations is cause for concern. Still, we're trying to look on the bright side. She's yet to discover the Heartsting's cleansing properties, judging by the way she couldn't cure her own ailments. Knowing her as we do, I reckon she only has toxic trickery on her mind. Gokunoa, however, handled himself surprisingly well despite his exposure. Like, listen to the music that they're playing right now. They're trying to be like, this is a silly storyline. Listen, we're playing the silly music. But we're also just having a conversation. There's nothing silly happening in the cutscene. They're just trying to get across the idea that this is a silly storyline by just using silly music and just being like, oh, by association, that means the questline's silly. It's not committing hard enough to the bit. It's using shortcuts to try and get across the idea. Rainbow Questline had this music. Was it during a silly moment? Gokunoa, however, handled himself surprisingly despite the exposure. Do you recall the man in Limbs Laminzo who ate the poisoned apple? Young Gokunoa took a bite, yet never suffered its ill effects. You must have some manner of immunity, but how? Reminds me of Teflon Sultana's life. Traditional Dudesfolk families often drink poison teas to build tolerance. This is like a known law thing. This is a known law thing. My favorite random piece of lore. How intriguing. So instead of using an heirloom like the Heartsting, the Dudesfolk train their bodies to endure fatal toxins. I'd be interested to try that tea, as long as I had an antidote in hand. It's fucking Princess Bride shit. It's Princess Bride shit. Lol, if our mums put scorpion venom in children's milk. The Lemure's HQ BGM. That was this music as well. I don't know if Gokunoa might have had that sort of upbringing, but it would certainly explain why Eorzea tricks don't seem to affect him. It's really well for our teacher, not sure how other races know it though. If you know, my village would everything that consume potentially lethal food or drink without drawing on the heartstrings power. Yeah, Dudesfolk do it gladly. The more I consider our different approaches to poison, the more fascinating it becomes. Swanky spy music, not silly. I guess it's just coming across as trying to be silly because of the context of the rest of the the rest of the questline. I guess I'm just thinking of this as silly music because of the context of it being immediately after the very silly cutscene of the woman poisoning herself with laughing gas. Also association with Hildebrand. I have a feeling the bathers won't want to overhear talk poisons after what they've been through. Why don't we continue the discussion in Laminza? Yeah, my bit still stands of just the main issue here is just the lack of commitment. You did Reaper way back in ARR? No, I didn't do Reaper until Shadowbringers. Right, keep getting it there. I didn't do Reaper until Shadowbringers. I unlocked it in ARR, but I didn't actually do the questline until Shadowbringers. One of those, as we go through the expansions, I was kind of doing each questline at the level of what it was, regardless of like when it came out. So like in Stormblood, we did everything that was 60 to 70. Yeah, we had to go all the way to Heavenswood to even do the job quest. Yeah. Phew. I know I've been anxious to ascertain our thieves' whereabouts. Things escalated far quicker than I thought. Your presence throughout the whole deal was welcome, one manifest. What was not so welcome was Eloret's parting words. Whatever she has planned for the whole island, it can't possibly be good. Her acts of mischief have only grown worse since I arrived in the city. Must take the heart sting back before she causes any lasting harm. Of course, it was Weiselm and Zerg's efforts that led us to Eloret, so I have to thank them when I get the chance. In the meantime, I'll do what I can to track down our unruly thieves and report to you as soon as I'm able. Downs by the river. Lashkana is carefully planning her next move. Manifest, I'm glad you're here. I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough in our search. Or I'd like to think so. This won't come as a surprise, but Eloret and Kokonol went back into hiding after the Bronze Lake incident. For all their grandstanding, I wasn't expecting them to lay low for so long, but I doubt they'll keep it that way. Fortunately, we have prior experience to guide us. Until now, culprits have traveled all over Vilbrand. They don't appear to be retracing their steps. I guess it also attracts many visitors, so that seems like a likely target. They say it's owned by an entrepreneur named Gegi Ruju. I was going to ask if he spied anything out of the ordinary. You're wearing a new top for your sage outfit. Nice. Itchies. Itchies. Face itchies. Speedy capybara go brr. What picturesque scenery. I didn't expect the Coast of Del Sol to be so grand. From what I gather, Gegi Ruju should be just up ahead. I suppose you're already acquainted with him. For better or worse, yes. That's not very encouraging. But as long as you're on good enough terms, I'm sure we'll be fine. In any case, let's be on our way. Half of the time we interact with Gegi Ruju, the questline ends with, and fuck Gegi Ruju. So, I don't know if you'll be happy to continue seeing us. Well, isn't our favorite intrepid adventurer. What business brings you to my abode? Oh yes, I did spy that lovely specimen over here. Alas, I was so entranced by her feminine wiles that I cannot recall any such entourage of Lalapel and metal marmots. Gegi Ruju, being Gegi Ruju? Ah, would that I never drank that wine she so gracefully gifted me. A single sip and I saw oh so many stars. I thought them wonderful in those first blissful moments. I partook of the drink among my retinue of kittens. Yet as the rush of stars subsided, I found myself surrounded by a flock of unfamiliar faces instead. FF14, no context. At first, I presumed the wine caught up to me faster than I anticipated, but time passed, and the unknown faces stubbornly remained. I dashed across the shore in terror. In the midst of mayhem, I could hear her, the wine-wielding beauty, maniacally laughing in the distance with some other chap. I fear these cackles would be the last thing I ever heard. Which is precisely why I found it appropriate to slap the sense back into him. Hey, what's going? Judging by the way Master Gegi Ruju was darting around at the time, I expect him in his cups. Drank the old bloody bottle too, so if you wish to investigate the wine itself, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Can you blame me? Questionability of her wine aside, that woman was immaculate. A sight for sore eyes. Any gentleman, the taste would have fallen for her tricks. Gegi Ruju sees one blonde woman is immediately ready to risk it all. Though we may lack the drink in question, we received reports of marmots roaming Raincatcher Gully not long after the incident. If you intend to go investigate this further, you'd certainly be doing us a favor. He needs away with marmots is promising for us. We'll give the gully a look and relay to you what we find. Godspeed out there. Our next destination is clear, but before we depart, mind first, might I have a word? Always a pleasure, Gigaruju. Always a pleasure, my wise cat. Based on Gigaruju's account, safe to say Ella discovered a new poison. While similar to the story talks on cheese in Bronze Lake, it strikes terror into the hearts of its victims instead. I have a bad feeling about this. She's gaining proficiency with the heartstring at an alarming rate, so I must tread carefully when next we cross paths with her. As for the marmots, Crocodile doesn't seem the type to send them wandering around aimlessly, so I think they're bound to have some clues on them. We could track those marmots down and catch a gully. Maybe discern what those two are planning next. You know, one thing I do give these Unbound quests credit for, though? Giving us a series of threats that, like, the Warrior of Light can't just overpower smash through. Because ever since Endwalker, Dawntrail, like, ever since Endwalker, 14 needs to be very specific in terms of what type of threats it introduces to the game. Because, oh, it's so strong, the Warrior of Light can't do it, is just not feasible anymore. So you have the stuff in the Void, where it's like, the Void itself is a challenge to overcome. But also, the thing is, you're helping Zero. The thing is, you're helping Zero. You're trying to help Zero, like, achieve what she can and reach her potential. And also, you're trying to save Ashdaya. So there are threats that, like, just your raw strength can't just, like, beat up how powerful it is. All of Dawntrail, you could smash a lot of the threats that are in the way. It's just, it's about, well, Clamart, you're trying to get her to achieve these things. If you just do it all for her, she won't learn what she needs to learn and everything like that. So now we have the role quests where we don't have the excuse of we're helping another character because they introduce, because there's one character for each one. We're not with them long enough that the whole premise can just be helping this character, and also we can't do that bit too many times. So the fact that, like, oh, let's give all of the villains a power that you can't just brute strength defeat is quite nice. It is definitely considered in terms of just how do we make what the villains do here still a threat, like in some capacity where, like, they're a worry that needs to be stopped, where it's obvious that just, like, the Warrior of Light can't just, like, beat the ever-loving shit out of them. Because, like, we've gotten those hero moments still. Like, you know, when we fight Golbez, it's obvious we're going to win. When we fight Zeromus, we go into that knowing that, like, even the other characters are just like, no, Warrior of Light's going to stop Gomez and defeat them. Golbez, come and help us. Or even when we go to fight Sphene, it's just like, we're winning that fight. The issue is that we just, you know, it should be Will Clamart doing it, not us, which then she comes through and everything like that. So now we have this where it's just like, oh, well, it inflicts maladies or does different things where you can't just, like, punch it hard enough to win. Which, for how many future expansions they're going to do, I'm curious how many different ways they're going to be able to maintain that idea of just each expansion having threats that are just like, oh, the Warrior of Light can't just punch this thing. Oh. More marmots. Because, you know, the idea of just, like, is the Warrior of Light strong enough to defeat these threats? That, like, premise was used quite a lot. Like, even if the Warrior of Light was, like, singularly powerful, the idea of, but is the Warrior of Light strong enough to do that, was still used quite a lot in prior expansions. Like, the fact that the Warrior of Light was able to beat Thordon at the time was seen as just like a, literally, how the fuck did you do that? When we went to fight Nidhogg, Hraesvelgr gave us the eye and then also was like, I don't know if you needed it. Obviously, the entirety of Stormblood as Xenos, and, you know, you literally lose to him twice before you even beat him. And then you get the Shadowbringers, and, like, the threat is just, it's Emmett Selk, and it's just, yeah, someone on his level of power, behold, a Sorcerer of Eld, like, can the Warrior of Light actually do this? And even in Shadowbringers, at that point, they're already realizing, we can't rely on just, oh, can the Warrior of Light be strong enough to do this? Let's do the light poisoning thing. Is the Warrior of Light strong enough to withstand that as well? At any point, I'm going to start with us getting paint on our hands so we can't punch things anymore. I think we've cleared out the mammoths. Now there's your hunt. Comrades are report dealing Gilbrand's every waterway. They're going to try and poison all the waters. So they've been keeping a record of the island's rivers. Oddly enough, moments I came across a patrol on the river as well. Now they tested their poisons on bronze like springs. Do they mean to take to the rivers next? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. One of us, watch out! My, that dart was laced with a potent numbing toxin. But nothing bruises our favorite fairy apple, it seems. It never ceases to amaze and annoy me in equal measure. I thought she was blonde. I'll be honest, I forgot she wasn't blonde. For some reason, I thought she was blonde. In my mind, she was blonde. Now I'm realizing she's not. Oh, okay, never mind. She's not have the same amount of immunity as I. The village was positively bringing poisonous flora and fauna after all. I have a request for you, my dears. Would you please give up on your little trinket? Pretty please. I think we're revel in the fruits of my devilry. You continue to spoil my every attempt. And trust me, I despise our conflict as much as you do. Indeed, do you think we enjoy watching our finest moments suffer at your hands? Enough. If you truly wanted to end this, you'd hand over the heart sting. Scorpions gifts weren't meant for a petulant, childish criminal like you. Fine then. No more Mr. Nice Ellerette. But answer me this. Who have my antics killed, Who? No one, I remind you. So why must you refuse me? Why must the world refuse me? Why can't I just annoy and, like, frustrate everyone around me with no consequences? Our blighted society has never looked fondly upon my love of mischief. For years I despaired until my unbound failed me and its leader granted me the greatest gifts of all, love and understanding. Really is just a prank YouTube channel that no one likes. As long as I remain unbound, I care not what the wretched masses think. I shall play my tricks as my heart desires, yet all who stand in defiance will know my wrath. That includes you, my dears. My next game will finally plunge this on into the chaos I so desperately crave, and I'll stop at nothing to see it realized. Coconut bomb! It really is just a prank, bro. Sorry to wish you manifest. Sorry to worry you manifest. I'm feeling much better now. I'm ashamed I didn't sense that moment's presence quickly enough, but I'm glad you came out of the ambush unscathed. That aside, I wish they didn't use such putrid smoke to make their exits. I know my nose and my stomach can take any more of those awful bombs. With Ellerette and Coconut all gone, I doubt we'll be able to find much else here. I'll return the host of our soul and reform them the latest. Again, it's just, I don't think they're committing hard enough to the bit. I can't, it's hard for me to, put into words of just being like, oh, where should this quest line take this to lean into the bit more? How should this quest line do things to make it sillier, to lean into its, like, absurd nature more? I can't really put that into words, but it's very much the feeling that I have of just like, it feels half committal. Should I put the Gigaruju? It also, in some capacity, feels like that each one of these was written by a different person. I almost have to wonder if each of the role quests were written by a different person. The level of commitment to the bit and the level of... when we do get some commitment to the bit, even the way it's executed feels different. Like, none of them feel like the melee DPS one. The melee DPS one had, like, unique cutscenes, like, specific bits that were going on in, like, several moments. Well, also, and also, like, the melee DPS one was also, like, the most emotionally impactful one. Of just, like, this woman died and this other woman was, like, impersonating her to try and, like, live up to what she wanted to be, but then through her own abilities was able to, like, overcome her own weaknesses. I mean, even, like, the concept of, oh, the problem is that she just needs fucking glasses, is, like, that's, like, a character moment of her realizing that, no, you aren't, like, worse. It's just different people need different things, and you now have this, and it helps you. And, like, that's a character moment for her to, like, succeed. But also, the idea that it's just like, oh, you had the power within you all along. You just needed glasses. Is a very silly thing to do for this game. Like, that's not... like, that is a silly, like, revelation for the character to learn in the context of what the rest of 14 has been about, like, its characters growing and stuff like that. Back already? How fortuitous. Or ominous. Or both, even. I think you found those wayward mammoths. Yeah, they're planning to poison the entirety of Vilbrand. Surveying Vilbrand's waterways, aren't they? After recent poisoning Camp Bronze, we have reason to believe the culprits are planning to make Vilbrand's rivers their next target. So culprits are one and the same then. I had my suspicions since I caught wind of the incidents at Warmine Springs. Regardless, this bodes ill. May not know which of these rivers they'll strike until it's too late. Well, I shan't have any more preposterous poisonings. So we prudent to inform the Maelstrom of these potential horrors. The one who poisoned you. Her name is Eorzea. She stole something precious from my village, and I must recover it, no matter the cost. If you learn anything of her whereabouts or her plans in the coming days, anything at all, I'd like to hear of it as well. Else bound to find her, eh? Brave one you are. Oh, I couldn't possibly deprive a lovely lady of the information he requires. Worry not, my servant shall sally forth in your general direction the moment they hear of Eorezea's newest misdeeds. Thank you. That'd be much appreciated. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but we can't afford to let Eorzea and Kokonoha elude us any further. Come, Manifest. It's back to Limbs and Lemons with us. It's now dawning on me, is she wearing the Viper starter top? Is the top that she's wearing the starting gear that you get for Viper? Like the snake bite or whatever it's called? Because I swear that's what it is. Or it's similar. It could possibly be like the Heavensward Valyrian set. The shit where it's like some of it's meant to be like looking like Han Solo, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Loud. Let's see if YouTube picks this up. Hell yeah. Things with the recruit NPCs for these are named unique people with the exception of Tank, you barely spend time with them. Yeah, like the tank one shows up and it's like, I'm here and I'm now part of the story. And all of the others just like, oh, I'm here. Go find someone else in Eorzea. It is a bit strange. Ruby couldn't go out of scouting with the same model as Valyrian stuff and got used as side of Viper armor. Okay, so I'm correct. I'm correct in multiple ways. I'm correct in multiple capacities. I do recognize it. Yay. Hey, Medion. That's kinda... Thank you as always for your support, Manifest. Yeah, Giruji was interesting to say the least, but I'm glad we obtained the information we needed. I don't know why I allowed Elorette to say her piece. Should have slowed my pain and taken up my spear. Could have apprehended her right then and there, and yeah. There's no more room for mistakes. The longer Elorette lurks in the shadows, the greater the threat becomes. Countless lives are at risk. Next time we find her, we end her tricks once and for all. For now, remain here and await the news from Costa del Sol. Hey, we got mesquite juice for it. An antidote for anarchy. Lashkon is anxiously waiting words from Costa del Sol. Hello there, Manifest. I've been on the lookout for anyone from Costa del Sol, but nothing yet. Perhaps we should travel over there ourselves, just in case. Mrs. Manifest, Mrs. Lashkana! Forgive me a sudden entrance, but I bring a message from Master Gigeruju. Your quarry has been sighted in Isla Nosha. Oh, well, I'm glad you didn't leave early. Thank you for bringing word. Where in Isla Nosha were they last seen? Master Westkite received word from Mistress Brayflux, a trusted associate of his. Yo, Brayflux! But all a number of inbreakers with fighting tools and tinkerdolls infiltrated her long stop. We have little doubt the inbreakers and tinkerdolls she speaks of are Elorette and her true. I see. Then best we find this Brayflux and soon. Indeed. We're going to find her by the entrance to her long stop in Raincatcher Gully. My master and associates wish you good hunting. Yo, we're going to reuse the dungeon set piece. We're going to use the dungeon as a set piece for the final battle. It's like how we did that for the Alamigo fight. And also, actually, we did that for the fight against Magni with Bottom's Metal. Did we do that for another one? Where did the tank fight take place? What area of the world was the tanking fight? Was the tank even in? Oh, Sea of Clouds. No, that wasn't. Yeah, so that wasn't in a dungeon. It didn't go to Neverreap or anything. That was just like in the corner of Sea of Clouds. The only one that didn't reuse a dungeon for its final set boost. We're getting more cheese. Let's go. Perhaps she'll have more to tell us. Let us be off. Brayflux is coming back. How long has it been since Brayflux has been like actually shown up as a character? There's Brayflux Hard. There's Brayflux Hard, but I'm trying to remember the last time that Brayflux showed up as a character in the game. Because, like, the other company of heroes. And welcome Matro. Oh, because the entire company shows up. Yeah. Right, yeah, of course, yeah. Because I was going to say, we've seen other, like, company of hero characters just randomly show up. Like the Lancer dude came up in some random quest line. But, like, yeah, literally the entire company of heroes was there for Endwalker. I forgot about that. Literally the entire company of heroes showed up with the captain as well, yeah. Right, that did happen. That did happen. Brayflux Ultox! A blended copy friend returns to Longstop. So this is Brayflux. I thought this reminded me of a Moblin, but I got a bit of a scolding for that. Not mobbies, she said. Gobbies. Yes, gobbies. Gobbies require hand landing to backstrike at Endbreakers. Endbreakers bring big flock of Tinkerdolls to search for water gush. Water gush. Does Elorette mean to poison the island's water source? This must be why they're researching the rivers. Toxins are strong enough, anyone or anything that draws near the water would grow terribly ill. All of Vilbrand would fall in disarray. Poison makes no good for Gobby Flock. No good for Vilbrand. Narrow hearts in needed of many punishings. This goes far beyond trickery. Must end Elorette's ambitions here and now. I doubt she'll come quietly, and this is Heart Sting at her, and she has Heart Sting at her disposal. With your aid, Manifest, I know we can take it back. As soon as you're ready, we'll storm the long stop. Ready to storm the long stop? Let's go! Let's go! Hello? There they are. Oh, I knew bringing those bits and bobs for battle was a good idea. If you're after some manner of surrender with heartfelt embraces and handing over romantic heirlooms, you've come to the wrong long stop, my dear. Oh, shit. That cave is the source of all of the water there. It's somewhat funny that everyone treats these idiots as threatening. You monster. You plan to poison every waterway and build a run, don't you? Of course. Drink let poisons you for a few bells. With the healthy helping of these tantalizing toxins and a dollop of events alchemical process, poof, this eyesore of an island will get a taste of my finest work yet. My latest masterpiece neither dissipates nor evaporates, and no amount of inherent immunity can save you from its influence. May be safe to touch, but one tiny sip will have you begging for mercy. As I jest, by the way, I won't begin to describe what manner of havoc the experimental dose has wreaked on me, but I will look forward to seeing how it affects the general populace. Oh yes, the residents of Limsa and its adorable little hamlets rely on this water. So very many people blissfully unaware of what's to come. And every single one of those wretches will be at the mercy of our malice. Every single one! If she unleashes these toxins in the waterways, it's going to end up far worse than Dawntrail. The only wretches I see here are you two. Your precious scorpion once hunted prey with these poisons, yes? Perhaps I should learn from its example and revel in the thrill of the chase. Alright. Time to actually murder. I suppose that's make you to back away. I'd rather watch the chaos unfold from a safe distance. Why'd she change clothes? I guess because she's battling now? These venomous gifts keep on giving. My very aether is infused with their essence. So now, my dears, unbound Eloret's Venom Heart. It's time I hunt you for a change. This music is less silly than the one we had for the person with all the, with all of the. No, never mind. Never mind. The silly music's here. Never mind. The silly music's here. Never mind. The boss fighter's got the silly music again. I was about to say this music's less silly than the person who had multiple tanks. Never mind. The silly music's back. My dear sweet fairy apple, I'm afraid you've soured on me. Prepare to die. Pesky problems call for alchemical solutions. Gods, that's bitter. A little poison never killed any. Oh wait, I lied. Well, ow. Asuna. Asuna. Indomitability. For my next trick, oh Jesus, okay. HP recovery down, oh no! Trying to break out the Eloret special. This song's bound to take their toll if she's not careful. Oh, I know. Why don't we set your heart to spinning? Well, I can't Asuna that one. Whee! What a marvelous mess you're in if you don't hurry. It'll only get messier. That's actually fine. Get poisoned. I've only just begun, my dearies. Plenty more where that came from. Okay, get out of there. There we go. Oh, my head. Yeah, she's poisoning herself with this. Oh, I don't even have my fairy out. Eos disappeared at some point. Yeah, let's get some actual fairy healing now. Oh, for the love of fucking poisoning yourself! Oh my god. There's a few more drops. The amount of buffs and debuffs that she has on herself right now. Sacred Sword covers the entire battlefield now. Sting of the Scorpion. I'm bleeding. Oh, no delusions! Catch me if you can! Oh, they did the thing with the aggro bar as well. My favorite Kingdom Hearts world. Can't fool me that much, unfortunately. Not the one I meant, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Desperate times, as they say. I'll summon the defective marmots. I'm sorry, the what? No, not me! Faulty little shites! Okay. Oh, okay, she's actually getting kind of fucked up. Oh, we got Shiva. Why does that not... Casting's on her. Some of my casts I'm noticing are not going to her because I got the giant Adlo shield. Oh, I think I used Recitation before. Like, I think I targeted her, then used Recitation, and then used Adlo. Probably what happens. There we go. Always harder to heal NPCs compared to actual party members because they target differently. Cast this sooner. Wait. Oh, on this? Oh, he died. Okay. I didn't read what it said. I didn't read what it said. I didn't read what it said. The targeting continues to be the hardest part of healer solo duties. It really is. It really is. And will never not be. Just put them in the party. There we go. Such terrible power. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. There we go, simple enough. Trying to give it the recitation X-Hog, and that's what I do like for the really big deals. These will blow up at some point. There we go. We're doing fine. It's just I didn't see what I had to Asuna for the other thing, and I think that's what like got us killed. Give it the big X-Hog recitation. Wretch. Oh. Oh no, delusions. There we go. Simple enough. Defensive moment, some blood. Get chained. Make sure always the dreaming stays up. So do I have to cast Asuna on when the poison bottles appear? Was I casting Asuna on her? On her, okay. Get chained again. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Yo! Hell yeah. I'm hurting myself a little bit, but... There we go. Jesus. Well, we don't have a lot of room to move now. Get her an X-Cog. My tonics, they betrayed me! Oh, she got hit by all the... Yeah. She over-poisoned herself. Return the heartstring now! Oh, feels so good. Yay! Let's go! Let's go! Me and bad breath. Yay! Yeah, I missed an Asuda and she just died of poison. I guess she didn't have much health before that. The specific nature of how Scholar works, it makes it harder for solo duties. Because I definitely fucked up some casts there by trying to do, like, do the soft target, go to her, and then I press one button, and then the targeting just goes back to either me or the boss. So I wasn't hitting her with all of the stuff I was meant to be doing. Although I guess when I ad-load myself, I could have done deploy to give her at least something, but... Enough, Hellorites, we must get what we still can. A smoke bomb, quickly. Fine, have it your way. Wait, that's a goblin maid! It go gobby boom! Boom! And then they fucking died. Team Rocket's blasting off again! That is the most Team Rocket ever! Holy shit! They actually disappeared to a star! That is the actual Team Rocket shit. All the poison bottles are still on the ground. The Marmots of Meowth. This is the most Team Rocket it's been. She left quite a mess behind her. Other than the heartsting can't detoxify though. Let's hurry and clear away the poison. I would put this as second. I'd put this as my second favorite of the role quest for Dawntrail. It doesn't commit fully to the bit. It doesn't commit fully to the bit. I wish it was a little more. But it commits to the bit a hell of a lot more than the two that we did yesterday. It's a real UI miss that you don't get added into a party with NPCs. That's what if they were in a party with you, it'd be so much easier. Because also you could see their debuffs and their buffs in your party list other than needing to target them. Like, I just need to be confident that I've healed, like, that I've, like, got an X-Cog on her, or that I've assumed whatever she's currently got. Because without also just going back and targeting her, I can't tell. Where if they're in the party list, you use the same controls as normal healing to target them and heal them. And you can also actually see what they have. It's one of those things where if they actually put them into a party with you, then it would make the healing job quests and then role quests actually train players how to play healer in normal duties. But the way that it is now, it doesn't. You need to learn how to heal for NPC duties as a slightly different, less intuitive thing than healing for, like, normal duties. It's bizarre. There you are, Manifest. We came running over once we heard the explosion, but I'm going to see you're none the worse for it. Elores and Kokonoa picked up the wrong explosive. We should consider ourselves fortunate that goblin bombs resemble unbound smoke bombs. Shaka, goblins and friendly faces win the day. Inbreakers go flying skyward. We made our runs along the stop as well. Enemy marmots probably in the place have all gone lifeless. We feel a bit on keyboard and mouse, so still even then they still use the keyboard or click the party list instead of clicking on the on people in the world. Yeah, because you go to click on someone in the world, you don't know where the fuck they're going to be. Your party list will always be in the same spot. Or keyboard and mouse people straight up have macros in the party positions next to who they next to who it is. So they just click the macro next to the person to just like soft target, heal them, and then it untargets. I've seen plenty of people do that. They just put a fucking macro next to the person in the party list to make it easier anyways. And that just changes based on the job, like, of which thing you're going to be using the most for that. I've seen people do that for dance partner too. The treasure is safe, I trust. Yes, thanks to Manifest support. The type of people who will, like, actively in the middle of a duty see who's performing better and actively change dance partner based on who's doing better at the moment. Or like, oh, I dance partnered someone, but then they died, so they've got the death debuff, so let's target someone else until they're better. Oh, this person I targeted is like 7th on the aggro list. Let me target someone else. Very good. Should those troublemakers survive the impending fall, they won't pose the same threat without it. If they haven't showed their sorry faces around here again, I'm notified the Yellow Jackets to be on the lookout for them. They send their regards, and their deepest gratitude, of course. We did it! We saved the day from prank shows. Control scroll wheel cycle through enemies quicker than spamming tab and shift scroll for party members. Bashaka, big thanks Uplander. Many big thanks. The Heartsting is safe again. Thank you for everything, Manifest. And thanks to you too, Brayflox. Might not have found Elorette and Kokonoa without you. Bashaka. Brayflox happy gives hand landing. Important for all good gobbies to offer hand landing to fellow gobby friends. To honor be counted among your gobby friends. Now, as eager as I am to get the Heartsting safely back to Tyrell, I'll say my goodbyes to everyone here first, if that's alright. While someone Zerg deserves to know how everything transpired in the end. For one thing, shall I make our way to Airport? Bye, Brayflox. Bye, Brayflox. Brayflox gets big help pats. To Airport! To Airport! Fuck, man. I believe that trolls are over, but I've never been good at farewells. Manifest! Good to see you, Michelin Khan doing well. See, here's what I'll say. I think, like, this might be my second of, like, the role quests here. I will say, Loesch Khan is definitely the weakest of the, characters that you're with across all of them. Loesch Khan is definitely the weakest of them all. No, big personal develop she's got to go through. Like, she had one quest line where she mentioned a backstory of, like, helping out the village and stuff like that. Not enough, like, different interesting quirks of her personality to, like, have anything going on. Like, she's definitely the most, like, forgettable of all of them. She is there to be like, I am stopping the bad guy, and not much more than that. Again, it's why the melee one stands out so much, because it's not just that the melee one stuck to the comedy bit the best by having several unique cutscenes that lean into it heavily, but it also had the best, like, it also had the best, like, sidekick. I don't know if sidekick's the right word, it feels a bit mean to call them sidekicks, but it also had the best sidekick. She had the best arc in terms of, like, personal struggle she was dealing with and everything like that. Oh no, Geot wins. In terms of like all role quests, Geot wins handedly. Geot wins handedly because not only does Geot have like just like again, Geot leans into the bit of the funniness of like, you know, the drunken dwarf, but also Geot is like emotionally a very impactful one. Like seeing her go trying to hug the ghost as it fades away and everything like that as she's crying is just like holy shit. Grayson's also really good. Grayson's also really good. Well met, you two. Up there's the hunt for Eorzea. And then the Endwalker ones are all about, like, you know, state leaders. So they've already had plenty in the past. Though $4 does get particularly good treatment in the Endwalker ones. Like, I mean, $4's character arc finally finished. She let go of the metaphorical chains holding her back of, like, her regrets. And then also, like, loses the collar as the symbolism of that. Something flying, did ya? Now, those are what I call good tidings. Do you think they'd confuse a goblin explosive for their own smoke bombs? Ha! Serves them right, I say. With Mishlosh Khan's alien returned, we can breathe the collective sigh of relief. I find unpleased there'll be no more risk of poison elixirs. I wouldn't wish those hiccups on my worst enemy. By the way, Mishlosh Khan, I knew you traveled quite far to get here, but I didn't realize you hailed from Taral. That's quite a voyage. Will you be heading home soon? Yes, that's right. Vilbrand's a fascinating place, but my village is probably worried sick about me. And the Heartsting too, of course. Though your time here was short, you'll be sorely missed. We still have much to learn, but one day perhaps we might find our own way to Taral as well. It's also been a hot minute since we've seen like fresh-faced adventurers. Like ARR-arse adventurers. You meet them every now and then. I'm just like, here's an ARR adventurer, yeah. Every now and then, it's like, here's another ARR adventurer. Like, here's another character in universe who's like starting like their own ARR journey. That isn't like Wookamots. Same robes everywhere in Eorzea. Let's hope they don't become the plot of a deep dungeon. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that'd be wonderful. And when you do, I look forward to hearing all about your adventures. Even the Garleans have robes. Look, they really liked potato sacks in A Realm Reborn for some reason. And you! We had a feeling you were no ordinary adventurer. Imagine how surprised when we learned you were the savior of the realm herself. One of our Yellow Dragon acquaintances boasts about meeting the warrior of light while investigating the cereal poisonings. And that's when it dawned on us. She sends her regards, by the way. We're arms ago before we reach your lofty heights, but God's willing we'll try to rise to the challenge. Indeed. Give me much to aspire to as a fellow healer. Just don't do what the last healer that I inspired did. He's not your husband, is he? Or to be wed? Don't take off his head and like keep it on wear it on your hip. Don't do that. I should do my utmost to follow your shining example. Be well, you two. May we meet again on distant shores. Thank you both for your help. I'll never forget it. Summer is ended till you're well. It mean the world to me if you'd come too, Manifest. I wouldn't report our success in Pine without you. Bros, let's go. Sooner or later we'll be taking our adventures elsewhere. And when we do, we hope we'll cross paths with you. Your inspiration to heal is their own over, Manifest. What? Where they, like, don't start healing until, like, fucking late Shadowbringers. Together with Wisdom, I hope to dedicate what ability I have to aiding those around me, as you have helped us. I mean, I still failed the healing quest once, because I just didn't realize that she was being poisoned so fucking quickly on the big attack. But like, it's a far cry from when I like failed the fucking level 70 scholar quest over and over and over and over again. It's a bit different from that. That's not canon. Oh, Zenoani! You moved to the other side. I'm excited to share a book with my family. Then to read my next visit home. Let's have another one of our storytelling sessions. Our regulars are eager to learn more of your adventures. As am I. You were standing over there. This is Zenoani's character growth. Moved to the other side of the bar. See, this is what I need. This is what I need to find in Visit. I don't need just to go to a taco place. I don't want to go to just a taco place. I want to go to a taco bar. I want to go to a bar where we can enjoy a night of revelry with booze, but also they serve tacos. That's what I want. The other boss is up in Living Memory Goblin. Oh my god. Gonna be nothing but Fate bosses all day. Oshkana! Manifest as well! The combined presence here can only mean one thing. Manifest and I have brought the Heartsting home. So you have. Regret that I cannot assist you, but I am relieved that all is well. I was going to express my gratitude to you both. Hey, Fire, what's up, Kona? I'm doing okay. Stream ended for an hour because I had to go take a nap, but I'm back and I'm better. Taking the Heartsting was no easy. Taking back the Heartsting was no easy task, but I learned a great deal on my journey to Eorzea. One of the Unbounds, a man called Kokonoa, possessed an inherent immunity to poison, built up by years of regularly ingesting small amounts. Rather than relying solely on Scorpion's gifts to detoxify us, perhaps we might learn from those traditions and build up a stronger immunity of our own. It'd be prudent to prepare ourselves in case something like this ever happens again. We're to continue living among the deadly. Perhaps it's time we found a new ways to overcome the challenges we face. That's our character growth, by the way. We should poison ourselves. Vaxxed. Throughout my life in the village, I thought I knew everything there was to know about the Heartsting, but now I understand Scorpion's gifts can easily become a curse in the wrong hands. Its power can poison a single water source, threaten countless lives on a whim. It's already at 80%. It's dying that fast? Fucking hell. Yet at the same time, its detoxifying powers can save just as many. I began to wonder, could the Heartsting provide succor outside the village? Should it? Or will the risk prove too great? Excellent questions all. Knowing what the Heartsting is capable of outside our borders, we must consider this carefully for the future of our people. I'm certain your father wishes to speak more of it upon our return. As you can see, our community is much considered where to keep thriving. But for the moment, I'm simply glad the Heartsting is back in Tyrell. I can't thank you enough for your help. Until I met you, I never hunted alongside a healer, but knowing I had your support filled me with courage. Yours is a heartening presence, one I'm going to miss dearly. You have my gratitude and my trust manifest, now and forever. Aww. But as much as I'd like to, I won't keep you any longer. Nightpine and I have a long trek home. I wish you all the best, and I hope, no, I know, we'll meet again someday. Aww. Yeah, big fancy shot of Tulia Lal. Let's go. An antidote for anarchy. Well, that's one role quest down. That's one role quest of 4. A heart stings a heavy burden. No, we don't get a title for it, so no point checking. Alright, one last one. For combat, at least. Suhi! Any job preference for this? This is Caster. This is Caster Blaster. I'm gonna blast some Caster up the ass. I'd say pick that for no actualism beyond it's the new one, sure. I was gonna say, as long as it's not Summoner, because my Summoner Gleam is, like, not good at the moment. We'll have to wait until I'm guessing 7.1, but 7.2. What are your job outfits themes like? For the most part, most jobs try to be a mix between Minifest's general aesthetic that she has with the job aesthetic. Most jobs try to be a balance between the two. So Minifest's aesthetic, it's like, the Minifest aesthetic starts at pirate and then just takes individual ideas of what the pirate aesthetic is. And I try to blend at least a couple of those elements with what the job aesthetic is also like. So like for pirate aesthetic, it's like big hats, long ass coats, ruffles, cravats, frills, and everything like that. Knee-high boots. And then you can be like, well, pirate stuff can also go into nautical stuff, like, and so nautical navy stuff, or just general seafaring garb can do that. So like for this outfit, you know, we've got the hat, we've got a fancy hat, we've got like we've got a bit of a puffy shirt that's got a bit of like the frilly cravat part around the neck. We've got some knee-high boots that are going on there. You got some frills going at the bottom of the top there. We've got some like semi-loose pants that are like buttoned up there. You know, it's not explicitly pirate stuff, but there's elements of like nautical seafaring pirate adventurer aspects that are in there, while also trying to be looking fancy like a painter. Well, it's also just like seeing this outfit. If someone told you, oh yeah, this is like a high class professional painter for some aristocracy thing, they'd be like, yeah, no, that also works. Again, it's why I think I've done a very good character, and my glams are really good, and why I get complimented on glams so frequently in my game, because I blend my character. Like, my character has a very defined aesthetic that is consistent across most of them, while also I usually look like the job. Gonna go make some dinner, okay, figure out what I have to eat for dinner. Always the hardest part of it. Always the hardest part of the choice. I love this pictoglam. The one thing I don't like about it is I like that these sleeves hang. I like the part, like these little black parts there hang down the back. I like that they do that. I don't like how stiff they are. I wish they interacted with physics. I wish there was more physics applied to the back of like the arms here, because like standing here, why are they sticking out so far? They're awkwardly stiff. I like that they're there. I think it works for the aesthetic, but they are awkwardly stiff. I wish they gave them physics. This is probably the flashiest that I have of my casters at the moment. See, power forgotten. Hey, I was asking this question. Are we gonna go back to all the same zones that Endwalker took us? Or, because Endwalker's now an old expansion, will we use an Endwalker zone for one of these? We're going to Radzet Han. Mound really said, nah, we aren't dealing with Gridania. And you know what? I don't fucking blame them. I don't blame them. Power forgotten. Suhi seeks an adventurer with a penchant from the magical. Ever since Elizabeth said it that way, everyone who plays 14 is now legally required to pronounce it as penchant. Or Dravanya, Ishgard's had enough. We've dealt with it. We've done so much side. I mean, we've done so much side. And no, actually, to be fair, no, we did Ishgard for this as well. We didn't go to Dravanya, but we did actually do Ishgard for one of these, because that was the sleeping one. Never mind. So we still did do Ishgard again. Oh, hello. Did Brook Avius send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Certainly did. Thank the heavens. Judging by accoutrements, you've learned the arcane you're learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we'll need it for your power and wisdom. Truth be told, it is wisdom we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. Like Heartsting, or like even more less than Heartsting? In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger. To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they hoped to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. With the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure, and enshrined it within the village. As the years passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. As our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. So this is very different to the others, where like they use all of the others use them actively in their like day-to-day lives to help the village. This one, they're just like, we don't even know what it does. Gonna go to Tulia for the 8.0 range roll quest. Calling it now. The elementals definitely not do anything. I hate the number 0 on mobile. Yeah, the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trust and stole upon my husband the Treasure's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He is yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts, and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking some of the knowledge she lacks, should the ancient power be unleashed. Please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I'd be forever grateful. There's a mystic artifact involved, count me in. Oh, thank you, thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay in our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Razet Han. Turns out he's just really racist and hates that a dragon's in charge. And so Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there by way of Lims Laminza, with a trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you know. She agreed to stay in Razet Han to gather information until late arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. I think part of also of just like the weird non-committal to the bit, all of the ones that aren't the melee DPS, none of them commit anywhere near as much to the silliness as that one. None of them also commit to the danger anywhere near as much as the melee one either. Like, you have explicit dialogue from Elephant of just being like, oh, don't worry, I've not killed anyone in these attacks. You've got constant dialogue of just like, fortunately, all these people were okay. Suhi's here just being like, and my husband was hit and knocked unconscious. Like, there's very explicit dialogue in most of these to just be like, don't worry, the villains aren't killing anyone. And yet the melee DPS one, you learn early on, oh, by the way, the person you're here to actually help, yeah, no, she got fucking killed by the villain. And also the villain is trying to, like, start wars. And that is also the one that is the silliest of them all. Like, just once again, it just really stands out how the melee DPS one commits both to the seriousness of the threat and the silliness of the situation. It does both of those more than any of the others. It's bizarre. Like, if all of them were as good as the melee one, then it would be fantastic, but all of the others are non-committal in both the danger and the silly. So they kind of just feel like they're half bothering with both of those elements. I have hot dogs but no buns. I think cheese sandwich again? To be fair, the amount of times I've done that this year personally, of just like, what's my dinner tonight? Well, my options for dinner are either grilled cheese or I don't have dinner. I've done that quite a lot this year. But I've also discovered the technique to having really good grilled cheese sandwiches, which is just called use multiple types of cheese in one grilled cheese sandwich. Because I normally I've got American cheese if I want a grilled cheese sandwich, and then I've got Havarti cheese if I want a toasted cheese sandwich. And then usually one of the others that are available there, like a Gouda or something, if I want just a bread sandwich. So like depending on what I'm doing to the bread, I've got different cheeses for different sandwiches. So if I want to make a really good grilled cheese, it's just like one slice of each. Mixing multiple cheeses together in a grilled cheese just makes it really nice. You and you're wanting to dye the Viper coat. The hubris gave you expectations. No! No! Oh, we're starting with the machinations in this one, aren't we? I mean, at least this girl's cute. Are you looking for me? Whatsoever for? I mean, she's Kakul in Final Fantasy XIV. It kind of comes with the territory, huh? But, you know, pink eyes, that's cool. Pink eyes, and her armor actually looks like it's kind of badass. Now you're on the last one. These role quests are opposite to Shadowbring's in terms of gender ratio for its main characters. Just a literal swap. Manifest. And you say my mother sent you. I mean, there's definitely a noticeable thing for Dawntrail of trying to be more focused on women. Dawntrail is definitely them trying to actively be like, let's focus on women more, because you get to like you get to go in the Ultimate Thor with all the Scions, and then you realize there's like 2 women with you. And then the player character for a lot of the fan base. So it ends up being 3, but still. I mean, it's the first expansion where both the main character and the main villain are women. It's the first one. It's only the second expansion where the main villain's a woman too. Like, if you're counting if you count Medion as the main villain of Endwalker, and 2, there is no real main character for it, but I guess it doesn't have one. I'd want to say Vinar, but even then, not really. And Alysae joins us. I don't think she should have, but Alysae joins us going to Alexandria and everything like that, where Alphinaud stays back until we alone. Again, it's a definite noticeable thing of just like Dawntrail wants to have a more focus on women, because people have noticed and are correct that there's like, you know, a lot of male focus in the other expansions. Yeah, I'm not one of those people who is like, I think the developers of Final Fantasy XIV are actively sexist and tries to view like every single treatment of women in every single storyline as being like, and it's only like this because of sexism. I'm not one of those people. I don't think Estelle died in Heavenswood because of sexism. Estelle's death makes sense with her story arc, and primarily, most importantly, makes sense with the themes of Heavenswood. I don't think they killed her off because they were just a bunch of sexists who wanted to get rid of the women. I think that's pushing it too far. I think 14 has what a lot of media has, of just being designed by people who live in a world that has a lot of just like latent inherent sexism in it, and just don't challenge that in their own brains enough that they end up just happening to write stories that are very male focused with not a lot of women characters. Except for maybe Stormblood, but no, it's not sexism in Stormblood. I was gonna say, like, because like the 2 big villains that the story really wants to focus on as being like horrible people are like Fordola and Yotsu, but they have an explicit focus on both of those characters of just being like, look at the things that turned them into this, and like Yotsu doesn't work as a character if she's not a woman. Like, you can't have Yotsu's character be in Stormblood the way that she is if she wasn't a woman, because her being a woman is very explicit to like the sexism in Noma is a big part of what led her down the path that she went down and stuff like that. So that's not like the writers being sexist, that's like the writers highlighting the sexism of the place to like write a character that's been influenced by that. Yeah, it's a noticeable thing in Dawntrail of just like not trying to be like women power, like center focus on like the positivity of like specific femininity. It's nothing like that in Dawntrail. Not that like if you had a story like that it would be necessarily bad, but like that's not what Dawntrail's trying to do. Dawntrail's them just being like, oh yeah, we haven't written like anywhere near as many women characters in this game as male characters. Let's like actively focus and make sure we write some more women characters for the next expansion. You got good women and bad women on both sides of the world. Lacey, Kiri, Fordola, Yotsu. Manifest, can you say my mother sent you? I think she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We've had the legends passed down through our forebears gone. And speak of a Taral Vidral of an owl. Oh my god, Alfessio. That once terrorized the forest, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. Tales have only become more vague as the mist of time has sealed the treasure's origin. And even our village's eldest remembers not but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magics. 0 according to the English dub, yes. Yes, I do remember being told that in the Japanese dub, Zero being non-binary, or at least like not using like explicit female pronouns, is much more apparent. The master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. Agony and sorrow. Slurs by owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now onto the matter of the fee. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made it plain his desire to bring change to Rodson. Naturally, I've started my search here, and I've been seeking anyone who's expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of recent arrival. Self-styled savior of Rodson Han, who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness, and calls himself the Justiciar. Justiciar? This is an actual word, and I forget how to pronounce it. Justiciar? Justiciar? Might be that. It might be Justiciar. I've seen the word maybe like twice in my life, and one of them is possibly in a Dark Souls. It's apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beast which infected that as well. It's been a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. Justice Scares. There we go, Justice Scares. Well, he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting. And I only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. We're just gonna have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest sleep must be pursued. I heard he often gives you speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So shall we go to see this Justiciar for ourselves? It's decided. Here, Yendermud would be a good place to start. Hopefully we can find our next crumb of a clue. Get the mud! Get the mud! Thinking for the Justiciar too. One of the soldiers just went after him. So I just thinking about it in the background while I was like in the teleport menu. Seeing all the different places we can teleport and just thinking of it. What if like all of the focus on the travel cross rift stuff that we're having? Because like, oh, it turns out that like an Asm magic is a thing that like goes between dimensions. What if 8.0 is the Void expansion? I don't know if that would be too soon after the 6.5, after the Endwalker patches. I don't know if 8.0 would be too soon to then go here's Void expansion. But it could be that we use like the magics of like teleporting and stuff like that to be like, hey, let's go back to the Void and check it out. Or maybe it could be a multi-shard expansion. Void got to tie into Mericidia. The next expansion is Void and Mericidia in one. Again, there's been no expansion has been about one place. People always say, oh, Stormblood split into 2 expansions and that's bad. Oh, Endwalker split into like 5 expansions, that's bad. Dawntrail split into 2 expansions, that's bad. No expansion is about one location. The closest you can say is Heavenswood, just because of how close-knit Dravanya and Ishgard used to be. But that's still 2 nations of people you're discussing there. And Shadowbringers doesn't count as one location. The first does not count as one location. You can't say the Shadowbringers is about one thing, because the first has so many lost civilizations and everything like that. You can traverse the entirety of the first that exists left, because the rest of it got fucking wiped out. Need long enough to give everyone free Shadowbringers role quests? Well, that happens with the next expansion. Won't that happen with the next expansion if we get a tank and a healer? Because you'll have Viper and Picto that unlock at level 80. Viper and Picto will unlock at level 8, Do they unlock at 80 or 90? They unlock at 80. Yeah, they unlock at 80. So Viper and Picto unlock at 80, which is enough for it. And then if we get, yeah, they unlock at 80. So if you get a tank and a healer, if we get a tank and a healer for the next expansion, they'll have 90. No healer or tank or ranged? You don't need a ranged. You don't need a ranged. Remember, Shadowbringers only has 4 role quests. Melee ranged and melee physical are tied together. That's how they do the role quests in Shadowbringers. So you only need the 4. You only need the 4. So technically you could have Shadowbringers role quests for free with the next expansion if they do a tank and a healer in one expansion. But I don't know if they'd want to do an expansion that has no new DPS, because a lot of people don't play tank or healer. And it would also mean that on the release of the expansion, you have to unlock the jobs. Like, if it was 8.0 to do that, it would also mean as the expansion's released, if you haven't leveled up others, it would only be when the expansion releases that you can then go do the role quest. It can't be a case of just like, say if it's say they give us a tank and a healer in 8.0, and then for 9.0 they say, by the way, for 9.0 you will need to complete the role quests. Take these jobs if you don't have them, if you like need the levels. Then at least people could get ready and finish the role quests before the release of the expansion. Whereas 8.0 comes out, day of release, people go, I want to do the new expansion. And then the first thing they see is go and unlock the new jobs, then go back to Shadowbringers. Because if it's for 9.0 that we do Void stuff, it could be at the FanFest. They say, this is going to be about Void stuff. The only way we can do Void stuff properly is if we ask you all to do, yes, all of the content related to the Void. We're doing this shit properly. Before the expansion comes out, take these jobs, go do Shadowbringers role quests. Manifest, we're in luck. This voice saw the very man we seek. Seems he gave the same grand speech about saving the people, claiming that danger lurks nearby before venturing forth to combat alone. And beat Eden, and beat Warring Triad, and then do the quests that combine Warring Triad and Eden together. If they did, they'd probably make it like a 7.5 MSQ requirement like CT is now. Yeah. Yeah, also, Ravana and Bismarck EX need to actually be beaten. Which you need to you would probably just unsync because you'd have access to like level 90 jobs, but still. Yeah, the Radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot. So one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. You ran towards the shroud, but you might be able to spot him from Kajaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks, you've been very helpful. It's Manifest. Let's head there and see what we can see. To change the quest at that point, I imagine if they were going to make them mandatory, they straight up would make it so you just need to unlock the quests instead of beating Ravana and Bismarck, yeah. I would not be surprised by that at all. I mean, it's them and the ARR primal ones. They're the only ones that you gotta, like, beat the extreme to actually finish the quest for it anyways. It's already weird that it's like that. See, the thing is, I imagine it might be a case of... I imagine the way that it would likely work. Nobody goes in the Solar now, yeah. Well, to be fair, we've abandoned that place as like our headquarters at this point. I imagine the way that it would be... I imagine the most that they would do would be like... Role quests are required to be... like, you're required to do all the role quests. Maybe required to do Eden. It might be a case of they don't require you to do literally all of the quests, but they might turn around and just say, it is recommended to do these quests before advancing the story. Otherwise, you won't understand what's going on. Now, let's begin our search. So, no, actually, seeing the justice here. I suggest we find the Radiant Host Soldier first. They'll do a similar armor, after all. Alright. We haven't done one of these for a while. Monkey. Monkey. Flower. They can find a way to expose that info anyways. Well, the main thing is just like... Oh, like, if you're combining... If you have the quests that combine the role quests and the other ones, oh, there's a lot that happens there. Oh, no. Fallen Fungwa. They've done that a few times, like we suggest you do even for the Endwalker quest where you went to the first door to Gaia, yeah. Whatever that is, isn't moving anymore. We run the Fiends that just disappears after? What about the dead Radiant Hold. That must be him. What happened? We better get down there quickly. Don't worry, jump off the edge. There's no fall damage in this world. It looks like he got hit in the head with a rock. No, don't worry, Minor Fist. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. No one's dying in these quests. Except for that one lady and the other one. Oh, and this mushroom. Ripped to a real one. Rest in peace, Fungwa. Power of rocks? What happened? You got your shit rocked. Where'd you get Monsieur the Justicier? Do you remember anything? Yes, eventually I found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. Also, thank God that the game has learned how to show us flashbacks without needing to be like, oh, by the way, it's an echo. Thank God the game has realized you're allowed to just have flashbacks and they don't always need to be an echo. Fancy armor. Fancy PvP armor, let's go. At last, the Justicier race is granted Han. I shall bring unending peace to this beleaguered land. Are you gonna go for like full tokusatsu with it? It's got the echo filter, it does. It has to be sepia, otherwise how would you know it's in the past? You're brave to follow my path. You indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them. Yet courageous though you may be, you are far too weak to follow a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able. It's a Fungwa. It's a Fungwa. With a Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I'd be a laughingstock. How bold to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction of Enrad's at Han, yet I believe it pales before mine. Owl powers! Oh, Apex, bestow upon me your divine might! Do you not hear my call? I require your power more than ever! Is something supposed to happen? Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or perhaps there is a button I must press. This is not what I expected! Stand aside, I shall dispose of this pest. But just give me a moment. It cannot end like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket, work. Transforming into the hero of runs it hard. Yeah, okay, we are going full tokusatsu with it. We might be ending strong, everyone. I have this suspicion we might be ending strong. Okay. Yeah, it just caused rocks to fall. It just caused rocks to fall. He brandished that out and became wreathed in mysterious lights. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Down they came, one after the other. That's when I must have been struck unconscious. Fucking ow. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the men mumbling, quite excitedly, if he had come upon a sudden revelation, or as if he was overtaken by madness. It seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually answered. Looney Tunes ass power. That's as I expected. Just this year, it's the self-same thief who stole the perch of the apex. But no doubt he's on the part from here. First, we'll escort this fellow back to Yidlamad, keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have a dreadful after effects. So, in terms of, like, all of the different villains that we have, like, you know, fake revolutionary who just, like, wants to oppress other people and is just, like, using the language of them to do that, stuff like that. There seems to be a person who just wants to be a hero but doesn't want to put any of the effort into actually becoming a hero. He's like, look, I'm a hero! I have the hero item! And now I can successfully be the hero. Soldier made his way to Radzed Han to make a formal report. And what an odd report it will be. His account seemed to align with legends of the treasure's powers. The weirdo escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Could those falling rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! Who came back? The Justiciar? Yes, not long after you left. Damn it, we missed him. He said he beat up Monster, not dead a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Do you really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiant? Ominous child. Whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose. Well, I can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justiciar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. Advise you and your friend to look for a different role model, but we thank you for telling us what happened. Well, there is one less Fainscocking about, I suppose. He made a test on the treasure's capabilities. As far as we know, he's yet to use his power to evil ends. I find his motivations a mystery. Steal the perch of the apex by force, only to come here to farm there and use it for good? It makes no sense. You heard the passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Lilo claiming to be their victims, yet here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? Well, it's neither here nor there. You saw from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The purge of the apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. So recently it stood silent, a symbol of our pride as a people. Reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him. So proud to be his daughter. Yet since the day it was stolen, some of the other villagers made their disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. That's why I must get it back. To restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. There's still so much we don't know about the Justiciar. But we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. But we still have so many questions. With both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. A brand of justice. Topeke was a troubled expression. Ah, Manifest. I'm afraid there's been some developments that are less than encouraging. News that just yes, he has actions spread throughout the city, and with each retelling, his deeds become more valorous. Younger citizens, in particular, seem to view him as something of an idol. Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radianos are far too busy to trouble themselves, culling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet just as he has twisted circumstances to his advantage, he proclaims to anyone who will listen to the Radiant host shook with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, it seems no few people have fallen for his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamour. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail. We're better start than rods at home. See you there, Manifest. Back to Han. We're going back to Han. Whee! Given how large the city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind. The High Crucible. And the alchemists, they concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. Fallen orcs have invariably marked locations where the GCSE has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemical mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, so I'll seek advice on the High Crucible. I'm doing that. I'll see if you go to the halls of the Radiant Host and see if they have any new information on GCSE's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Great. Now that we both have a task, let's go to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. Is that where I teleport for the year? We did roll quests here before. Hey other roll quest buddies, how are you today? Standing here stuck forever? Despite the throw being over? Hell yeah. I still can't believe Smidge only has a fucking 20-second cooldown. That shit's insane. Oh, hey, you're here. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, how are you? Right, speaking of 8.0 being about Void Sense. What's up? Tired of hearing about this just yet. Popularity among the citizens' younglings is becoming a cause of concern. Tries to refute his claims that Radiant hosts are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked. You know how young minds are. Impressionable and difficult to change once set. We usually disregard him as a boastful eccentric, but his alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We're at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent, and many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I'm afraid this is all I can help to offer. Please share what you've told with your companion. We may yet unmask the justice here. Oh my god, he's an influencer! Hi, Crucible! Oh, you're back at the Aether Plaza. Right, you said me back here. Not quite. I was about to say, should I go to Brunner to like turn in my poetics? I don't have enough for 3, so it's fine. Time to know that Radiant hosts are taking this seriously. I think I'm speaking to the mind this. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly requires skills of one practice in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. Paint this powder for me. I've given locations of all sightings that just says here to memory. The closest to us was at Perfume's Rise, so this powder works as intended. The Perfume's Rise. You know, the plan was also to do Aether quests for 2 zones today on top of like finishing all the role quests. I guess nothing goes terribly wrong if we do those tomorrow. Like, tomorrow is raid or treasure dungeons. If I can't fly to all the treasure dungeons, that'll be annoying. But if I also delay doing the treasure dungeons until after raid and 2 zones of Aether Quest, there won't be enough people around to do the treasure dungeons. Justicia was sighted near here. I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I'll sprinkle the powder over this one. Now, concentrate your focus, or inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. It's paint. Paint is what I'm using right now, apparently. Missing quests and treasure dungeons. Yeah, but like, we're already gonna, like, raids are already gonna take like 3 to 4 hours. People want to go to bed not long after that. Like, tomorrow's stream shouldn't be too long with what we've got planned for it. So we can have extra time to do that, like egg stuff tomorrow. Oh. Focus our arcane arts. Fancy cutscene. So, were you able to detect anything? I knew you could do it. So because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy detector must be the remnants of some kind of spell, is that right? And taking the story of the reunion we rescued previously into account, conclude just yesterday used the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. At least we know we have an inkling of the true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered. Raiden knows even as Justicia stood before the creature, he seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. My father once said the purge of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you're also quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I channel Aether into it, I perform incantations, I rely on sheer willpower. I channel Aether into the brush. I see. Even the right instrument spellcaster requires the use of specific techniques. Justicia seems like any such expertise, so how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the Purge of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation? I suppose the representatives of the other tribes had their treasures. No one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relic should have much in common to begin with. You two, did you see an Auri girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you. The hero of the final days and our recent visitor from Tyrol. Apologies for the imposition. May I beg your assistance? It's all Justicia's fault. Girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade and ran out of Yedlaman before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but she's fallen into Justicia. She could be anywhere. You see, it's been sighted at locations scattered all over Father now. Can't understand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger. Especially if the Justicia is involved. We have to help. You're the hero who saved our entire nation and world, and you're from Mexico. That'd be much appreciated. Your searching for place where Justicia has been spotted, so perhaps you should start where he hasn't been seen. Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted in the northern shores. Go on, Manifest. Still tired. I shouldn't need another nap. The nap was primarily to help my headache. But I might accidentally take a nap during stream without intending it to. So I must search right away. Pray I was in the northern shores. I hope we can find the girl soon. How long was the first quick essay? 3 hours 45. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's the Yukis. I didn't paint down a battle. I forgot to do that. I forgot to paint out a battle. There we go. I'm used to like when you take it into a dungeon where it's where everything's already pre-painted when you first boot into the dungeon. It's like, oh yeah, it won't work in the overworld, will it? Heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. You shouldn't wander her off like that. Especially not to look for a trickster like the Justiciar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village. Now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs to kill the monsters to protect us. It's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant Host knows what he's up to. But he saved us from the monsters. He's our hero. The Radiant said we shouldn't be scared. Well, we all know Justiciar's the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiant anymore. No hero can save the world alone. Very poignant thing for Final Fantasy to say, especially in Thunder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiant. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess. I forgot how much they care about us. This is the second time you people have mentioned the final days. What is that? Says Topeki. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. He said, just says you're a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Well, best escort back to the other man. I'll meet you there later, Manifest. I'm a tire. I'm gonna go to sleep at like 8 p.m. tonight. I'm gonna try and get fucking 12 hours of sleep before tomorrow. Actually, daylight savings switches back 1 hour tonight, so I actually do get an extra hour of sleep. The girl and her mother reunited. I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant Host that all is well. Trial just blasting smile, the rest of the world suffers through the whole game. I would like to apologize for before. I let my emotions get the better of me, and harangued that poor girl when she was hardly blamed for anything. I really should have been scolding myself. Manifest, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justiciar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to talk about the Perch of the Apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, but I'm considering what he might do with the information. I'm so proud of my father for being appointed as its guardian. I suppose I was trying to impress this stranger out of sheer vanity. That vanity led to my father being attacked and the treasure being stolen from under our noses. I had no choice but to make amends for my mistakes and bring it back. Yep. Someone convinced that Justiciar accidentally deserved the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and lash out the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look to the facts for what they are. And the facts say that Justiciar has done no harm to the people of Tharthaner. Well, he's harmed the Radiant Host, but I don't even know if that's intentional or not. Even so, the organization he serves, the Passage Unbound, is evil to its very core. No, I don't know about... To its very core? I don't know. His actions in my village are not villainy. I don't know what is. Villainy! Situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. How about you, Manifest? If he's there's still too many unanswered questions. I agree. He speaks with justice of heroism, great bluster, yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Manifest, for your wise words. I sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective, so I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So it seems our objective is unchanged. We track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to put my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share. Hair is so fucked today. So bad. The seeds of popularity. Spoker is eager to share new developments in search for the Justiciar. Manifest, hope you've been well. Since last we spoke, Justiciar has been busy telling friends, felling fiends all across Fadner, leaving a trail of witnesses behind in his wake. More than a few people have reported seeing stones falling from the sky, which all but confirms our theory that treasure is causing the phenomenon. Stories share one more peculiar commonality. It seems the pests he hurts have all been of the seedkin variety. While he avoids beasts of flesh and blood is yet a mystery, probably because he's not comfortable taking them on because they're dangerous. They're so bad. Bears mentioned that each of these eyewitness accounts came from people who were rescued by Justiciar, who invariably appears just as these creatures attack. Fucking hates plants. Reverse poison ivy. In fact, Justiciar has been there to save the day in every single instance of Seekin related mischief. Awfully suspicious if you ask me. And I'm the only one who thinks so. Some of the reigning hosts suggest that Justiciar is planning these assaults somehow, so he alone can reap the glory from thwarting them. I agree, and I think it should be our next avenue of investigation. Many of these incidents occur near the Giant Skull grounds, so we should start our search there. But if we can find one of these monstrous plants before it finds hapless prey, we have to shed light upon Justiciar's methods. Time is of the essence. Let's leave at once. But she's far away. But far away. Triangles are the opposite side of the map. Okay, I thought it was gonna be like up here, because that's the beach. It's so far away. We're now in a zone where, like, we're now doing one of the role quests where everything's in the same zone, because there's only one other zone. But it does mean we need to find nearly every corner of it for the overall quest, rather than just, like, teleport to a new Aetheryte, go, like, a minute, and we'll be at the new thing. I just remember we still have minor botanists and fisher after these. Yep. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. That's why I'm not certain about the Aether quest today. That's why I'm not certain about also getting the Aether quest done today. We've not locked in anywhere near as hard as we locked in yesterday. Definitely not. Any moving bushes? Slithering vines? Not here in any case. Manifest, I'll search western path. Why don't you search east? Aether quest would help the gathering. Do we do the Aether quests first, actually? It's a lot more obvious after we did Limbs and had a bunch of areas to go to. It's just back and forth between Thermner and Razadon. Well, it's also because everywhere in Limsa is so small that you go somewhere, you fly, you're there in a maximum for like 15 seconds because all the zones are small. Where Farther much further away. Yeah, should we do the Aether quests first? Because that would make it faster so then we can fly in Shalonian Heritage found. Should we do them first? If you see something, don't strike to kill. Weaken it, then capture it with this rope. We'll learn much more from a live specimen. Either that or have an escort. Right side of my mouth hurts. Little baby Mobo. Study rope. Yeah. Took a while for it to disappear. I was surprised it was still hanging around for so long. Oh, went past. There you are. There's enough, I'm still tired. I see plenty of fauna roaming about, but the flora all seems to be of the rooted to the ground variety. Perhaps my hunch was incorrect. Not even an Oros could break free from the knots binding this mobile seedling. All of that experience I've capturing animals in island sanctuaries coming in handy. Found one! Well, this is exactly what as an eyewitness described. Why don't you keep it for the time being? Bring it to the great work and I'll ask my acquaintance to examine it with all haste. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. To the great work. Me when I'm in a wrestling storyline that's used to help promote me to being the most popular wrestler, and then I turn around and betray the people at the last second. It's a great work. Terrible. Fucking god awful. Fucking abysmal. Jesus Christ. That's tomorrow. Sagamas and I spoke briefly last time I was here. Give a little seed kitten you caught. We'll see what she makes of it. Mr. Baker told me what to expect. Well then, let's see the thing. What if I just let my hair be shit today? What if I just let it be terrible? Because that's really annoying. I wouldn't expect it to be so diminutive. Mr. Baker's intuition is correct and I expect some interesting discoveries are here. You've brought me quite the fascinating specimen. Indeed, I can say for certain that this creature's growth isn't natural in the slightest. Biologically, it's still but a sapling, as you can tell by its size. Yet it's the result of a specific alchemical mixture which is used to spur the growth of seeds and mycelium to an unnatural degree. The agents have a side effect of making the creatures more aggressive, which explains why such a small specimen would so boldly attack beings larger than itself. The solution requires ingredients most rare, and a cost of procuring enough synthesizer would be beyond the means of most. So those behind this, they are likely well healed. As the creatures themselves, they're all grown artificially. Perhaps that explains why most of the incidents involve small seed kit. Rather than wait for them to mature naturally, the Justiciar must have accelerated their growth so they could deploy huge numbers over a short span of time. In fact, his plan likely requires they be small weak foes in order to guarantee his victory. After all, great Justiciar can hardly be expected to bear the blemish of defeat. The details brought to light. It's almost certainly staging these attacks in the common folk. Now have any perspective to guide our search. Perhaps you should show the Yedlamite. He just says he has the talk of the village, and they doubtless have stories to share. A splendid idea. Thank you. Your findings have brought us to a step closer to unmasking that villainy. It's hard to lead them on. The more accounts we have of the Justiciar, the better our chance of predicting his next move. Only other way analysis aids you in finding the answers you seek. Answers? Answers? Chat, I'm gonna lean back and chill for a bit. I'm still gonna play, but sitting up is exhausting. We gotta get into gamer mode hours here. We're gonna be gamer mode. So gamer mode is one of two modes. You either lean forward and go shrimp mode, or you lean back and let the controller sit in your lap as you play. Gotta go gamer mode. Rest assured, the Radiant hosts are well aware of the Justiciar. Every day we see more reports of him combating beasts in the surrounding wilderness. He's encounters never on well-traveled roads, it seems. They occur in remote regions that we scarcely patrol, along roads that are only used by a small number of merchants and porters. We conclude that Justiciar either has uncommon knowledge of these behavioral patterns of these creatures, or that he keeps some close company with merchant who travels these obscure paths. It's actually doing wonders for my exhaustion. Just sitting back and fucking chilling here. Are you hungry to learn more than just this? Yeah, it's amazing. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of him on the road leading here, facing down a fearsome creature. I don't know how he did it, but he called down rocks from the sky to knock that thing flat. Radiant hosts were away on patrol, so if he hadn't come into our rescue, that brute would have marched right into our homes. He shouted like he was the savior of Ruds at Han and even waved at me. Oh, he looked so impressive with the sun shining behind him. Oh my god, it's Captain Quark. Oh, I'm now just realizing, oh my god, this is Captain Quark. It's now dawning on me what we're dealing with here. Oh my god. Huh? Don't tell me you come chasing that half-baked savior. Younglings might be taken in by his honeyed words, but anyone with experience can see he's nothing but a charlatan. And I have a story to prove it. Much I know took a tumble as he was transporting his goods. Not long after comes the Justiciar, looking chivalrous as you please, in his shining armor. But did he offer a helping hand? No, he ran off with their guns backwards. He may go on about slaying beasts, but a real hero would never ignore someone in need. Even if they were just suffering from scraped knees and a bruised ego. To ignore the plight of those one can help is not wisdom, it is indolence. One might conceivably save. To ignore the plight of one of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The fact that you can say that line 2 for Shano in 5.5, oh, it's so fucking good. He looks at you, he looks at you so fucking mad. You throw his grandfather's line at him, and he looks at you and just stares 1,000 daggers at you. It's so fucking funny. I love it. I love it. I should stream like this more. Why do I need to bother having good posture? Or like, presentable pose? Fuck it. Fuck that shit. What if I do the rest of the stream lying down in bed? No, I can't do that because then I'd actually fall asleep. Manifest, you have a moment? I'm having a little trouble here. I saw this merchant out because I was told he dealt with the alchemists in the Great Work. I thought he might know something about it just this year, but when I asked he... Well, he's been like this ever since. Apologies, madame. I apologize. I was just surprised that you asked me about that madman. What connection could he possibly have with me? The veins he fights are grown with rare alchemical materials, and we think you may be staging these encounters. Since you deal in such ways, someone you might know how he came into their possession. I know what you're talking about. I mean, I've never spoken to that man. I very much doubt that. Perhaps it'd be more receptive to questioning from you, Manifest. I swear to God, I'll paintbrush you to death right now. He seems to have intimate knowledge of trade routes and alchemy. Who taught him? I wonder. Come now, any merchant with a nose profit has good relations with the alchemists. Oh yeah, wait, thinking any one of us could be in league with Eorzea. Eorzea, you said. Who is that, may I ask? Huh? What did I... No, that's my name. No one buys it. Might of us be good cop or bad cop? Depending on, like, the crime. I want to say good cop. Oh, Alex cut the line. I'd say good cop. I had to think about it for a bit, but probably good cop just because intimidating people, like, might be too much and, like, kill them because it is manifest. I'd be a fool to continue this charade any longer. My son Virazan is the one you know as the Justice Year. To be suddenly confronted with his litany of misdeeds, I quite lost my composure. Oh, it's his fucking kid. It's his fucking kid. You're his father! Then do you know how he gained possession of such rare materials and knowledge? He stole them from me. One of the most valuable materials are my precious maps. Yet I was the one who chose to hide that fact, and I bear the blame for the consequences. You know, it was someone who was like, you know, a mass murderer. Like, openly, willingly, like, wow, probably bad. And I feel like you gotta be good cop, because, like, you're the person who, like, goes to the Garlemald and just, like, says to all of the people who were in the fascist army until the country exploded itself, don't do a fascism, and some of them actually listen to you. I feel like that falls under good cop. What can you tell us about him as a person? Virazan was obsessed with tales of legendary heroes, even from a young age. I paid a great deal of money to have him tutored in the arts of the bow. Yeah, he had that on his back. He hasn't used it yet. He's just calling rocks from the sky. He's doing that one shot in Monster Hunter where you fire the arrow into the sky and it turns into a rock in the sky that, like, explodes into a barrel and then just drops, like, stones on the enemy for, like, several seconds. Not as quite as skilled as his arrogance led him to believe. Due to this, and perhaps his lack of ambition, he never aspired to true greatness. Instead, he came to rely upon fanciful equipment and exotic potions, rather than owning what skill he does best. Fame is him to fall into dissoluteness, but he would brook no counsel. So for several years ago, I gave him enough coin to support his lavish lifestyle. He told him never speak with me again. I'm giving you, my dipshit fail son, all of this money to fuck off and never talk to me again. He didn't, but until recently, when he darkened my doorstep once more. And that was when he saw your goods. Try not to fall asleep. Though I would have willingly given them if you had but asked. He was rambling almost incoherently, saying that his heroic deeds as the Justice Year had caught the eye of someone named Abyahi, leader of the Passage of the Unbound, wherever they are. He said that under the guidance of his newfound abilities, he's obtained a great power. Power enough to eclipse the heroes who have come before and shall come after, as he put it. Seems he gives what money he still has to those people. Thinking. What if answers but evil? Power. Eclipse those who come before to eclipse those who come after. Seems he gives what money he still has to these people. Think all that for his fanciful words. He is only deigned to grasp at hollow glory rather than expensive front on. It was a greater shame to a father. Given we know the shadowy group, most likely aimed so discontent through Virazan's deeds. He was so blinded by his own desire for adoration that he can't see whose hands are pulling his strings. You're saying that he's being used? That's true, I can no longer remain silent despite what shame may bring. And now I see now that sharing my story might be the only way to save my son. Indeed. I suggest you tell the Radiant host at once. Of course, we'll be pouring every effort into stopping him. Thank you for giving me direction. Imagine our meeting would end this way. No one ever told you that this meeting was going to end this way. Truth be told, I'm not entirely unsympathetic towards Eorzea. I basked in my father's reflected glory while having none of my own to speak of. The glory Eorzea seeks is similarly false. I too shall visit the Radiant host and have them spread word of Justicia's true nature. If the people are wise to a degree, they'll be far more likely to aid us. You'll soon learn that a legend built on lies is no match for true heroism. What is the boss? What's the lies thing? First boss of not first boss. Last boss of the first Evilis. Agarthic, I guess. The guy who wears like the white face and the black face. Not what I meant. He says something about lies. What does he say about lies? I was gonna quote that line because I just like I hear one word from a character in this game and then I quote what they say. I am the lies upon which you sup. That's the one. That's the one. I hear a phrase and then I have to say the quote that has the one word in it that made me think of the phrase. That's how my brain works. Associative memory. I just couldn't remember what it was. I was just like, my brain was just like thinking of him walking around just being like, lies, lies, lies. I'm like, I can't. What was the thing? I am the lies upon which you sup. Chat, I'm really tired. I am Revelation! Your lives are but forfeit. Step into nothingness. God, the evilest voice lines go so fucking hard. Misfortune hangs heavy on a head once held high. Such is poor cover for when the heavens fall. That's not that boss, that's Thunder God, but still. Floundering Fame. Oh, I was about to say flame. Floundering Fish. Singing the one English word in a foreign song. All the Japanese lyrics going along. Party! Me singing along to JoJo openings. Sustando proud! The Empire is a cancer, and I am the barber's blade. I quote Yasman a lot, because agony and sorrow, like a knife through butter. They're just fun to say. What's the full line about King's Judgment that he says? I alone shall deliver the King's judgment. Something like that. Something like that. Your suffering is not yet over, Guardian. Oh, they're so good. 7 shadows cast, 7 fates foretold, but at the end of the broken path lies death, and death alone. There's actually 2 bosses that say that. Agrius and Thunder God both say that. I think, actually, my most quoted line out of all of those may actually be Mustard Banana. Mustard Banana's fucking, you show promise, yet promise won't save you for what comes next. That I might actually quote the most. Because I say that whenever I see a mechanic that is a half-room cleave that has a little bit extended past it. That's not the attack that he uses it for, because that's the weakness one. That's the attack where you gotta show whole, but still. Topeke appears pleased with the blow dealt to the Justicia's credibility. Greetings, Manifest. Eorzea's father has been good as his word, and has confessed the truth of his son's actions to whomever will listen. Even among the younglings, far fewer sing the Justicia's praises. The tide is turning in our favor at last, and the Radiant hosts are making ready to tighten the net. Speaking of which, they had curious news to share. They've been examining the stones left by Justicia and noticed a pattern. They were all varieties of rock commonly found near the sites of each encounter. For instance, near the Giant Skull grounds, Justicia seems to have called down a hail of what else but Giant Skull. have my own theories about what this means. Why don't I hear your thoughts, Manifest? It's safe to say the artifact doesn't create rocks from nothing. Yeah, he's just calling upon the artifact, and the artifact is doing its equivalent. Roda! So that time it was Jojo. Indeed, the perch of the apex lives whatever stones are nearby and brings them crashing down to earth. How does this have anything to do with an owl, by the way? How is grab, like, I guess like owls pick up rocks and drop them on things, like. If our suspicions are correct, we're one step closer to unraveling its mysteries. I mean, it is cool that like one of these is we don't even know what the stand's power is. Despite the fact that we've owned the stand in our village all of this time, we never use it, so we don't actually know what the stand's power is, and neither does the bad guy outside of like, I can pick up a rock and move it. It is fun that like that is a different one there of just like, we don't even know what this shit can fucking do. I'm also noticing how much colder I am leaning back like this, because now that I'm leaning back like this, I'm directly in the path of the air conditioner, so I'm a lot colder sitting back here. I should do more streams like this. But despite these favourable developments, Justicia's popularity remains a problem. And with a recent blow to his credibility, most ardent followers still idolize him. In fact, I hear he's handing letters to the youth of Radzadan, though their contents are a closely guarded secret. All the more reason to investigate, don't you think? Once we get the Radzadan, I question people around the marketplace. Could you cover the city's western quarter? That's where his younger followers tend to gather. I've got enough information. Let's meet and share our findings. See you again in Radzadan, Manifest. Nope. There we go. Teleport. Am I out of energy drink? Yes, I am. No, I'm not gonna lean forward to get it. I'm just gonna slightly turn my chair so I can reach it. Okay, they're all. I'm entitled to be lazy sometimes for streams. I'm streaming 3 days in a row with like each one being like bare minimum 8 hours. I can be a little lazy for one of them. And by a little, I mean very. I literally took a nap mid-stream. Yeah, gave me. It's definitely harder to talk like this. That's one thing I'm noticing. I'm the way I'm bending my neck down, like pushing it into it. The talking is not as easy. Justicier gave me that invitation himself, only for some thief to snatch it right out of my hand. Huh? Do you believe in the Justicier too? Well, I didn't have a chance to read the whole letter before it was stolen, but his gathering is most devoted for a special audience. The bastard stole my invitations clearly up to no good. He even muttered something about getting revenge. Who could hate someone so noble? Justicier. Desiring egg. Desiring egg agree. Oh, you're the one who's always following that Topeke around. Why aren't you spreading rumors about the city's savior? I won't let her harm his reputation any more than she already has, so I have nothing to say to her lapdog. I literally helped stop the final days, destroying everything in Radzadan. Fucking youth these days, I swear to God. Yeah, I know about letters. Me and my friends didn't get one though. Grown-ups get angry if we talk about it just this year. Guess what? I heard Zashal talking about them over by Merod's Mayhem with a big grin on his face too. I think just this year's in a bad way and let the grown-ups say. Most useful clues point to the merchant Zashal having some connection to Eorzea. Let's see now, Merod's Mayhem. I don't get to hang out in Radzadan anymore. Enjoy the place. I say that, it was like literally like the end of like fucking storyline. Like the last storyline of patches that we were here. Though that was literally last year. Everything Endwalker was 2025, everything Dawntrail for me was 2026, so. That was last year. So that was like 3 months ago. Ha! It's sure what they say. A fool and his gill are soon parted. Asshole, I will paint you. Why visit one of the heroes of the final days? This isn't about that map I sold to your companion, is it? You'll find a point to the way to the vaults of Alzadel III, exactly as described. I might have employed a few creative methods to entice my customers, but what merchant doesn't? Estinian didn't fall for it. He was like, I want to help the kid, because the kid's in need. I'm not here about the map. You're not? But of course, why would you be? Well, what can I do for one of our vaulted heroes? You're after the justice, yeah. Your choice of quarry is unusual to say the least. Perhaps I can help you along, eh? Young man came asking for a map to open the way to Uzneh. Uzneh! Yo, treasure dungeon. It's actually been brought up. If you didn't bring it up, I would not have remembered he was the map guy. And now he's got different maps. I like how we've been going to Uzneh since Stormblood, and it's only like getting to Thavnet, like getting to Radzat Han, where you can actually like see, oh, by the way, Uzneh is like here. You just teleport into it and cheat. So I buy treasure dungeons today, not tomorrow. I sold him every map I had, assuming that the one he needed was among them. I suppose he found it. As I hear these letters that were handed out, contain a copy of the map. Did I say the young fellow was Justicier himself? He's been a clandestine meeting in the Uzneh canals. Mind you, because he has no shortage of enemies. No doubt they'll try to interfere. He's trying to just buy a shitload of maps so he can go down to the canals and choose the right doors. He's going to come out, make a bunch of fake maps, and just be like, look, if you just go left, left, right, left, right, right, left, you'll make it to the bottom. Not aware that like it changes every time. Thankfully, Razadon isn't known for large-scale criminal organizations, but that doesn't get the less scrupulous citizens from dirtying their hands in times of desperate, like you. We're on here, bandits seeking to rob trade caravans keep running into Justicier during fell-fiending exploits, causing their raids to end in failure. Like as not, they'll try to inflate his group of followers and settle the score. That's what my knowledge of matters ends. If you're wondering where the meeting place is, all I remember is that it's a spot marked on the copied map somewhere in the Shroud of Samga. So does that answer your queries? Catch somewhere within Shroud of the Samga. Can't remember much beyond that, so perhaps you could stop bothering me now? I'll sit up. I'm getting... The side of my face is getting really chilly. Emily. Yay, it's gotten rid of the overwhelming sorrow. Overwhelming sorrow. No, not quite. Overwhelming sorrow. It's not quite the same. It's not the same without the agony. Hey! Those in support Justicier didn't seem surprised when I told them his misdeeds. They still reluctant to betray him. In short, I've had no luck. What about you, Manifest? He's trying to raid the deepest sluice of the canals of Uzneh 20 times. We must stop him. There's no way we can allow the Justicier to get the luckiest of Lords title. I want that title. Rescue abilities and MSC still makes me. As for this gathering, Virazan's planning. But some scheme to prop up his flagging popularity. Even so, many of his votees are younglings ill-equipped to make the perilous journey to the meeting place. If any sense aren't tempted to travel there directly, they'll stop at settlements along the way and to rest and confirm the route. You said the map led to the Shroud of Samga, yes? That means Palakasand is the closest settlement. Here means took refuge during the final days. Now it's a bustling town in its own right. Travel more people would hardly raise an eyebrow, making a perfect place to avoid unwanted attention while they make ready. We should head there before they leave on their final leg of their journey. So I guess you now know what the final days is? I guess hanging around in Thavnet was enough to teach you like what the final days is. Because I don't even think it came to roll in any capacity. I think I'm in a pre-made party of Lala because I'm watching the cutscene. A lot of death to Mathbot. Oh no. Oh no. I was right, Manifest. Many of you are carrying pages of parchment. Those must be the letters. Yet it seems my reputation has preceded me. Our suspected followers clearly avoid me when I try to approach them. Still, we can use this to our advantage. None of them would dare leave Halagasand while there's a risk I might follow after. I'll keep watch over their comings and goings, but make sure to leave obvious blind spots. One of them, just as Sierra's followers attempt to escape the village, I need you to go after them. Find a vantage point that affords a good view while keeping it hidden. When you start pursuing your unwitting target, I won't be far behind. Ah, it's the stealth mission time. What are you doing? If they find working together, this will be for nothing! Like, what is this? Like, what is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. You don't see me, you don't see me, you don't see me. My man can't see me. Someone might see you. Oh, Jesus. I was like, where are you? And then it took me forever to go upstairs. I guess I was meant to follow him down there and go up the stairs, but I'm just like, he'll spot me on that. I'm in the clear. I need to hurry. How? What's up? What are you doing? I guess because I was in a very different spot, like, because I followed a different way, the game wasn't like programmed to count that as a spot. I have always wondered, how do they count these things? And I guess they like track it on a very specific, like, what the path they take is. They take into elements of like, these areas are safe and these areas just aren't in general. So I guess that was because that was in front of where he was walking. The game wasn't programmed to be like, oh, that side of the tree is safe when he's here. It doesn't work on true actual line of sight. It might just be like, as he's moving, certain things are counted as safe areas and not. Jesus Christ, you're absolutely booking it. No, it's just the gorilla. It's just the FFXIV. Don't worry about it. Oh, there we go. Yay! Yay, I did it. I did it. Yay. It's so bad. Portal should be nearby. And then I'll finally meet him! You're the hero saying this in the final days. What are you doing here? So you're working alongside that woman I saw in the village? I've heard about the rumor she's spreading, but I had no idea she enlisted your aid. Just as he saved me, you see. I was transporting goods for a local merchant who was too miserly to even hire a proper escort. Ferocious creature ambushed me, but my savior appeared from nowhere and saw off the beast. I owe my life. So I came here, to see if there's any truth to the rumors. But I understand I'm in over my head. I'm going back home. Here, you can have the map. I trust you to take the measure of the Justiciar and to share the truth with us all. He saved my life, but also you're like the savior of the final days. Maybe you're aware of something I'm not. I'm out of my league here. While I was watching from the shadows, but I was afraid my presence might have startled the lad. So to hear what he said though, and his gratitude towards Justiciar seemed genuine. I dare say the others feel similarly. Well, now we have a map of our own. Let's open the portal and confront Eorzea! Asset designers screaming at the top of their lungs, so fucking excited they actually get to reuse the assets of a treasure dungeon for something. Well, they don't seem... The people here don't seem to be going great. What a sight. Did the treasure cause this? Oh my, but isn't the hero who saved FFXIV? Nay, the world itself! I never expected someone so vaunted to attend my audience, but I am honored nonetheless. Enough of your games, Eorzea. Stop this madness at once. After giving you such warm welcome, these are the thanks I get. Well, it is true that I was once known by that name. It was merely a guise I wore until I discovered my true self. As long as I am the master hero of FFXIV, I should not suffer any to call me Eorzea. But that is your name, isn't it? Don't ask me. It's like they fucking made this fucking dialogue option for my character. A hero should take pride in their name. It's like my entire character arc. Might have been the reason I suggested healer first. So it seems that Justiciar's meager alter ego has been brought to light. But will he shrink once more into the shadows of mundane obscurity, or embark on the next chapter of his legend? You even have my hair! You even have my hair! I guess you also have my hair. But you also actually hear like you. Which shot is this? Which shot is this? Very well, my name shall ring throughout FFXIV. Let it be known that the Justiciar is Eorzea, and Eorzea is the Justiciar. What are you saying? You unleash the purge of the apex upon your own followers? You know its name. Wait, I remember you. The girl from Dawntrail, yes? The village's artifact is not discriminating in its wrath. Some among my followers harbored wicked intentions and have brought sorrow onto my enemies. The true of heart caught in the aftermath were merely unfortunate. But they believed in you even though you tricked them. What kind of hero are you? I'm gonna paint you to death. I'll do it. You too would oppose me? I thought that as fellow saviors we might find some common ground. You don't seem we are destined to walk different paths. Now faced with unknown peril, a great fire rages within me. He killed himself with rocks. However, here is not where we shall match wits. No, a more fitting battleground is in order. We shall meet again soon, you have my word. Ah, shut up! Ah! So, can you tell us what happened here? You did it! He's dead! He gathered us all around and made a grand speech. Claimed he was the hero that would drive back the flood of fiends threatening Fathernair. Then he spoke of his anger at the recent rumors. He told us to go forth and repair his damaged reputation, so the people would love him again. He became quite impassioned, in fact. As for us two, we were here to teach him a lesson, biding our time until his back was turned. But we couldn't stomach his self-righteous drivel any longer. Some of them were sick of him, yeah. He acts like he's a god come to grace Fathernair, but most people have grown wise of his tricks, including the Radiant Host. We stepped forward and told him as much and demanded that he admit he's been pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. That's when he started waving that thing about. We soon learned that the rumors of its power were true, and rocks had fallen down around us. Even us true believers were not spared. There was nowhere to run! Just as Ye said that such power cannot be fettered, and that sacrifices are unavoidable. And all the while he was laughing. We pleaded with him for mercy, but it has made him angrier. He flourished objects again, and yet more rocks assailed us. It was horrible. Stones big and small came raining down endlessly. Until you two appeared, that is. Thank you for telling us what happened. I only wish we could arrive sooner. Now, to set things straight, was it you two that brandished your weapons first, yes? Well, I won't deny that. We're only trying to bring the truth of his misdeeds to light. Though we might have had some personal scores to settle on top of that. Before I left Palaka's Sand, I asked Radiant Host there to look out for anyone returning from the wilderness. I suggest you head there and seek their aid. While you're there, share with them what you just told us. As for the pair of you, don't even think about running away. You'll have us to deal with. Never meet your heroes, unless they're me. I have to wonder how much the Justiciar is buying his own bullshit. Like, how much has the Justiciar deluded himself? Like, if he's, like, making these seedkin grow out of control to attack people, does he, like, even realize that's, like, a bad thing or even, like, lying? Like, how much does he buy into his own bullshit? It returns to take care of the Radiant Host. As those ruffians meant to attack Eorzea. Seems they had a history of violence for which they may soon answer. Some among Eorzea's followers had dealt serious wounds, but can be grateful that none lost their lives. Exactly as the old saying describes. The Master of the Apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. That part about sorrow seems certainly true, at least. Being over that Eorzea's spill over the people will be broken at last when our word of what transpired here becomes common knowledge. Bless that boy our spirits as we return to Yathamar. Should we be that mad at the other two for brandishing their weapons first? I mean, given the nature of what was happening down there and where he called them to, It very easily could have gone out of control into something much more horrible. I don't know how much they were in the wrong to draw weapons first. Because also, like, the Justiciar doesn't draw weapons. He has an artifact that does shit. And he's always holding on to it. In some capacity, he always has his weapon drawn. He just needs to wish and go, "Duh," and then it happens. Well, that's certainly an ordeal. Eorzea got away. We can look back at what transpired to plan our next course of action. Is that treasure takes the rocks from the surrounding environment, makes them rain down upon the wilderness surroundings. Don't know what that has to do with it now. However, the power seems to be somewhat haphazard. While Eorzea himself wasn't struck, the borders sailed friend and foe alike. Something else has been nagging me as well. The stones we saw in the canal seemed quite a bit larger than the others. I don't know what to make of it, but I'll give it some thought. We don't know exactly how he controls the FFX's abilities either. Let's focus on these mysteries and we continue our investigation. As for Eorzea himself, it was just as his father said, wasn't he? His so-called heroism is an empty charade, like a child playing a being hero from their storybooks. He seems motivated by a vain desire to gain the love of the people, yet he cares nothing for their well-being. Well, that part, yeah. He's definitely just like, I want to be a hero because I want to be well known and famous. I don't care about like actually helping them or anything, or doing any of the actual work. He'll learn his lesson soon enough, though. No one was singing his praise after what would have happened to Eorzea. Even he must know this. I worry his desperation will drive him to worse misdeeds. The treasure is used with reckless abandon. It could cause uncontrolled harm. Must discuss with the Radiant Host. Together we might be able to capture Eorzea before he attempts anything drastic. Stand by for now, Manifest. Let me touch the moment I have something to share. Behind the helm. Spanky wishes to share the contents of a recent delivery with you. Seems Eorzea has been laying low since our last encounter. Sad to say, however, that my investigations have uncovered little. But still there's cause to celebrate, for I've received a letter from my mother with good tidings. My father's finally awakened after the grievous wound dealt to him by Eorzea. He is well enough to travel to Tuliolal, in fact, and may have already arrived. It was long enough and more to go to him, but I pledged not to return until I had the purchased the Apex in hand. Besides, I'm soon to part with the Radiant Host and try and sniff out Eorzea's whereabouts before he acts out of desperation. That's why I'll let you go in my stead. As the treasure's guardian, no one living is more knowledgeable about its history than he. If you share with him all that transpired since we began our search, we got to point out something that we've missed. I know it's a lot of Manifest, but the safety of Thunderland depends on it. And please give my family my regards. I should be able to tell you where until you allow my father's staying. Once you finish, let us meet in the Aetheryte Plaza and runs at Han to share what we've learned. One of these actually asking us to go back to Tuliolal in the middle of the questline. Wow. Wow, we're actually going back to Tuliolal in the middle of one of these. And once again, the character that we interacted with to start the questline actually becoming important during the questline. Well, the mum's not necessarily important, but the mum told us about the daughter and the husband to start with, and now she's going to tell us about one of those again. What's up? Well, there's a Manifest, but I don't see it's back here with you. Did you come alone? I'm glad to hear my letter arrived safely. And Topeka seems to be as tenacious as ever in her search. Her father Netsi has already arrived here in Tuliolal, but he has barely stayed in one place since. He seems desperate to help Topeka from a distance in whatever way he can. He told me he was traveling to the Pyarion plane in search of information. He was assured it was quite vital. Which to speak with him, he'll be in the area. He'll doubtless be in the area. This is gonna be the only This is the only one of these that seems locked to MSQ progression for the actual Dawntrail. Wow. Not even just going back to Tuliolal, but like Shaloni. Like, you need to finish the Rider Succession to finish this one. Huh. That's not you. Well, there you go. I guess though, like, Shaloni kind of gets the short end of the stick when it comes to MSQ. Because you do, like, what should be, what feels like half of a zone of Shaloni, and then Alexandria stuff starts happening. So, fuck it. Shaloni gets a little extra with an optional dungeon afterwards. Shaloni gets a little extra with one of the role quests asking you to go here. He gets a little extra. You do plenty in the others. Oh shit, he's dying. Owl! Owl! We'll find out from this owl how it uses rocks, possibly. Thank you, traveler. I overextended myself. I've been recently recovered from a severe injury. I was a fool to confront such a beast alone. Doesn't matter where the character comes from or like what their origin is. If we're in Shaloni, we talk like this. That's just how the rule works. So you're the manifest I heard so much about. I owe you my many thanks for all you've done to recover the perch of the apex. News of your progress in Valor is most heartening. Despite my position as its guardian, I never knew it could rain down stones from the heavens. Since arriving until you'll all, I've done what I can to shed light upon the Terral sealed within the treasure. After the nations of Terral were unified, some left that village to build new homes in the city. I sought them out and see if they knew anything of use. Unfortunately, none could offer insight into the treasure's magics. One of them told me that owls lurked around this place. And since the Terral sealed within the perch of the apex was once an owl, it seems logical to pursue such a quarry. I thought perhaps I could glean about the ancient beasts from their behavior. Like as not, some fundamental aspects remain the same even after transformation. But having heard your account, there is one fundamental difference that stands out. As far as I'm aware, no owl native to these lands possesses the ability to hurl rocks, large or otherwise. No doubt that Terral gained this power following its metamorphosis. I do believe, however, that it would retain an owl's core instincts. That one you fought didn't strike unprovoked. Instead, it watched me from afar with fear in its eyes. Wise own behavior for most animals, I was surprised by how suddenly it descended upon me the moment I started approaching. It sensed danger and attacked preemptively. I had the same thought. The owl sensed a threat and chose to confront it rather than run from it. And the same impulse may have driven the Terral. Indeed, that correlates to something I heard from one of my countrymen who had relocated to Yolal. He spoke of a continuation to the tales passed down from the elders. No hunter's arrow could fell the apex. It was struck down in a storm of its own wrath, made wild by a heart of fright. Thus was it sealed away at last. Now, judging from the owl's behavior, I can theorize that the treasure is activated when its bearer senses danger. And according to the story, its power can easily get out of hand if its bearer is panicked. Of course, this theory must be tested first. Eorzea will certainly use the perch of the apex again. When he does, ask that you and Topeka pay special attention to the circumstances leading to its activation. You have my thanks. Low though I am to admit it, I've yet to recover from my long convalescence. Not only be a burden to you, I wish I could aid my daughter another way, but you more than make up for my absence. Please under every bit of knowledge you have, Manifest. I pray that my daughter will soon return home, treasure in hand. Pray for return to Topeka and give him my regards. I can only hope an old man's wild theory can help you in your quest. Alright, from Tuliolol to Razadhan. At least I have A3 tickets, so it's not that expensive. Manifest, you came just in time. Beer's on the shiny face and Razadhan. You can tell me about your journey till later. But now come with me. Another snack, but we don't need it anymore. 3 snacks in one day? Ha ha ha! Are you surprised? Thanks to the sage counsel of a fellow hero, I've decided to doff my mask. Although my face may be unfamiliar, I believe you know who I am. I was once a justiciar, but now you may call me Virazon. I am Thunder's protector, its savior, its hero! You may have heard salacious rumors that have orchestrated the very attacks which I so valiantly drive back. That I was behind the catastrophe at the Eorzea canals. I am here to assure you. Did you send me more books so people still hang and do fates? That makes sense. But those are false aspersions all, cast by those who are envious of their betters. I give my life for this fair city and its people, and I would give more and still if I could. What should we do? My best to lock him up before this gets out of hand. Well, we don't want him raining down rocks on all these bystanders around. But now keep a careful eye on him. All I ask is for your respect, your adoration. A dream held by all, but realized only by the few. And I would be one of those few. I've proven myself worthy of being your savior. And now with an entire city watching with bated breath, I shall declare my intent to reach even higher. Yes, for I can protect you all better as your ruler. I shall retire the mantle of hero and take up the crown as the king of Radzadan. Bastard's gone mad. I wield power unassailable. With me on your throne, you would never again have cause to fear. Their current leader is literally a fucking dragon that shot down airships just recently. A minor visit never went through her humbling arc. All would live in peace. All would shower me with love. They would shout it to the heavens. And from that love would spring a new Radzadan. A greater Radzadan. Enough of your lies, Virazon. The power you wield protects none but yourself. To everyone else, it brings only ruin. Of course, the road to greatness is ever paved with necessary sacrifices. Yet as long as your ruler lives, Radzadan shall know naught but prosperity. Motherfucking Lord Farquaad, some of you may die, but that is a price I am willing to pay. And everyone's just like, oh, so we're all fine to die as long as you rule? Okay, you suck. Think you're better than Master Vitra? He bore this city and its people on his back while you looked a fit collapse under the weight of your own armor. You're no leader, you're a damn joke! Does this man speak for you all? Is there not one among you who would follow me into a brighter future? Ah, but I am nothing if not magnanimous. Until you find the wisdom to accept me as your ruler, I shall continue to stand vigilant as your eternal shield. Stop this, Virazon. You're only making it worse for yourself. Can't you see you've become a laughingstock? Give up this facade and answer for your sins. Do so now and the Radiant Host may yet grant you mercy. This is the second best questline out of all of them, by the way. This one overtakes the last one. This is the second best one. Because the absurdity is the character himself, and everyone's just looking at him just being like, wow, what a fucking idiot. So it commits just the right amount to the bit. The absurdity is who the dude is, and we're now at a point where all the characters are just being like, yeah, this guy's insane. Let's stop listening to him. So it has the right amount of commitment to the bit. Because also just this guy keeps escalating further and further his grand ambitions, which is also committing to the silly bit. My sins? Are you not the one poisoning the people against me? Do your worst, I dare you. It'll only make me more powerful. Strike me down and I shall become more powerful. I know not what is in your heart, but please end this madness. End it and return to me, my son. Oh, you dare approach me? Don't get any closer. You too? Why are you? His delusions have gotten so far that even his dad approaching him, his mind triggers as ultimate danger and ultimate threat. Shut up, Dad! Turns up rock music. Don't! If we fight here, they're telling how many innocents will be wounded. Pathetic as ever. I tire of this farce. I have declared my intent to become King of Radz-at-Han. As for you two, there's no place for a battle between heroes. We shall meet again, mark my words. And then we shall decide who is mightier. You're a disgrace to the hairstyle! You know, and I thought Hancock was the person who ruins this hair the most. I thought Hancock ruined this haircut the most, but wow, we have a new contender. Warrior of Light character development arc. Instead of us being held back by other people, we're not holding back others. I must focus on restoring order. You're right, of course. As much as I hate to see Eorzea walk free, we've yet to ascertain the extent of his power. For now, we must bide our time. I noticed that despite his proclaimed love for his people, he didn't even look back on them as he retreated. Perhaps he couldn't bear to look him in the eyes, or one of them at least. Most dipshit fail son complex. I was about to say that we've had it in the game. I don't know. There's been a number of dipshit fail sons. I don't know if you can get more dipshit fail son than Varus, so there is that. Asahi. Oh, just about something completely different. That's not a thought. You speak with Eorzea's father, probably. That was a disaster. Eorzea's truly lost. At the very least, he's committed himself to fermenting unrest within Radz-at-Han. And although he's my son, I cannot condone his actions. His words are grand but empty. That ridiculous armor is nothing more than a gaudy decoration. Who the fuck designed that? He truly is the embodiment of false heroism. He was a dipshit success, son. True. True. He did become the leader of the, Populares. Trying to remember the name. What's more, this debacle has surely made him a criminal in the eyes of a radiant host. And I now is begging to grant my son some small degree of clemency. Before you go, may I ask you something? After Eorzea called down the rocks, did you see his expression? Thought it peculiar, but I'm curious what his father saw in that face. I has a familiar look. When I used to scold him for losing himself in make-believe, he would get the same cast in his eyes. A look of petulant rage, as if he resented me for pulling him out of his reverie and into harsh reality. He hasn't changed. Apologies, but I must go. Yeah, he's completely and utterly deluded. Just as I thought. Even clad in his shining armor, he can't bear to be told no. And now his childish game's taken a more violent turn. But for now, we should turn to the other mud. I still get to hear what you learned until you're lull, after all. I don't know how much I need to. You picked up on the don't get close to him thing. That's like what I learned, so. I can definitely say with the role quest, we're starting and ending with the two best ones. This is definitely the second best. The melee is definitely the best one. But I think this is definitely a strong second. This is a strong second. It doesn't have the silly zaniness, wackiness in the cutscenes as the others. But it also doesn't feel like it's like the last one was like literally pranks, right? The last one was literally pranks, so it should have been quite silly for it. the one that was putting people to sleep was effectively pranks, but it was trying to be a lot more serious about what it was. This one's like, this dude is trying to become a hero and doesn't care what it costs, and is like totally fine if his followers die. So he is ridiculous, the situation is serious, and the cutscenes frame both of those things accurately. He is framed as being ridiculous, absurd, he is a joke of a person, but the threat that he poses is serious, and that is being reflected in cutscenes of like showing the damage that he's causing to people, and the like how scared people are by like how much he is rising. Now that we have some room to breathe, I did hear about your journey to Stroll. Did my father have anything to share? I'm heartened to know he's well enough to go chasing after owls and such. Though I wish you'd take more care. Thank you for saving him, for bringing me his theory concerning the treasure. Really is triggered by a sense of impending danger. That might explain why Eorzea had trouble using it the first time. He wasn't truly afraid of that small fungi until it was almost upon him. It also explains how he can wield the Apex's power despite having no training in magics. It responds to emotion, not intent. So much is falling into place. He goaded the Radiance, apprehending him because he knew that the threat would be answered. So how nonchalantly he quit that plaza, as if defying someone to stop him. Eorzea truly believes himself to be untouchable. I think his words and deeds align with the theory well enough. As for that curious fragment of a story, seems to imply Eorzea lost control in a panic. Perhaps its strength goes in proportion to the danger it senses. And when that danger is too great, well, you saw what happened to the Usenet Canals in Radzanan. You were present both times, as were others who wished Eorzea ill. And both times he saw stones much larger than we've seen before. Now I understand why he's so eager to face you. An opponent of your caliber will strike fear into Eorzea's very core, and that fear will summon a power greater than any's ever known. Power enough to bring a hero to her knees. Also, he thinks. But we know better. We'll use that arrogance to our advantage and bring him crashing down to earth. Although we may have to contend with falling rocks for a time, in a straight fight he'll be outmatched. So we strike fast and we strike hard, until that fancy arm is nothing more than mangled steel. While you may prefer to put your foes to sleep and whatnot, we know he has an arsenal of alchemical concoctions at his disposal. That's why I suggest a bit of good old-fashioned brute force. What do you mean I prefer to put my opponents to sleep? Repose is on my third hotbar. What are you talking about? When I unleash your most fearsome destructive spells, I'll be your shield. Don't even think of holding back. I'm going to paint him so fucking hard, I swear to God. I look forward to fighting by your side. I simply have to find a suitable arena. I just saw the Radiant Host's location. Once inside, we'll confront Eorzea for the final time. Where the boss fight is. It's in the middle of the fucking water. What rocks is he gonna bring? Ha! Gotta cover those people who would suggest you do that instead of fighting. Heroes and pretenders. Topeka is ready to tear down a false hero. You pleased to know the Radiant Hosts were most helpful in finding a place fit for a duel. When I saw it, even I began to believe our encounter would be one for the songs. Speaking of which, it seems our name's on the lips of all and sundry. People already consider you the true savior of Radzanan, and believe you'll bring Eorzea to the deceitful to justice. We apologize for putting so much weight on your shoulders, but something tells me you're used to it. The final showdown will take place in a mountain pass leading to Cactus, where great crystals will stand as witness to its conclusion. Suitably romantic and suitably isolated. Oh, is this gonna be where fucking Rubicante was? Is this... Are we doing the Rubicante arena? Or is it somewhere in a dungeon? I'm trying to think of where that would be. Cactus Pass, I'm pretty sure, was Mount Ordeals. Rain has spread word throughout Father that a hero has arisen to challenge Eorzea, and his pride will force him to answer. The entrance is to the pass at the Giant's Call grounds. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Mount Ordeals. Let's head there at once and await his arrival. So instead of reusing a trial or a treasure dungeon, we're reusing a treasure dungeon or a dungeon. We're reusing a trial for this one. Can we bring back Rubicante's theme for this one? Can we bring back Rubicante's theme, please? pretty, please? I don't know the fucking lyrics. One of those classic Koji Fox songs where it's just like the vocals are being sung faster than I'm pretty sure anyone can actually sing. The EX mount, I think I only have 1 or 2 EX mounts from Endwalker. I am not worried about trying to grind those out just yet. I'm not worried about trying to grind those out yet. Also, just like the time that I'm on, people are barely queuing for duties, let alone Party Finder. They are actual lyrics at least. Unlike the Zodiac song, which apparently doesn't have real lyrics. Strumble here has opened the way towards Kutka. Certain viewers will arrive before long, and then we'll wipe out that arrogant grin off his face. First, we check our gear and gird our loins for battles. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. Oh, it's the path up to the mountain. Right, yeah, there was cutscenes here, yeah. There he is. It's the path, it's not on Mount Ordeals itself, there's the path up to the mountain. I feel like they used this for something else as well. I feel like something else also took place here at one point, but I can't remember what. Through the cragged peaks of Kutka, desolate winds blow over the fields of battle. Oh, what a fitting location you have chosen for the conclusion of this legendary rivalry. Mount Ordeals is an illusion created by Rubicondes. This is just the real mountain. Oh, yeah, it's true. That is true. That is true. I was right not to face you before. Environs unsuited to a struggle between titans. Now my patience has been rewarded, and my heart races in anticipation. I know you would answer our challenge. You'd never be able to summon the people calling you Craven. Such boldness in the face of impending doom! Have you not realized by now that as long as I wield the perch of the apex, I am invincible? No, I think I can hurt you. We'll soon put that to the test. You rely too much upon stolen power. It deludes you. You claim to be a savior to the people, but they have seen through your lies. Even your own father can scarcely bear to look at you. You're nothing but a small man, hiding in the hollow facade of a hero. And today we tear that facade down! Will you now? You may have the metal, but you have the pure sons to claim the mantle of hero. My mantle? I literally saved the star from the final days. The fuck you on about? Oh, my child said this running out of CP so early. Oh, my food right now. Virazon the Deceiver! Come on. Time for words is past. Follow my lead. Will I need to paint before we start the battle? Or will I start with all of my paint fully painted? Also, how the fuck do you play level 100 Pictomancer? I don't know if I've ever done it. I don't know if I've ever touched level 100 Pictomancer. How does the star thing work? How does the star thing and like all the star drip work? I have no fucking clue. I don't know if I've ever done it. 3 out of 5 unbound use this though. Well, no, I don't have to paint. I do have all my paints already, so there is that at least. Stone and yellow! Thunder and magenta! You gotta use 5 of these costs, right? Run, crush and be crushed under a hail of stones! Get my wing motif going. Spare you level 100 Black Mage experience for now. Oh, thank you. Fog of the Ages. Oh, I totally found the paint. Wow! As fierce as they say, yet I will potions called by Thunder's ultimate alchemists. Pain hammer my teeth. You done well with your fight ends here. My chemical minion shall be your downfall. Oh, perfect. I can hammer stamp while there's a bunch of enemies. Perfect. Hammer stamp! Sun in yellow, thunder and magenta, holy and white. Although I believe I've heard that is technically a damage loss. Nope, 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 not there. It does feel weird to have these moments where you just like don't do damage. As Picto, it does feel weird to have moments where you kind of just stand there not doing damage. Defeat them already? But of course, who would wish this duel to end so quickly? Spy hates cast bars, so do most fights in this game, it seems. Do you ever shut up? My armor, no! He literally got rid of his, stripped him of his armor. The artifact. Never seen it shine so. Okay, I know I did get it. Okay. Rock's falling. Get over here, do some. Oh, dear God. No, no, nope, 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 nope. Okay. Okay, that didn't quite work out. This cannot be. I'm meant to be king. I will not fall ere I ascend the throne. Oh, you're going over that way. Okay. It's all right. I'll follow. I'll hit them from here. Don't worry. I can do that. Common in black. Get out of here, bloody things. Just stop them now. Make sure everything's painted up. I'm going over here. Mog of the Ages. Let's get some hammer stamps going. Oh, move to the side. I cannot lose. I think you're gonna. I think you're gonna. We both suffer grievous wounds. Perhaps we should consider this a draw. I am Bleeding Mouse, making me the victor. You lost, Verizon. Lay down your weapon. I've painted everything. Ah! His pants are gone. Let's go. Finally defenseless. This front base of wood was supposed to make me invincible. Uh-oh. I can't move. The artifact, it's... Quick, destroy the artifact. It's out of control. Verizon comes out to press the fear in his heart, and Apex responding kind. We have to stop it! It can't end like this! I won't let it! Apex powers grows. But I'm a hero! Someone come save me! That's all if we don't stop it soon! Yay! Yay, let's go! Picto seems really good for that, I'm not gonna lie. Having so many downtime moments when nothing is targetable so you can just paint. Picto seemed to really take the advantage for that fight. Yo! And once again, he is so silly and so absurd, and we strip him during the fight of his silly armor. It leans into the bit. It does it well. But also leans into the bit of how dangerous he actually is by giving him an actual fucking enrage. They're doing it again. They're going through, the silliness and the seriousness of the threat are both being highlighted at the way that they are. This one's done well. Not as good as the melee one, but it did well. Downtime, why thank you, is the Picto Creed. I've heard that's why Pictomancer is damn near fucking broken in Ultimates. Because Ultimates have so many phase transitions because they go through a lot of story bits and a lot of different, you fight multiple things. So I've heard that Picto is busted for Ultimates because there's just so many opportunities of downtime. Wait, this can't happen. A hero never falls. I must retreat. Yes, a tactical retreat. A noble retreat. So that Justicia may live to save another day. Huh? Taste of his own medicine. A stray rock hit him. Rocks fell and everyone died. Did the part of the Apex... I suppose the Apex wasn't finished yet. Did the Apex decide, now that the guy was no longer in control? I sense danger as the perch of the Apex. If that guy gets away, bad shit will happen. Hit him. And it seems that Eorzea cowardly haste neglected to look skyward. Was that an unfortunate accident? Or the will of the Apex? Oh. Fuck if I know. Or fate delivering is just desserts. I don't know, I bet these artifacts are into Vidrals and those were the real threat or something. Yeah, I kind of thought this might lead to fighting multiple, Doral Vidral. But not quite. Bye, dumbass. Definitely the second best one. Melee wins just because of the cutscene. Well, Melee wins for several reasons, but the cutscenes alone push it there, but also just the growth of the character that you're with is the best. This is second though. The sheer absurdity of his character, but also the seriousness of the threat is highlighted both well. And also the idea that this is a treasure that we're not sure what it does, and that is part of the struggle of working out what it even does is pretty good. He claims to be Radzat Han's savior, yet he sowed only discontent among his people. Perhaps some say in a sunless jail will give him some time to reflect upon the error of his ways. And now I finally recovered the perch of the Apex. Thank you for coming this far with me, Manifest. Hey. So we definitely don't have time to do role quests and all of the Aether quests today, huh? There's no fucking shot we have enough time for all of that. Yesterday's stream had already ended by now. I mean, I did literally take an hour nap in the middle of today, but even outside of that... Huh. Yesterday's stream had already ended by now. Battle was hard fought, but we made it through. Eorzea's responsibility, the Radiant host now. And now that I've done what I pledged to do, I must return home and bring good tidings to my mother and father. Yet before doing so, there are many others I must thank. In the meantime, can I count on you to meet my family until you allow one final farewell? My parents will sure be glad to see you again. I think we do role quests today. Aether quest can just happen tomorrow. Well, we'll try to. We'll say we'll do it, and then we probably won't have time to do it anyways, but we'll try our best. We'll do role quests today just so they're all finished. And we'll try our best to do Aether quests tomorrow after we do raids and treasure dungeons and whatnot. Because tomorrow is raids, treasure dungeon, and then it's sightseeing and triple triad. And those last two things shouldn't take long. But also, we can't do sightseeing without doing Aether quests. So tomorrow will probably be, it'll probably be raids, treasure dungeon, then Aether quests, then sightseeing and triple triad. And if it's long, so fucking be it. It'll probably, all of these are going to be long. Everyone got their glams ready? I know I do. Oh, hey! You're on the roofs. Sume! And that's a... If there's a manifest! Please have quite recovered since last we met. Perhaps one will have the chance to save you in return. I don't expect to see you until you're well again so soon. Is Topeke well? Surely she's got to come back, right? Surely she just won't... Surely she's got to come back for the cutscene. She really did it. And the man... There she is. And the man who stole our sacred treasure will answer for his deeds. Father, Mother, it's good to see you. I'm sure Manifest already told you what happened. I couldn't have retrieved our treasure without her. So we've heard. Your Manifest also told us your wits and bravery were essential to your success. On behalf of our whole village, I thank you for guiding Topeke and her quest, Manifest. Yeah. Now the perch of the Apex must be returned and put under careful guard once again. The story of the Travadral's demise proves that we are not meant to wield its power as our own. I'm sorry, Father, but I disagree. Once I return to the village, I want to tell everyone what happened in Thavne. They need to know what the treasure is capable of, or else we risk forgetting once again. I want to know the Apex's power is dangerous. I saw with my own eyes what happens when it's wielded with abandon. Yet during the course of our search, I also saw potential. If we fully understood how it worked, we could use it without risk to ourselves or other people. We could turn something we once feared to our advantage, instead of letting it become obscured in legend. I can see the reason in that. We must be ever ready for danger, even in times of peace. Should our safety be threatened, the treasure may grant us a means to protect ourselves. But can we be trusted to use it responsibly? Great power breeds great desire. Some with the same ambitions as Eorzea may arise again, perhaps from among our own. I dare say that once I've regaled the realm with them rise and fall just this year, they'll think twice before following in his misguided footsteps. So our forebears relied on the legend of Travadral's fate to forbid the treasure's use. We can rely on the story of Eorzea's fate to urge caution. And this time we have someone who lives through it to tell the tale. Of course, I'm going to be guiding people in safe use of a potentially dangerous treasure, as in a choice to inherit my father's position as its guardian. Some may raise their eyebrows at the prospect of loose-lipped Topeke serving as the perch of the Apex's protector, but I've grown from my mistakes. Only better to tell the tale of Eorzea and Topeke's failures. Your only mistake was in trusting Eorzea, the same I and many others. But unlike him, you have the willpower to overcome your own failings. Over the course of your long and arduous journey, you gained a wealth of experiences, and your efforts have finally been rewarded. You took responsibility for your actions. By doing so, proved your conviction to our people. They shall listen to this proposition with open minds, I'm certain. Now we must say farewell, as much as it pains me to do so. I owe you a debt I can never hope to repay. Once I return to the village, I'll do my utmost to protect the treasure we worked so hard to retrieve. Until next we meet, may fortune smile upon you. Yay! Rogue quest conquered! I can appreciate the departure. I can appreciate the departure from how serious the Shadowbringers ones are, and just how, like, tied into the MSQ the Endwalker ones are. Again, like, quest lines in this game are an excuse for world building, new characters, and everything like that. So, utilizing the role quests as opportunities to explore more of the world, especially in Dawntrail, especially with Dawntrail, once you hit Alexandria, it becomes very focused on Alexandria. So utilizing story like this to give a bit more backstory to a bit more of the places of Toral that we don't get to actually visit is nice. We hear about people from different areas. We hear about different backstories of different peoples and everything like that. Their different beliefs and ideas and all stuff like that. Again, it's why people lament the loss of Trial series. Now that Trial series are just, all the trials are now just part of MSQ, that means you get more fights in the MSQ, but it also means that that's an opportunity to tell a new story by having it be a trial series and a new thing is lost. So something like this, they're now using the role quests to tell us new stories. Whereas in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, they very much use the role quests to supplement the MSQ, something you already get a lot of. It works really well there, because the MSQ in Shadowbringers and Endwalker is so intense and there's so much to it. So utilizing it here as just like an expanding of the world that we have here is nice. It's one of the things we're going to reach for the Apex. It's one of those things we're going to like old zones here. Does also mean that like all of these stories are meant to be getting across the point of Toral a little bit more. But also very little of it takes place in Toral, which is a little odd. Reach for the... Oh, right, we don't get titles for this. I didn't get titles for those ones, that's right. I forgot about that. But, yeah. Overall, I like it. Overall, I like it. Again, I think 2 of them are really good. Well, one of them's really good. One of them's good. The melee one is really good. That one that we just did is good. And then all of the other 3 suffer from the exact same issue, just to different degrees of what they're trying to accomplish in those storylines is just not committed hard enough. Whether it's trying to commit to how serious the threat is or how silly the absurdity of the situation is, regardless of which one it is, they don't commit to either of those hard enough, which is unfortunate. We're not ending the stream yet. We're just gonna come back here. Do I have all the dyes that I need? I have these ones. I need to get a Snow White dye. Togga! I need a Snow White dye. Because, importantly, now that we have access to all of the role quests being completed, it also means we have access to glams can be dyed. We can dye some glams. We can dye the job coats for Sage and Red Mage. Let's go. So we dye the Red Mage. We dye the Asclepian coat. And even Red Sage. Yes, I am wasting a pure white dye on this. I know those whites are very similar to each other. I don't care. I don't care. But if you dye Red Mage, you lose the Velvet. That's the point. I'm intentionally losing the Velvet. I'm intentionally wanting to lose the Velvet for Red Mage because the Velvet looks really nice. The Velvet clashes really hard with the rest of the glam because the rest of the glam is very far from Velvet. So I'm intentionally trying to make sure that I lose the Velvet appearance of the Red Mage glam because it clashes too much. Alright, we put this on here. We'll show it all off when I can actually wear it. You get a little sneak peek before we wear it. Here we go, here we go. Alright. Let's show off Red Mage. Let's show off Red Mage. Bam! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Oh, I finally have an awesome Red Mage glam. I finally have a complete Red Mage glam. I've gone through so many different ideas for what I want for Red Mage, but then Dawntrail came out and I saw this coat and I'm just like, well, at least I fucking know what I want now. Hell yes. Again, this is why I had to dye it. Dyeing the Roseblood coat, you do lose the Velvet appearance, but like the hat, the gloves, the pants, none of that has that velvety appearance to it. So it just clashes really hard. And also just putting a white shirt underneath instead of a black shirt just makes like the collar pop a bit more. Makes like the broad, like the showing off a lot of the neck show off a bit more. Oh, this looks so good. Oh, I'm in love with this glam. This glam is so fucking sexy. If you're curious what all of the pieces are, this is just a combination of a lot of red mage. This is the hat is level 90 red mage. I believe the atrophy set it's called. Level 100 is obviously the Dawntrail, the rose blood coat. The gloves are the level 80. This is the Estiquadors, which you have to beat extreme virus to get them dyeable. The pants are Neo Kingdom, I believe just casting. The pants are Neo Kingdom, and the boots are Holonic, aka Vault, the Vault. These are the dungeon boots for caster for the Vault. So yeah. Oh, and the weapon is also just the level 80 red mage weapon as well. Which I have taken because of the way it has the gold running up the weapon. But, oh, red mage looks so fucking sexy. Red mage looks so fucking sexy. I love this glam so much that part of me wants to say Minifest is red mage for 8.0, just so I have an excuse to wear this for MSQ. I am so tempted to just be like, fuck it, red mage MSQ, so I can wear this for MSQ. It's so tempting to just decide that because I love this so much. I mean, I love the red mage aesthetic in general. Like, all of the red mage glams look incredible, and I've always loved them. But how well, especially with the new coat, this suits Minifest and her aesthetic. Ah, God, I love it. And we also have Sage. We also have Sage, which is now finally finished. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It has a little bit of like sci-fi like spaceship captain vibes to it. It does have that. But I think that works well for Sage. Yeah, this is actually like I don't know how it's done it, but the metallic dye on the scarf somehow really works. It makes the scarf feel like it's made out of like silk or some shit. But also these were the Mandible weapons that we got for Sage back in when we did Endwalker. But Sage, another one of those were... Well, actually, the biggest problem with Sage was the hat. The biggest problem with Sage was the hat of just like, I don't know what hat suits Sage. And then this got added to the market board at some point during Dawntrail. And I'm like, perfect. Perfect. But this hat is... What's the name of the hat? I actually don't remember. Okay, so yeah, it's like literally a star... So when I say it has Starship Captain vibes, apparently that's very literal. This is literally a Star Captain hat. It's literally a Star Captain hat. This is the Asclepian body. Obviously, that is the Dawntrail gear. The gloves are the Tantalus gloves. This is like the veteran reward for being subbed for like a year or so. No, I think a year is Squall. But still, these are Tantalus cuffs. This is one of the rewards you get for being subbed for a while. From memory, Tantalus is Zidane's clothes? But I'm not certain. The pants are Archeo Kingdom. These are just Archeo Kingdom pants, which are also the same as Neo Kingdom. Not Neo Kingdom. Archeo Kingdom is the same as Rena Skeeter pants. And then the boots are Diamond boots, which this is final tier of Omega Savage. Zidane FF9, yeah. So it's Zidane FF9 gloves. But I also very much love this claim. Very much love this claim. So it's a vibe for Sage that I didn't know I could get the vibe of Minifest's aesthetic to vibe so well with Sage. But these big ass like knee-high boots do work well with that, and even like the, you know, the little frilly edgy bits there that it's got that, but like the big cuffs and everything like that. They're similar cuffs to what I have on the Red Mage. And they just actually work really well with this Sage claim. And I love the red, and I love how well this red scarf works on this glam. And again, remember when I got these weapons and I said I got the 60 for Cloud, 150 for Zidane, 240 for Furion, 330 for Leon. Oh, so it's the second reward. There you go. But remember how I said I got this, like, Sage is a weapon where you choose what the weapon is for how it looks when it's sheathed. Sage, like, the Nuliths fly around so much and do all of their own shit. It's really hard to see what Sage weapons look like while they're flying around. You choose Sage weapons for the aesthetic of what they look like when they're sheathed, which is also why Sage weapons have several different sheath appearances. Are they like all vertical? Are they like diagonal coming down to each other? Do they all come into like a sphere together? There's all different appearances because them being sheaths is a big part of their aesthetic. This is why I got these. This is why I got these. Because all of the wings going down matches well, like they line up with the scarves. All of the wings pointing down lines up with the scarves. Having a different shape on the back would like cover up or clash too much with the two red lines that are going right down there. So I had to go for this one. And Walker Tome Leaf Wings are cute. They are good. They're very much not Minifest though. They're very much not Minifest aesthetic at all. There's so much, again, Final Fantasy XIV has so much sexy gear and so much awesome looking shit. There is so many things you can do with the glam in this game and so many awesome looks you can give your character. And there's so many of them that I love, but I wouldn't use for my character. But also, there is so much that I can use for my character that my character still has a consistent aesthetic across all of the jobs. And I think that's very impressive of the game to like offer that much variety while also allowing you to like have an aesthetic that you lock into across multiple different glams. And I think that is awesome. I think that is really cool. Kind of Red Mage. That's Red Mage. Red Mage, there we go. Also, this means I only have 2 glams left that aren't finished. I am now at a point where I only have 2 glams that aren't finished. And when I say finish, I mean I know I want pieces still. Like, it's always possible I might change some more of my glams in the future with new pieces that drop. That could always happen. But when I say a finished glam, there are 2 jobs left where I know I still want pieces that I don't have access to yet. Every other job I have finished in terms of I have all of the pieces that I currently want. The only way I'm changing it is if new stuff comes out that replaces what I would have gotten before. And that is Astrologian and Summoner. And for both of them get very, well, one of them finishes and one of them gets very close to finish once we get access to the Eorzea dungeon. Astrologian finishes once we get access to Eorzea. Summoner gets the chest piece once we get to Eorzea, so it really, like, helps the glam look very finished because the body piece is so big, especially for Minifest, who always wears, like, long-ass coats and robes. The only thing I need left after Eorzea is boots for Summoner, which I believe is the 7.4 dungeon, because it's the mist something stuff that Denshio was wearing at some point. Anyways, we still have role quests to do. We will probably not get Aether quest done today, but we need to at least get the role quest done today. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I will come back. We have roughly 5... Oh, you know what? We might do... We could possibly get the Aether quest done today and still be under 12 hours. It's just a case of how little sleep am I going to get before tomorrow's stream if I do that. We'll see how it goes. At the very minimum, we've got role quests to do, which is for Gatherer. So, you know, it'll take even longer. But I'll be back after I go to the bathroom. Yeah. Also, fish RNG. It could be here for 5 hours on fish RNG. Yeah. And we are back. I have eaten some KFC chips. I have slightly more energy than before. I am also energized by how fucking awesome this glam is. Holy shit. So fucking sexy. Let's change it into this glam. I'm wearing the Gleaner's coat currently. I'm wearing the Gleaner's coat currently for Gatherer. Again, I have such an issue with Gatherer glams, primarily because I don't want to buy so many sets of Gatherer glam or Gatherer gear that I'm in the stuck position of my Miner and Botanist share the glam, and trying to find a glam that works for both of those while, pardon me, suiting Minifest fucking kill me. So, yeah. I have separate gear for Fisher, because I refuse to let Fisher not have its own glam. But yeah. Yeah, Tisha. Are you a fish? Are you a fish? Oh, it's bait. Oh, bait for the fish. Bait for the various fish. Why, thank you. We got some golden stonefly nymphs, some crimson lugworms, some honeybees, some popalures, and some dragonflies. Let's go. Should we start with Fisher? Should we start with Fisher? Because who knows what the RNG is going to be like? Got good breath control there. We could because of RNG. See, Fisher Glam! Fisher Glam has to be its own glam. And Fisher Glam is its own glam, and Fisher Glam is good glam. I have clearly not redone the rings. Or the earrings. Or the neck. Let me go fix them. Could I have some combat job stair glams? That I refuse. Sorry, I have to fix this. These fish are mine now. I have to fix this. Like, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Thing is, like, all of my glams for the combat jobs are so... I decided them so explicitly for the sake of the job itself that if I was to change it up, it would look very bizarre. If I was to change it to be like, oh, this is gonna look like this. Like, oh, red mage will share it with summoner. It would look bizarre. It just wouldn't look right. Which thing is this? Left. And then this should be right. There we go. There we go. We're all good. There we good. We got the Oshfont earrings. We got the red bill coat. We got the Kretz rings. We got your shoulders ring there. We got Graha's ring there. We're all good. You can't see a Cell's bracelet right now. You can't see a Cell's bracelet. And I can't wear the Vanar necklace and the Sky Pirate necklace at the same time because the game is transphobic to me. So there's that. Do we still need all those now that the jobs are unlocked? No, I don't. I just haven't gotten rid of them yet. I've been meaning to get around to it. I haven't done it yet. The idea is to keep the casting one of each one because, you know, your Stoll is a caster and Graha is an all-rounder, but but for the purposes of which role does he fit, I'm gonna call him a caster because if he goes into other jobs, he's casting, like, if he goes paladin, he's casting the Sword and Shield to be a paladin, so I'm calling him a caster. I just haven't gotten around to getting rid of the others yet. Because it's not just getting rid of them, it's also going to every glam and redoing them all with the other ones, and I just haven't bothered yet. Fishmonger Blues. Donahanu shoulders us slumped. You're the fish abruptly introduced. Perfect time, and I got good news. You, my friend, have just inherited the deed and rights to fish fancies Donahanu. I jest, lass, I jest. It just, my little shop has seen better days. Don't worry, old Donahanu's run out of tricks to keep her afloat. Fish fancies Donahanu doesn't deal in your everyday mackerel and haddock, you see. No, we deal in danger, drama, yume. Our fish are outstanding in their waters. Fancy catches all. Of course, everyone shares our taste for the exquisite. The average Shirali wants something familiar on their dinner plates, so local fishers tend to throw their fancier souls right back into the ocean. Can you imagine? Dismissing a fish simply because it's got too many teeth or has eyes in concerning places? Needless to say, I snatch up whatever odd catch the fishes can't untangle from their nets and sell it myself. Remember how Fisher in Endwalker for the role quest was some of the most deep lore in the fucking game? Graha went to Palace of the Dead to grind for glam just for us. Without a result, I'm afraid. I spend my days philandering, and not the fun way. I've all but resigned myself to mongering for the masses, but I feel like being here today is a sign to keep chasing my dreams. I should be here to help me fish me out of trouble things. You had me at fish. Thank you, lass. Thank you. Donahanu. Donahanu. Might I borrow you for a moment? There's a man asking about a fish down at the pier. I like the sound of that. Seems you're officially my partner now. How you come along? The pier's just here. Bye. You were there. You're not anymore. Hello? Never seen him before. Who the fuck are you, cunt? Sorry, Donahanu's Aussie now. I've claimed him. Maybe my game's too loud. Jesus. This lad is in search of an unusual sort of fish. I reckon he'd be the one to ask. So you're Donahanu? A fish fancies Donahanu? Please, I need your strongest fish right away. Well, I'll just seahorses lad inside from the beginning. A strong fish. 100 pardons. I didn't even introduce myself, did I? I am Bashadan of the Wallachie. Oh my god. Fish lore keeps going deep. Fish lore connects to Blue Mage lore. Oh my god. Our second mention of the Wallachie in the entirety of Dawntrail. As a small comedian, Chuck Terrell. So you may not have heard of us. We have about a close relationship with nature, as it blesses us with wild creatures who bequeath magics upon us. Fishermonger, require your strongest fish. You cannot handle my fish, traveler. Oh, Martin taught me all about the Wallachie. In a probably racist way, but still. Oh, you know Martin! Then you must have heard our mastering our magical arts. I believe he fondly called it blue magic. It's a rite of passage for all Wallachie. You can't handle the truth. You can handle the fish. I have no doubts you'll stress the importance of mastering a wide array of techniques, drawn from all types of beasts. Beastmaster confirmed. That's why he's an azure-clad lad. And also, he's literally wielding the staff of the Wallachie. Unfortunately, despite my every effort, I don't know how to grasp one technique. The manipulation of piscatory energies to form phantasmal fish. Hell yeah. At least you have the interrupt. At least you've got the interrupt. Yeah! Yeah, let's go! The solitary link to Wallachie magic was bequeathed to me by a seabird of Kalu's, the most important blue mage spell. Quite literally, there's a number of things in the Mask Carnivale you cannot complete without this. Limited though my abilities may be, I'm determined to own them into strength unrivaled by any, and therefore by defeat any creature my rite of passage requires. Every enemy has a weakness. There must be a fish that can exploit each one. It's simply a matter of finding the right fins for the job. I am going to expand my entire blue mage repertoire with nothing but different elemental fish. I am no longer a blue mage. I am but a fish mage. Yoshi P, when are we getting fish mage? If you get the chance, if you're going to Anaheim and you get the chance to ask Yoshi P one question, please ask him, when are we getting fish mage? Which is why for my first trial I seek a strong fish, one capable of felling a giant leathery toad. Well, that's about the most thrilling thing I've ever heard. Godsend lad, a dream come true. He said I need something strong, bold, brave. A fish that isn't tilapia. Come on, it's about the fancies with us. Once I thought up the right fish, I'm counting you to go and catch it. Look, most of the Vanu, like the Vanu are meant to be like Maori. It is Australian tradition to see something that is New Zealander and claim it as being Australian. This is classically Australian as Russell Crowe. What a glorious night. I can't wait to find us a mighty swimmer. I'm just participating in that grandest of Australian traditions. You know, colonialism. So many beautiful fish. Imagine, all the fish docks of all the ports of the world passion on walks onto ours. I heard the vague rumor about mages up north who pull energies out of critters. I had no idea they use fish. They normally use fish for one of them. Maybe two if you count water cannon. Though, sounds like the lad's a bit of a eccentric even among his own people. All the more reason to help him. We had fish after school together after all. Let's see. Who needs a fish strong enough to defeat a giant toad? Skin's bound to be thick, so maybe he uses too brittle. Give me a moment. Is this... Some are saying this is the best role quest in the entire game. Many are saying this. Many are saying this. When wishes are fishes. That... There is the name of a scratchy that we sell at work at the moment that is called If Wishes Were Fishes. I've worked it out. There's someone on the scratchy design team who's a Final Fantasy XIV fan. Or this is a reference to something else, but still. Donohano is swimming in ideas. But of course, the answer's obvious. Manifest. I can call you Manifest, can't I? We're in post Endwalker. Yeah, it's fine. Flashing doesn't need strong, it needs sharp. To wit the King Puffer. Its blade-like spines are sure to flay any toad like a defective dirigible. I don't know how to. I don't know how Passionate's magic works. But as long as the lad needs a fish, we'll deliver him a fish. But let's deliver him several. You never have too many fish. That's the fish fancy Donahue's motto. So on with your lass. Buy yourself some crimson lugworms from Bayside Bevy and cast your line at High Tide Harbour. Soon you've reined in some kings, hurry back. Can't keep our friend waiting. It's High Tide Harbour in the city. There's a lot of water here. I know how to deliver fish. Yes, yeah, literally just like the fish guild before it. The first one is just literally right here. Crimson Lugworm, I think it said. I think they said Crimson Lugworm for this one. We need collectibles, right? Collectibles, yes. If wishes were fishes, we'll swim in riches. Oh, that's why it's called that. That's why the Scratchy's called that, because of the I see. I see. It's a Scottish nursery rhyme. Oh. I forget, what do these two abilities do? Reason scale, silver side. Is there a resolve scale? Gold side? These two over here, the ones that are like the hook sets, but they cost 10 each. I forget, what do they do? I forgot what their thing is. I think they're the level 100 skill, but I forgot what they actually are. I forget what it be. So also most of the stuff over here is meant to be for spearfishing, so I can keep it all together, but I have not done spearfishing in a long time. I have not kept up to date with my fish log for quite some time. I have all of the fish that aren't big fish from A Realm Reborn, and that's as far as I've gotten. Fish is one of those things where I want to, like, when I put time into Fisher, I want to put a lot of time into Fisher. Like, I want Fisher to be the only thing I focus on for, like, a week or two. And it's just normally playing this game, there's always other things to do. So putting that much time towards Fisher is something that's hard to justify, because I'm just like, I'm doing Fisher, but there's other more important things I need to do right now in terms of, like, I need to do it for the stream or something. Or I need to do it for daily progress for achievements. And this is why we're not getting Aether Quest on today. This is why we're not getting Aether Quest done today. Because it will be 1 hour per fish. Where is it? There it is. The 10 cost abilities to increase chances of catching a small or large white fish. Oh, right. I don't know. Okay, this is now ringing a bell. This is now ringing a bell. I think somebody somewhere must be tolling a bell. I am now remembering this. Oh, you can use it multiple times as well, can't you? But it like costs more each time you use it or something as well? Something along those lines? Increases chance you'll hook up a fish that can be called powerful hooks at precision hooks that can be used up to 3 times and more. Yeah, so it costs 60 if you use all 3, yeah. Well, that one had a medal. That one had a medal for the size. Oh, well. I should have stuck with the normal patience, but I have no patience. I don't think we're getting Aether Quest on today. I haven't even gotten the first one yet of 6. I mean, really, I only need to get 3 because of IC, but still. Well, actually, the moment I can't even afford IC, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because I fucked up. Don't worry about it, though. Also has to be used to catch certain special hidden fish. Ah, certain fish will only appear if you do that. Okay. Okay. There's a thing there that costs 2 angler's art. I don't know what that is. That 550, that's fish eyes. 200 surface left, I believe. And then price catch beneath it. The one there that costs 2 stacks. I actually don't know what that is. It's the one to the right of snagging. Which snagging you just need to catch certain types of fish. I don't know how much snagging is still used in terms of like current fish. I also don't know if snagging is something that it's like, is it bad to always just leave it on because it just allows certain fish to appear? Or is like certain fish are less likely to appear if you have snagging on? I have no idea. Snagging gives treasure maps. Ah. In 7.1, they changed the tooltip from small fish and large fish to small jawed and large jawed. Hey, that's a good way of describing it. Because large fish is like, large is already, okay, there we go. There we go. We've worked out a distinction so you don't have to call large, because you literally catch large fish, and catching large fish is what gives you angler's art stacks. Hey, that's a good way of calling it. We have a term now. Let's go. Am I doing the right thing? He said lugworm, right? He said lugworm, right? I'm pretty sure he said lugworm. Crimson lugworm, I'm pretty sure that's what I've got on. Yeah, I've got crimson lugworm on. Do any of the fish for the deliveries here have like weather or time-based restrictions? They usually don't. Yeah, no special weather time, mooch, or anything, just aren't. Well, we might be here for a while. So how's your day been? How's everyone's day been? Me? Oh, I've been playing, you know, Final Fantasy 14. Sleeping. Having a headache. Making cocktails. Having KFC chips. Which skill was I talking about again? This one over here to the right of snagging. It costs 2 Angler's Art stacks. And it looks like a man thinking with a big brain. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. I know over here you've got like the 5 one here is like mooch with a not big fish. Or something like that. Or it makes your next fish like work for mooching or whatever. And then you've got the collect one there, which is like collect a fish and use it as bait in a future cast. I remember those ones. I remember those being added. How have we not gotten one yet? How has not even one appeared yet? How is it not even a single one has appeared yet? Never mind, we may not get the other role quest done today either. We may not get the minor botanist quest done today either at this rate. Oh. I don't have patience. Big game fishing. Increases the chance the next large-sized fish you catch will be really large, important for collectibles and metals. Ah, okay. I keep forgetting that metals is like a thing of trying to catch the biggest fish you can in an area. I keep forgetting that like metals is a thing. Do metals update per expansion? Like for different areas? Because from memory, when I first saw, like, when I was looking at the metals thing, it's like rivers, oceans, ponds, stuff like that. So do future areas get categorized into those, or is there like multiple pages and I've never noticed it? For the, like, size record sheet. This is getting a little absurd. I think I've used patience, I think 3 or 4 times so far. Oh, I could have caught you on as well. I went through like a stack of 99 bait for one of these. Oh god. Oh, half a stack. Still though. So this is the we're not getting botanist done today. Botanist ain't getting done today either. All right, I'm going back to the leaning back strat. Yeah, let's go. I don't have enough ice. Thaliac doesn't interrupt it, does it? It did. Fucking damn it! I was about to say I can't remember if Thaliac's favor interrupts what you caught. Damn it! It did. Fuck. Fuck. I didn't have enough GP to IC. I was like, I can't remember if any of the ability. I can't remember if anything gets you GP back interrupts it. I think it does. Did. You're using Surface Slap. The issue is that Surface Slap only counts for one fish. Surface Slap doesn't Surface Slap only work until you reel in another fish? Because from my understanding, the way you use Surface Slap is either just to thin the pool out, or if you've got a fish that has like a similar catch time as what you're trying to catch, Surface Slap that, so when you have a fish to reel in at that time, you know that it's like not going to be the other one at least. One fish, but it's higher chance. Yeah, but it costs 200. But it costs 200 to use. It's expensive. It's 200 GP. Because I want to catch large fish, because I want a higher collectability for a better reward. I want a higher collectability reward. So I gotta use patience so I can get some bigger, oh, versions. That's right, nothing says that if I have an IC and I don't have enough GP, there's nothing that says I can't just literally stand there waiting to get the GP back by natural region. Only thing I'm wasting there is time on patience, and that doesn't matter. Hooked on a reeling. High cordials? Yeah, I've been using those. I have high cordials. I think you're overestimating how much GP a fish has. So how's everyone's day been? I'll ask that again. How y'all been? Me? Just fishing. I don't even drink it that much. And I don't drink that many different types because there's a lot that I don't like. Could really go for a beer right now. Just finish the vibes. Just finish the vibes. I need the ice cold beer. So, like, I don't drink enough beer to for beer to be something I always have in the house. Beer's the type of thing where it's like, oh, I feel like it. I know I feel like it at the moment. So I'll buy like a 4 or a 6 pack, and that will last like a week or so. Whereas, like, for spirits, I've got the bar. I have the bar for all spirits there, so if I ever feel like rum or whiskey or scotch or bourbon, I always have access to at least one of any of those. Well, access to about 10 different rums And at least always a scotch and a scotch, a whiskey, a bourbon. Oh, let's go! I see that shit. I see you. I have to hold it like this because I can't catch these because I don't have the hook set ready because my patience running. Which means this one's going to be a tiny one, but it's fine. But it's fine. It's the 97. Not even worth catching. Not even worth catching. I think we're at 5. Should be at 5. Because I IC twice and one of them I couldn't IC. So we should be at 5. I was trying to look at the side there for like the quest dialogue. And then it's like, oh, that's asking me how many I've delivered. Yeah, I haven't done any yet. What I should do is be memorizing the timing and the biting of what I'm reeling in. So then I start only reeling in what I'm looking for. But also, if I reel in every fish that I get, I'm more likely to build up angle stacks. That's... I press on. Not that I'm adding to this one because the last one I'm catching is what I need. I gotta remember for the future fish that I catch, when I get what I'm after, look at the time here. Because the moment I press the reel in button, this timer stops. So if I catch what I'm after, remember what hook I was using, and look at the time down here for what it was. Because then at least I have a rough window. Felt like the longest one so far. I'm pretty sure I have 24 was there for a while on that one. So, bloody goldfish. Give me puffer fish. Wow, me nice. No. Double tap. Let's go! Got there in the end. I hope that's 6. There we go. It is one that's a bit tiny. What are my craft scripts like? Pretty shit house. But I know what I'm after for purples at least. Warriors of the Heart team with King Buffers. They hold love, crimes, and lugworms. Yes, I know how to do deliveries. Oh, see, one of them's gonna be short. Damn, one of them's short. So this is why I need patience for them. Flawless! The spine's a true monarchy. Passion, no doubt will find, doubt puff with pleasure. Alright. Fish 1 of 6 done. Jesus Christ. Bigger than I thought. Behold the majesty of a king. Don't let his winsome roundness fool you. King Bob is a notorious net wreckers. A menace, dead or alive. What an incredible specimen. I've never seen anything like it. Then, may I partake? Of course, lad. Is your fish, use however you like. You said you're pulling magics out of them, right? How's that done exactly? By eating every piece of it, spines it. That is not how blue magic works. That is not how blue magic works. No, it's not. Look, mean it no disrespect, but you best rethink that notion, lad. You try to eat that fish and it'll gut you from the inside. That's the only way I can acquire my magics. Rest assured, I've come prepared. No, you need to get attacked by it. So I mentioned previously, my only grasp of licking magics is upon the slippery and scaled. Whereas the rest of my brother must master many techniques, I must master many fish. The method is simple. I eat a fish in its entirety and then I can call upon it at any time. Most Wallachie can only summon a single species, you see. The more I eat a particular fish, the stronger our spiritual affinity grows. So I'm prepared to consume as much as necessary. Not. He really isn't a blue mage. He actually is a fish mage. To this end, I've spent many a moon studying the culinary arts, but I don't prepare any and all fish for complete and pleasurable consumption. He's a special little boy. Any fish? I even fancy ones? I sell the occasional anchovy for my customers to munch on while they browse my bed of beauties. But if folks are only looking for a feast, then we made the fanciest feast they've ever seen. Passionate, you gotta teach me how to cook. In exchange, me and mine will fish any fish you need for your rite of passage. You'll have more trials to overcome than one spongy old toad, eh? Indeed, I will. Thank you, Donahanu. I couldn't ask for a happier arrangement. Likewise, my lad. You'll be needing a kitchen, won't you? Or did you have a place in mind? No place in particular, I admit. My only aim was finding a suitable fish. The rest I assumed would fall into place. Well, you're welcome to use old Donahanu's kitchen in the resplendent quarter. Nothing glamorous, but more glamorous than nothing. Generosity's limitless. Without further ado, allow me to prepare these wonderful puffers you have caught me. We trained him wrong, as a joke. And there you have it, a king puffer soup garnished with deep fried spines. That was divine! Really ate those spines right up. You have some wonderful specimens. Already I can feel the energy taking root within me. I must feel myself new fish so I can use them in battle. If you'll excuse me, I'll find some quiet corner in which to do so. Of course, of course. May our king serve you royally. Now I suppose we wait. Fancy a quick fish. Fish mage. Fish mage. Friendly fish finder. A little fish in a whole Dawntrail blue mage is over. By getting a subset of blue mage with fish mage. Scaling up demand. Just like you, Donahana was awaiting Bashanine's return. Bashanine should be back any moment. I'd wager. At least I hope so. Once we killed him. He'd eat those spines after all. Apologies for the wait. I believe I mastered my command over the King Puff of Phantasms. The spines over to pierce a wooden mannequin with ease. They should go right through a giant toad. My rite of passage will demand much more, however. I'll need an arsenal of fish before attempting it. I want my master to be a gargantuan tortoise with a shell as hard as stone. Something Donahanu. Do you know a fish sturdy enough to combat such a foe? There's no fish sturdy in the Yakoi Pleiko. Their scales as good as armor. Their armor as good as their scales. You can find them in the waters, Hano, and they can't resist a honey bee on a hook. I'll be going out Manifest to Kozuma Uka with you. Thank you, Manifest. I appreciate your help. So are we fighting armor with armor? Is that the idea? If it's showing up the Shadow Rock will doubtless be useful to outside the hunt as well. Breaking stone, molding clay, there are countless ways I might support my community with it. I guess the idea is that it's so sturdy that if you cast magic and hit it with the sturdiness, it'll just go. Yo! Best offense is a good defense. Yo, look at this. Gathering location and delivery location. It actually like shows you both. Fuck me sideways with a tractor. I didn't realize the game could do that. Learning new things all the time. Whee! Oh my god, Kozuma Uka with fair skies? Are we serious? This zone exists having fair skies? No shot. Am I fishing in their reeds for these? I'm fishing in their reeds. I didn't think that's where I'd be doing this. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think I'd be reed fishing. Wait. Honeybees. Honeybees. Are you confused? Don't worry about it. Just move along. Yo, immediately, let's go. The immediate frame 1 Yokoi Pleiko, let's go. Let us be fucking going. So in future expansions, how many streams should we divide this post, like, game stuff into? Because it feels like 3's not enough. In terms of, like, let's assume 6, but we did 5 8th, or we did one of the 8th quests during the story. But let's assume 6 8th quests, 10 sets of role quests, and 2 dungeons. Maybe when we do the same thing at 8.0, we split that into 4 streams? Maybe next time we aim for it to be 4 streams, not 3. 3 seems to be cutting it a little too short. Got away! Did I press the wrong button? I may have. Yokoi Pleko, Yokoi Pleko, Yokoi Pleko. Well, I mean, it's a collectible. I can turn it in. I can turn it in for some free scripts. I might as well. Might as well. Yoko Pleko! Ooh, I can see it, but I won't have the hook set. Give us a couple seconds. 85. 93. Oh! There's a time limit on IC? Fuck. Okay, there is a time limit for IC shit. For doing IC. Okay. Yeah, they've thought about that. God damn it. IC also has a time limit. Okay. Does it appear as a buff? Does the chance to mooch / IC appear as a buff, or is it just like there's a certain number of seconds before it goes away? Depends if the role quests are better done after or before beating MSQ. That is going to be an interesting point, because if I'm doing the expansion at the same time as everyone else, that would require people in chat knowing whether it's better to be done before or after beating MSQ. Identical buff cost is 15 seconds. Oh, okay. Yeah, because if I'm doing the expansion at the same time as everyone else, then it would kind of require the idea of just, are people aware? Like, do people know yet whether it's good to do during or after MSQ before I get there? I mean, admittedly, me getting there would take at least a couple of weeks. Generally, the role quests have unlocked after the first dungeon, which will always take me 2 episodes to get to for the split path. So there is that. There is that. How much leveling you do by the time we get there? I mean, the moment an expansion comes out, leveling is going to be, like, by a very large margin, the main priority. For several different reasons. When my thought process for when 8.0 comes out, right, is to do a post after, like, to do a post work stream on the day early access starts to unlock the new jobs. And then that will just get tacked onto the beginning of the episode that we do that later that weekend of starting the MSQ. And then I just immediately go hellbent for leather, trying to, Oh, my spirit bomb with spearfishing is complete. Nice. Unlock job scroll, all the new stuff on the market board. But yeah, the idea is like day the early access opens, do a small bit that's just unlocking the new jobs, and then that'll go at the beginning of the other one. That'll go at the beginning of the stream on the weekends. And I'll just try to level up shit as much as possible. I mean, that'll be a case of just I focus on one of every role, and just the idea of, oh, choose this job to suit this role, I'll just have to ignore, and I just choose which ones to do. But purposely. So yeah, I'll just like hard focus leveling jobs, one of each role, and I'll just choose whichever ones I want to do. Because if I wait for people to like do enough role quests to be like, oh, this role will suit the quest, it'll take a long time. And also, generally, it seems like which one you choose doesn't really matter. Like, in Shadowbringers, there was a clear choice of just choose the role of the person who's, like, Bert's companion. like for Brandon, you choose Paladin and stuff like that. Yeah, the jobs only lined up in Shadowbringer, so you could line up the jobs with the people there. And beyond that, not really. There's some that make a bit more sense compared to others, but like it's not like super important. Man, those first Yokoi playcodes were really fast. They lulled me into a false sense of Yokoi playco team. Those choices we did for Endwalker and DT were kind of arbitrary or just this seems fun, yeah. So I'll just choose whichever jobs to like hard level focus first and just do those. These Fisher quests are gonna take 6 hours. There's no way we're getting Aether quest done today because this alone is gonna take too long. That's alright, well, again, hopefully tomorrow's stream should be shorter with what we've got planned anyways. We should hopefully have enough time for Aether quest tomorrow. It shouldn't, like, ruin things. Hopefully. Except Culinarian, because it's hard to make Alchemist work for a quest line, yeah. Culinarian has been the correct choice for all of them at this point. You're either making food for Amaro, or you're working on Archon Loaf bread, or you're making juices. Maven bread, sorry. Or like, the closest one you could get away with is like Alchemist for the bread one, because of how like scientifically derived Archon Loaf is as a bread. So maybe alchemy, but even then, what you're trying to do with the bread is make it edible. We get wider together, and it's easy to make Alchemist go into Culinarian, but it is for Culinarian to go into Alchemist, but it is a bit silly. It is a little silly. Okay, play goals. I see that shit. There we go. There we go. What's up, buddy? I think this should be Yokoi playcode number 5. Yeah, number 5. One more. One more. Can't use wild ball casting. Can't use wild casting. I really like fishing in this game. I really do. One, doing it on stream when we've got a time limit is a bit stressful. And two, again, it's the type of thing that I want to enjoy fishing in this game the way that people enjoy fishing in real life, where you just sit there for hours upon hours, just like, kind of in like a cathartic state, just like doing it. But I always have so many other things to do in this game that aren't fishing. Like, I don't want to just be like, oh, I'm just going to do fishing for a quick half an hour in the game of like hopping into fish for like a big fish at a set time. That I can enjoy. But like, if I'm just working through the fish log of just like, there's like 800 fish in the game that aren't big fish, just catch all the different fish in every different area. I just want to like sit down for like an entire fucking day doing nothing but that. And I don't really have the time to do that most of the time. I got my Yoko Black Girls. Let's go. Especially DT one where we're barely even in medicinal food category. No juice does not count as medicated. Well, the closest is like, oh, I'm making health juices. Oh, but it's a bunch of health juices. It's a bunch of health juices. Quick, let me have this job that is mostly known for making potions and like frickin' scholar books. Make a carbonated soda. Healthy food and food with medicine in it are different. Yeah, exactly. You need chemistry knowledge to know how to make health supplements. Oh. Yokoi Blakos, we need to be swimming in waters, Hanu. Got send some money base and soon you'll be swimming in Yokoi Blakos. And all of them surpassed the goal this time, I'm pretty sure. 387 was like the lowest. Yeah, they all passed. Let's go. Firm. Very firm indeed. If I didn't know better, I'd say you just handed me solid ore. Or what? Yoko Plecko, look at it. Look at that fish. Look at that fish. Look at its dorsal fin not even being attached to its body. Fuck yeah. What do you think, Passioning? Mind if it's outdid itself, if you ask me. But no, the big not talent, as we say in Okanu. Nothing cracks the Yoko Plecko without it say so. Perfect. I dare say I shall need a chisel. How the fuck are you gonna eat this? He's gonna come back giving us gum jobs, just being like, I ate all the fish, thank you. Just look at this plump meat. Enough for me to get the energies I need, and then much more. Would you both care for a bite? The soft part's here. Fucking Link eating fucking rock roast over here. As rich as any terrestrial game, wouldn't you say? What's more, the shell serves as a natural seal during frying, trapping its subtle flavors inside. Did you have to eat the shell? Because if you had to eat the spines for the other one, surely you have to eat the shell for this one. You really know your cooking, Passioning. Never ventured far beyond a hot grill or a sprinkle of salt myself, but I haven't tasted your play call, but proves that for every fancy fish, there's an equally fancy recipe. Oh, that smells delicious. Your fish wouldn't happen to be for sale, would it? I came to market on another errand, but that aroma is simply to die for. My apologies, Ben, but that fish is already spoken for. Nonsense. I've taken all that I require, so you're welcome to eat the rest. As to the recipe, it's really quite simple. First, you shall need a small chisel. So I can manifest. People are perusing our pretties. I haven't given much thought to recipes. I mean, honestly, they can sell a fish all on their own. And the more fish passionate masters, the more recipes will have to win new customers. Let's both keep our skill sharp, say alas, and then tell them what passionate will need next. I'm a firm fish finder. Welcome to Fish Fannies, Donna. I'm Manifest. It's good to see you. I've been over around the fancies from time to time. There's I can do to repay you and Donna Hana's kindness. Big body, big beauty. Donna Hanu hums happily as he contemplates unusual fish. Manifest, I have good news. That customer who bought our spare Yoko Plecko has been telling all and sundry what a treat they are. Business for the fancies is, well, not booming per se, but much better than usual. My colored only techniques could be of any small help. Thanks to the two of you, my dreams feel within my reach, and my training proceeds apace. Speaking of, what's next on your fish list? Surely you need a few more flippers to guarantee your goals. The next mark of my rite of passage is a gigantic crocodile of inordinate strength. Nothing short of a massive fish will stand a chance, I'd wager. Like that one. Hey, the one in the tank has finally been called attention to. A Hylian loach. Lord Korpiraruku. I discern an eye you got there, lad. Those beauties are the svelte swimmers of Okapacha. Back in 10 tons of fish power for every ounce of flesh. Bell fishes are known to throw their rods should they hook one, unless they thirst for a swim downstream. Heard of you that fell in the tank, but he's the face of fish fancies Tanahanu. Of all our offerings, Korpiraruku sells surprisingly well, likely due to its sheer volume. But might of us will catch you another one, a bigger one. The fisher who snagged that big boy from Kavaho the first said it went wild for honeybees. Someone with your arm should have no problem reeling in for you. Kavaho! Let's go back to Kavaho, yeah. Probably. You know how to swim, right? Just in case. I can literally breathe underwater. Don't worry, I know how to swim. I can literally breathe underwater. A technique that our Warrior of Light has gotten, multiple of our party members have, and we've never bothered to go and get it for the rest of them. The face of fish fancies Donahanu. Yeah, I'd say the resemblance is uncanny. I don't think he meant that it looks like him. Well, in a fish size your own boy, he's a fish's fan. Oh, the dialogue we'll see when we get there. Tuolo's Echo! Hey Deku, isn't it awesome how you never need to go to the western side of Urkopacha's map? Isn't it awesome how because they put both of the Aetherites for Urkopacha on the east side of Urkopacha, how there's never a reason that you need to go to the western side of Urkopacha for anything else in the game? Isn't it awesome? I do like Urkopacha. I feel like I forget about Urkopacha a little bit more compared to other zones just because it isn't as typically pretty, but it very much does have its own beauty. I want you to see these mountains every time. Again, they are very pretty mountains. They are very pretty mountains. Again, I love how it represents like the change as you go up the mountains. I really like that. Hey, this thing's over this side now. Queen Hawk's over here. Last time I saw it, it was over there. Hey, look. Great serpent. Doesn't help you either fly over the mountains or go through the tiny gap. Yeah. No simple way to do it either. I assume anywhere around here would count as Kavor the first, but this is like the closest to the shallows, so fuck it. Fish off of here. I think in the quest that we were doing it for the others, I think they were fishing off specifically this ledge here. Well, I already have honey biscuits, right? Yes. And a fish, 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 we go, go, go. I still find it wild that they have painted hills here, but the painted hills are like so far away and you don't go near them. You might be able to see them during the, maybe you can see them like the painted hills like next to you when you're in the fight against. No, because I'm pretty sure the fight against, what's his name? Valiamanda. I think that goes up there. Like, they go through here to get to it, but I think it goes up higher. So they got pretty painted hills over there, and like, they're so far outside the bounds of the map. And I don't think they're ever like really called attention to. First feast fish. So how's everyone's day? This is where I need to bring in Subway Surfers, right? We put on the side, one side of the screen Subway Surfers. On the other side, we put Family Guy funny moments. Kaburuku! Let go! Kaburuku! Kaburuku! Polka, 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 polka. Polky pig. I'm just making sounds now. Cool, blimey! There we go. That was a much better thing than anything I did. Dawntrail zones are so fucking good. Dawntrail zones are so fucking good. Top and bottom crafting time, wish me luck. Something, something, sex stroke, something, something, top and bottom. So I've never crafted endgame gear. When you're like at the point where you're crafting the next stage of gear to move up to, I mean, you're like, what are we talking about in terms of like the odds of success? Good luck in your transition. What are we talking about for the odds of success in terms of like, that's fucking absurd. I assume in those instances, that's the type of stuff where you nearly max out, because it's not a collectible, it's a percentage thing for the quality. I assume the way that you'd go about it is get close to maxing out the progress, get progress one step away from finishing. Possibly with the final appraisal skill even, if it's easier. Get it as close as you can to finishing the progress. Do as much quality as you can. When you only have one move left and that's all you can do, finish the progress. Hope it works out for that. Pretty good assuming you're going into it with already good gear and high quality mats and food and medicine. Yeah, so you're gonna want to push. Yeah, that's what you do for big things. Yeah. But yeah, you very much want to like push all the odds in your favor. Get the best gear that you can. Get the good food that you can. 955 out of 998%. Well, as long as you don't have rolls like I do in Disco Elysium, you should be fine. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I'm gonna get caught up in Dawntrail, right? I'll be caught up to MSQ in Dawntrail. But I'm getting caught up to Dawntrail's MSQ literally after 7.5 comes out. So the process of being there for the end game of an MSQ, as like gear progresses, as new tiers come out of stuff like that, as new things are released, that I'm still not going to, I'm still not going to get that at all from this. I'm still very much not going to get that from being caught up in Dawntrail, because I'm literally won't be caught up until after 7.5. Overmilling each piece as I go for slight bonuses, yeah. With each piece that you make, the rest gets easier. That's also the mentality behind Savage rating, isn't it? The mentality behind Savage rating is pretty similar. Oh, I didn't do the IC, did I? Mentality behind Savage rating is, as you do your weekly re-clears, you'll be working your way through a tier, and then you get stuck on like the second, third, fourth, whatever tier you get, like, you're like struggling on. You do re-clears of the earlier tiers, so more of your people get more of the, Savage gear for like, that's why like the gear starts with like accessories and then moves on to like boots and hands and helmets, and then you get body pieces, and then like the final tier has the weapon. So as more and more people get more and more gear, it gets easier each week to prog, because you're clearing slightly more, you've got slightly more survivability, stuff like that. 100% quality on the show, right to 0 CP. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So the thing is, like being super geared for combat stuff mainly matters if you're doing like Savage rating or Ultimate rating. From the way that people describe it, you want to be decently geared, but you don't need to worry intensely about gearing for extremes. Being very well geared for crafters and gatherers does actually matter though, because that's how you become the person who makes the new fancy glams put on the market board when shit drops. That's how you become the person who puts the gear on the market board for the Savage Raiders to buy. Getting good gear, getting good for gear, and getting all of that ready. That's how you get ready to make motherfucking bank. I think there should be one more gore after this. Again, I have fucked up and not a single one of these fish I have actually IC'd 3 times, so it's a little longer than it should be for this, but don't worry about it, it's fine. Don't worry about it, it's fine. So how ready are y'all for raids tomorrow? And by that, I mean, how are you still awake considering raids are starting in, like, 13 hours? Actually, that's a question I have to ask because of the way that time works. I don't know if it actually reflects that. The times, ready for raids later today. The times that I put on the schedule for tomorrow's stream, the next stream, does that say it starts an hour later than what today and yesterday's did or not? I'm not 100% certain whether Hammer Time kept the track of that for like the order. I don't know if Discord kept the track of that because it's literally like it did for me. Okay, perfect. Good. Tomorrow an hour later. Okay, good. It's not that I'm starting an hour later tomorrow. It's that daylight savings turns off for Australia later tonight. That's why it's starting an hour later tomorrow. So I'll be starting at the same time for me tomorrow, 8 in the morning. It's just the difference will be 8 in the morning will be an hour later for everyone else because we'll have an extra hour over the night. And I was just thinking, wait, did Discord say that with the auto time stuff? But it did. Thank God. I do have a 4th day off in a row over this weekend. The 4th day won't be 14 though. One, because I don't want to do 7.1 like after 3 days of already massively exhausting that. But the other thing is going to be that'll be Kirby. So not tomorrow. So tomorrow's like Arcadia and stuff like that. The day after that, that's going to be Kirby Air Riders. There's an event that's going for Easter. We're going to do that. And because I have the entire day off, I'm also going to finish Top Ride. So I'll be doing basically 2 episodes of Kirby. So we'll finish Top Ride as 1 episode and then do another episode for the event. Which is meant to be focused on boss battles. Which really makes me hope, are they going to put Gigantus pieces like as more likely to spawn because that counts as a boss battle? Because that would be sick. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have enough. I have enough. I'm fishing for the hell of it now. I have enough. Let me double check. Yeah, total 6. Okay, good. I have enough. We can go back. We can. I was just fishing for the hell of it at that point. I thought I was still waiting for one more. Where am I going? Watch it. Hauling in a fish the size of your own body is a fish's fantasy, isn't it? Pack your bait bag and go pull some core Rukus from around Kaval the first. I'll double check and ask. I'm pretty sure it says here. Yo, you did it. Let go. I'm pretty sure. You really got the rings left. They added the finale for Crafter Gatherer roles in 7.1, right? Because from memory, I think in Endwalker, didn't the finale for the Studium quest come out with base Endwalker? Because my memory, which could easily be wrong, but from memory, the finale for the Studium specifically was in base Endwalker, and it was only the combat ones that was added in 7.1. But Decker's written it where it was the crafter finales came in 7.15, and then the combat ones came in 7.16. Now, I'm not going to ask how you managed to drag this sheer massive corporate rook all the way back to Tulia, lol. I'm not going to ask, but would love to know. I have a bird who's very reliable. Also, I literally have the ability to teleport. Giant fish. Gigantic fish. Now this is the sort of corpora ruka you need, Passionate. Smooth, shiny, and enormous. Are you really planning to eat all of it? Of course, my development demands it. Only by taking of a fish in its entirety might I come to understand its energies. This supply is doubly so for fish for such prodigious body mass. Despite its size, however, I can tell its meat has a mild flavor. A source of aromatic herbs should pair well with and I dare say the head will have plenty of fat to lend a savory taste. You can tell all that with just a look? Now that's loving thy fish. But old Donohana won't be outdone. I'll learn the recipe and pass it on to everyone who buys a Korpuruku. Just wait till the Pelopelli get a taste of those aromatic herbs, eh? They might start keeping a firmer grip on their rods. It's my hope that by creating a delicious fish, I might pay respect to the life of which I partake. Preparing and eating this fish will take some time. If you need me, I shall be in your kitchen, Donohana. And once I've finished, I should be prepared for my rites. Already? But that was only the level 95 quest. Well, 3, I think, actually. Fortitudinous Fish Finder. Korpuruku you call is both delicious and mighty. Dad, I feel hungry for quite some time. Yo, let's go! Let's go! Yeah! Crested gear. This set looks so fucking good. Like, not only is it like, oh yeah, best in slot, but also like the crested gear just looks fucking amazing. I would probably wear the crested top if it wasn't for the peacock feathers on the back. The rest of the look of the crested top does suit Minifist aesthetic, not the peacock feathers though. Not quite the peacock feathers. Not quite. Donohanu's devotion. Donohanu regards passion with pride. Time's finally come, eh? Nervous about your trials. Prospect testing my skills in battle is daunting. But so I must if I am to prove my worth as well. Besides, I carry with me more than phantasms of the aquatic. It was in Minifest tenacity to also steer me true. Keeping with Wallachy tradition, one of my brethren will witness my rite of passage. It is a hunt that will take me across the land, but my final self will be in Eorzea. I'll be honored if you could come and meet me there, then you might see what I've accomplished. You know, it would be all ours, passionate. Minifest are going ahead while I close up here. Good luck. Now the real thing I wanted to craft, Curly Lover weapon. Again, Curly Lover stuff, also stuff that's very, very good. Doesn't suit Minifest. We go, he said. That's of course more lass. Go on, I'll be right behind you. The body is getting stiff. The body getting stiff. What if I lie back down again? What if I just fold back into my chair again? So, that's right, you won't get aggroed anymore. I'm a gatherer. I'm a gatherer. So will he pass? And he'll be asked to stay at the fish shack for some longer? Or will he fail and we need to find a fish to get him past something that he fails? It must be early. Not this time consuming work even by traditional means. Might take a tad longer when you're fighting with fish. You made it! Hope you didn't keep you waiting long. Jesus! Yeah, well, that's the frogs and everything done. Gargantuan toad punctured by king puffers, a mighty tortoise shattered by yokoi placos, and a behemoth crocodile crushed by Korpuruku. My comrade bore witness both my hunt and the passing of these noble beasts. They'll be conveyed to our village, whereupon they shall receive proper burial rites. So you're headed home then? Past your eye of passage of flying colours. Most of them blue. As we knew you would. Not yet. There is another beast I must defeat before I can be accepted as a true Wallachy. Greater and deadlier than the rest combined. A carnivorous tree with the body of a beast. I know I ought to have told you sooner, but I'm afraid I have no idea how to slay it. Surely even fish have their limits. Now listen here, Passionine. I know what your people expect of you, but I've seen how dedicated you are to your craft. And there's nothing the right fish can't do. So old Donohana will get you that fish. But just the other day I heard from a Shabral trader that something strange and dangerous is lurking in the cenotes of the Jataka heartlands. I am not fishing you a dead baby, John. I'm not doing that. I don't even know how a dead baby would help defeat a tree. Outside of making the tree cry to death, I don't know. I just want to be manifest. I was a bit of a fisher in my youth. I think I can handle one simple catch. But didn't you just say it was dangerous? I'm going after him. Y'all are... No, I don't have one idiot to save. I have 2 idiots to save. Don't you dare. Passion has always struggled with our people's arts, but if you work, you rival him in persistence. There was time we felt ashamed of his limitations, but the young man saw today was confident. The young man I saw today was confident in his abilities. I imagine we have you and your feathered fellow to thank for that. Speaking of which, you ought to follow him to Dawntrail. There's no telling what sort of danger lurks in the cenotes, and I wouldn't put it past Passion to attempt something noble but reckless. Again, I don't have 1 idiot to save now. I now have 2 of them. I'll convey these beasts to our village. Passion will participate in their burial upon his return. In the meantime, you should make haste to the Jatika Heartlands. To Mamuk! Mamuk. I know where we go. Oh, way down. Oh, it's the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, this cenote. Remember the thing that we lured, like, the giant tentacled monster out of? Yeah, we're going fishing back in there again. We're going fishing in there. Tanahana, are you alright? Oh, at first, I was a fool. I didn't realize fucking giant rock tentacles were coming out of this cenote. Thought I had it, but my line snapped and sent me reeling like some green fisher. There's no mistaking what I saw. There's a shark in these cenotes. I stripped the air from the salt by way of underground channels. I was already angry when I met it, and having my hook in its mouth can't be improving its mood. You gotta help me catch it, Manifest. But to help Passion and maintain public safety. I use honeybees to lure it from the depths, and I can't have gone far. Hurry before it cracks the hips of another foolish fishmonger. He's done harm to me. Sure no further harm comes to him. See, now we're explicitly saying that this is a one-of-a-kind shark that's in here. So it's going to be really fucked when I catch one of these and accidentally, quote-unquote, lose it and then need to get another one. Surely it would take forever to reel in from here, right? Just because of how far down the water is compared to we are. Might seem like a long time, but also keep in mind that 18 of these 24 seconds that have passed was just our line getting down to the water. I got a cenote shark. Oh damn, I lost my cenote shark. This enormous creature commutes between cenote and ocean every day to support its loving family. Or at least it did. What the fuck? Game, what the fuck? Good, you gotta catch that shark before others come to harm. It's just a loving dad shark. And now I'm about to fish up the wife, I guess. Oh, he's a working father. His commute is hell. He's got to go through all the underground channels. He's got to get here every day. His commute fucking sucks. And here you are, killing him. There we go, I got the mother too, don't worry about it. Don't worry, I got the mother at least. So fucked up. This is why, if you ever wonder why I talk to every single character dialogue that I can possibly remember to do, if you wonder why I read every single item description of everything that we hand in, it's because every now and then the game hits you with this shit. You never know when it's gonna happen, but every now and then it happens. Did you get that piece of carb? I did. I did. Manifest, why are you crying? Don't worry about it. I knew at first sight it was an ordinary fish, but this defies imagination. If I had a cap, I'd doff it, Manifest. You're a phenomenal fisher. Fish of this size and strength may be exactly what I need to defeat that carnivorous tree. I'm just gonna summon it and bite the tree in half with the giant jaws. What luck. Final one of these in open ocean would have been a trying task, but now you got everything you need to face your final challenge. I know, we can look more back at the fancies. Man needs to be surrounded by his favorite fish if he's here to make a full recovery. Oof. Oof. Big oof. We made shark orphans today. We made shark orphans. If anyone asked me, what did you get up to today? I made shark orphans. What? I made shark orphans. What the fuck you got a problem with that for? I hardly believe you caught that shark. Sounds a formidable Manifest. It's amazing how much longer today's taking compared to like yesterday. And we're doing the same amount of content overall. That's the difference between locking in and not locking in. And also the difference between going to sleep in the middle of the stream and not. Home at last. At least now Passionate is ready. The strength and speed of one of the ocean's deadliest predators will serve you well. Only, you must make a meal of it soon. Nothing quite so stinky as slaying shark. Before I do, I must know something. That a shop dealing in rare and unusual fish should even exist feels miraculous to me. Like an answer to all my prayers. Yet you have far exceeded the demands of a fishmonger to assist me, even to the point of personal injury. Why? Because without you, the shop won't survive. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to put into words, lad, but like I told Manifest earlier, these fish, these big, small, strange, ugly, fancy fish are my passion. I never tire of seeing what sorts of bizarre creatures are swimming around out there. But where I see beauty, some folks see danger. What I consider fascinating, others consider as a nuisance. When someone like a Sunday shark floats in a populated area, more likely than not it gets exterminated on principle. Unusual catches get discarded as worthless all the time. Their worth is dismissed simply because they're different. And that ruffles my feathers. It's our responsibility as fish lovers to honor our catches, each and every one. Only, it takes more than simply loving a fish to convince others of its value. It takes a deep understanding of everything that fish has to offer. And that I learned from you, Passionate. You're the reason fish fancies Donahanu might one day become the shop that gives odd fish a place in markets everywhere. So don't you worry yourself about old Donahanu, lad. Keep your eyes on getting through that rite of passage like the proud walkie you're destined to be. Now go on and eat up. That beastly tree isn't going to topple itself. Thank you. I won't let you down. And Bashing's due to return, I'll let you know. Thanks, Manifest. Yeah. Yeah. This might be one of my favorites out of all these so far. Oh, to be fair, all of them have been good. To be fair, all of the tradecraft ones here have been good. Like, the blacksmithing one might be the lowest one out of all of them so far, but even that was pretty freaking good. I do think it is quite likely overall I actually prefer the tradecraft ones over the combat ones for this expansion. None of these top the best one of the combat ones, which is the melee one, but like all of them top the bottom three of the combat ones. All of them are better than the bottom three combat ones, so there is that. Catching breath. Fishmonger's feathers are fluffed in anticipation of Bashing's return. Any moment now, Bashing should be back with news. I like how just fishes in this universe. It's just a trait of fishes to love alliteration. There he is. Ahoy, Bashanine, the fearless fish fighter. Pray do not call me fearless, Donahanu. I fled from that vile carnivorous tree and come here now in disgrace. My brethren reassured me that I may undertake the trial again, but can't for the life of me imagine what fish might fell the dread beast. It cast out the cenote shark as though it were a mere minnow. There, lad. Find you another fish. Never you fear. In the meantime, let's get something in your belly, eh? Nothing lifts the spirit like a fancy feast. So, Manifest, do you have meant to travel to Dawntrail? Have you gone through the MSQ yet? Excellent. There's a fascinating fish in Shaloni that's said to refresh and rejuvenate. Nothing made it a perk of old passion, I'd say. Do you mean the raging Hanu head? The very same! You're familiar with old Mad Head, then? I've never seen one in person, but I heard they resemble Hanu, and that they migrate from the water into the sky upon maturity. An indomitable fish. Vicious substance. I need 6 of the Manifest. Cross the bridge of Shalani and cast Shalani into the eastbound Zorgor. And don't forget dragonflies for your bait. Count on you. Manifest, do you have access to an alternate reality of our own? Where the souls of the dead are recreated in memory in an eternal paradise? I heard that there's a fish there that could really help Passionate's troubles. After all the help you've given me, I still failed. I'm so sorry. Well, to be fair, Donahanu just said, I bet a shark will do it. And went to go and get it without, like, discussing it massively with you. To be fair. To be fair. To be fair, we were asked in the Fisher questline, hey, do you have access to go back in fucking time? I want to fish from before the world was sundered. Do you have the ability to go back several thousand years into the past? And it just so happens that he was lucky enough to be asking the one person who can answer that question with yes. Oh, we're catching a skyfish. Oh, because these float into the sky, like when they mature. It's just next to this bridge. I would never guess all the fishing holes on my own. Because I would get to ledges like this and completely fucking forget that these count as fish holes. Get the Desert Rift Orb. Yeah, can you just catch up that entire thing for me? I bet a Passionate eats that entire electric dome over there. Zorgor Korkor! Is this also a Pomhead from a Moogle? Orb. I got orb. So many orbs. There's a lot of orbs when you fish in this game. There's a shockingly high amount of orbs. There are fishing holes that have nothing but orbs in them. Orb. Who are pondering the orb? Raging Hunter Head! That's just a clownfish. That's just a clownfish. I missed the last turn, I think. Minor pass out. Yeah, that's bound to happen. That's bound to happen. It is cool. We are 11 hours after the stream initially started. We are 11 hours after the stream started. It's just I actually had a nap in the middle of that. That's why that's not. Raging Hunter Head. Oh, right, that was the one I just caught, so I can't do it again. Good enough material over mode now to even craft Cool Lover mats without needing stat boost. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, we definitely won't have time to do Aether Quest today. Outside of just, like, you know, constantly drifting asleep, actually going to sleep and everything like that. Not locked in enough to get everything done. But, we'll try to do it tomorrow. We'll try to do it tomorrow just as part of the thing. Not necessarily have to lock in for the raid tier. Appreciate the raid tier for what it is. But after the raid tier finishes, we should try to lock in. Thing is, just saying the word "let's lock in" and then we focus and lock in does actually work. It is actually a trick that works. Because I talked about locking in yesterday and look like yesterday was a day of I'm going to lock in. That was the IC. Yesterday I said I'm going to lock in and focus more, let's lock in. And then I did that. And I got so much more done yesterday. Like I got, well, again, more done. I got just as much done in a similar amount of time, like in way shorter amount of time. Locking in does work. It does indeed work. Locking in got us through Strayborough Deadwalk in just about an hour, where it took like 2.5 hours to do Tender Valley. Though that was locking in on theory crafting, not locking in on being fast. And also I was making a cocktail. Again, this is what happens when you don't lock in. You can get distracted by anything. But if you lock in, you can achieve anything. Just need to make sure that people can fly me to where maps are going to be if they're in Shalonial Heritage Found. Because I can't fly there. And we'll do the treasure dungeon before I do Aether quests. Raging Hunter Head. Is that everything? That was the fastest one yet. Holy shit. That was the fastest one yet. Let's fucking go. Let's be fucking going. If we have full party, that'll be good for raids, no queues. Will we have enough people? I don't know if we will. Because we had a full party for Sphene, but also remember that was because of raiders. Eagle Falcon raided that stream. Doing it all sandbags till Fire figures out the mechanics. I'll be fine. Probably not. I only had because it ended DC because our guy, yeah. Eagle Falcon has changed through so many birds now. The name is Eagle Falcon, but it's like, yeah, the owl guy. Also, you talk about me figuring out mechanics. I'm sorry. Who was the person who, like, didn't die to the final boss in Alexandria? Despite it being their first run through of the dungeon. I mean, who was also the person who only survived the mechanics because they failed just as many mechanics as everyone else, but they had tank privilege because they were Gunbreaker. Still doesn't count. Shut up. What would be better than having a fish twin? Toss Dragonfly to an eastbound Zogor and roll in some Raging Hunter heads, Monifist. I'm now realizing, are these fish unique as well? Deku, I forget, are these fish unique? Can you just go back and catch these whenever, or do they only appear during this? Also, I need to go to Springfinder, actually. I'm going to overcap. I mean, there's New Game Plus now for these, so it's like, you know, not the end of the world. Because I know the ones for the quest, you can't catch that unless the quest says it's active for it. But I can't remember for like the ones in between, whether they appear always or not. I don't remember. I think it's only the big quest ones. That's my thought process. There we go. I'm gonna be close to having all this done. Not in Fish Guide, I think so. Again, I already don't have a perfect save file in terms of having every unique item. Because that requires doing certain quest lines with like all the different types of like possible gatherers. And I've not done that, so it's not the end of the world. I just like having a collection of unique items if I can't get them again, because it's fun to do so. How many belts do you have here? Well, isn't it like, I want to make sure I keep a Dalamud red dye in my retainer, just as like as a memory for when dyes weren't all like collated together, because I use so much Dalamud red dye that I want one of those preserved. Dyes are now belts. So its bright coloring and twisted expression, this cloudfish resembles a sincerely ruffled Hanu Hanu. We'll all be finned and scaled! In all my years of monger and fish, I've never seen a finer fellow than the raging Hanahead. It's the clownfish that have the swollen foreheads. Remarkably rotund! Yes, a fine resemblance indeed. I've first heard about the raging Hanahead from a traveling Pelo merchant. In virtue of our close ties to nature, we Wallaki are always keen to hear of new and unusual creatures, you see. Apparently, their eggs are laid in freshwater lakes. Once hatchlings reach maturity, they leap into the clouds by way of waterspouts, created by hell snow sharks. Thus, I thought it odd that Shaktarali fish was named for a Yoktarali peoples. But perhaps the traveler that merchant found a cheap reminiscence of a people who left an unforgettable impression, and so fondly names the creature. Be it of Shaktaral or Yoktaral, that's official. Soothe your spirits and strengthen your resolve. I'll leave the good to you, Passionine. Though don't mind me studying your techniques as you do. There's a trick to making heavenly catches even heavenlier. Our customers need to know. Let's have ourselves a raging feast, eh? Dubiously cannibalistic, though it may be. What'd you get for serving a raging Hanu head, Manifest? Plate me up, I'm intrigued. Understood. I go straight to work. Here we are. Raging Hana heads. Slop. Soup. Delicious. Disturbingly delicious. The meat has a fluffier texture than I imagined. A result of its aerial habitat, perhaps? Without a doubt. Happy as the man who sups on fresh catches. Even if they do look slightly like him. Thanks for fetching us this trait, Manifest. Now that Bashanine's got colour in his cheeks, we can see about fishing for his final challenge. Old Donahanu's just got to give it a good think, and be sure to come up with something. Nasi goreng, sure. Sure. Cold leftover rice stir-fried with shrimp and spices until seeming hot, then garnished with an egg on top. Nasi goreng is one of my mom's favourite dishes in the world. My mom absolutely loves nasi goreng. Phenomenal fish finder. Though I partook of it for its nutritional value, Raging Hanu head will serve as a great decoy in battle thanks to its bright coloring. Hey, we still found a way to be fish mages. Oh, well, actually, yo, there's actually like customers now. None of the other shops did this. Yo, that's awesome. You actually get a difference of like people are now actually showing up to learn how to cook different fishies. An odd fish odyssey. You've never seen Donahanu in such a state of concentration. Ah, Manifest, you surprised me. Are we getting our fish on? I'm feeling much improved in both body and spirit, thanks to you both. Glad to hear it, lad. Ready to take on your trial again? Then we need to find a fish among fish, with fins that can cut that carnivorous tree to timber. When my Sonete shark failed to evoke so much as a flinch, I tried unleashing every fish at my disposal. I think I only irritated it. We might need a fresh perspective then. Manifest, what do you think of this conundrum? You need a fish that explodes. I mean a swordfish, but like you need a fish that explodes and kills the tree with explosions. Sounds like a brute fish alone isn't gonna work. You need a fish that fucking explodes. You need a burst arowana. Wrong game. That's a fair point, lass. We've been choosing based on might, but there are plenty of ways for fish to finish first. For instance, in Yasula, Heritage Found, was it? They say lightning energies are thick in the air. Any fish that thrives in such a habitat should be brimmed with power. The power to paralyze even the sturdiest beast. Are you up for the journey, Minifist? Of course you are. You're an ally to all things aquatic. Now, I don't know the area half as well as the locals, so once you arrive up north, ask around. We're looking for big, bad, and shocking. I'll continue training in the meantime. When I face that monster again, it'll know the true fury of my piscatory phantoms. Oh, I missed the entire Yucktail quest, huh? Those in the outskirts of Heritage Found should know plenty about their local fauna. I was around to see what you can discover. You missed how we orphaned some sharks. Sorry, I can't offer you more guidance this time, lass. But I trust your judgment. What if fish you find is very catch will be exactly what Passionate needs. Yeah, we orphaned sharks. we orphaned sharks. You missed that. It's nice to know that I'm not the only person who falls asleep during my streams. I mean, it's probably worse that I fall asleep than anyone watching because, you know, I'm the fucking streamer. The video doesn't happen unless I'm going. But it's nice to know I'm not the only one who falls asleep during it. I love that tooltip. Fucking enormous creature commutes between Cenote and Ocean every day to support its loving family. Well, at least it did. And again, I orphaned them because I caught a second one. Lots of 9. I'm gonna go in search of our Fulma sturgeons. Viewers still leave with them. Fulma sturgeon, Jesus Christ. Find yourself a popper and drop a line in the submerged skyline. Fulma sturgeon develops an ability to store electrical energies within its body, so take care when handling it. You're lucky to hook one, that is. Oh, sounds like everything I needed to know. Oh yeah. Hi, gemstones. So like what happened, Forges are born in a variety of ways. Got any bicolor gemstones, I'd be happy to trade with you. Not that I can do anything right now, because I haven't done my Shed Fates yet for this area. Or any area, really. Man, remember the first time through this area? And how, oh, Ace up. Remember our first time through this area? And how fucking horrifying it was? Good times. Sorry, but I work in agriculture. Wouldn't know first thing about fish. Let you go otherwise. Did you try some of the skyline? Where there's water, I'd wager there's fish. Someone told me exactly what I need to do and I still need to talk to the others. One person gave me literally the entire description. Lining aspect of the fish, well, you come to the right place. I can't remember where exactly, but I saw a dorsal fin that was cracking with energy. Got shivers just looking at it. Alright, submerged skyline. Oh, way over there, okay. Fish, have you tried the water? Thanks. Very, very useful. Where's me? There it is. I did have to go down here for a hunt mark at one point during the week. So I did go over to this little bit of island. Because my hunt mark was like here or something. So I have seen that, but I did go to that part of the island outside of stream. You'll be shocked to know it looks like this area, but further south. Again, I try to avoid going to all of the areas of the map. I try to, like, the mapping achievements, I try to get those on stream, just because there might be some little unique areas that are really cool. Like being able to fly up to the top of that, like, rock ledge that you can see in the middle of Yucktail. But I did go over there for my hunt mark, and again, it just looks like this. There's nothing particularly distinct about it. Like, you can see it, it's just up there. It's just next to the wall. It's not like going down here for the first time and seeing, like, the submerged waters of this area. Sneak abilities, they can't even fight me. Just thinking about how fucked up Alexandria must have gotten during the storm surge. That? Yep. Owner variabilis. Well, there's an A rank. There's an A rank. Just thinking about how fucked up Alexandria got like during the storm surge. Like again, like you look at that area over there, it looks like the lightning spawned underground and shocked upwards and broke it that way. Like we are looking at the ruins of a place that was like on the verge of a rejoining effectively. It must have been pretty freaking close. It must have been pretty close to be like starting a rejoining or getting ready for one. Wrong hook set. Somehow it worked. Fuck with me. Full sturgeon. No. Oh, this one. There we go. Full sturgeon. Oh shit, I gotta catch another one. I gotta go catch another one. Let's reel in 3 of them at once. I shouldn't have done that considering I still had patience on, but fucking it still worked. Yeah, let's go. Former sturgeon. When faced with shocking changes to its environment, this large freshwater fish became shocking itself. Yay. Yay. Oh, rain's coming down. We still have the entire botanist gatherer one to do after this. There's still all of botanist and gatherer to do after this. Oh dear god. How did today's take so much fucking longer? What the hell? Sorry, I can't have you more guidance this time, lass. I trust your judgment. My fish you find and catch will be what passionate needs. I got a former sturgeon. I got a lightning gigantic fish. Machinations now? Come on, we got so close. We got so close. Whoa. Now this is an electrifying catch manifest. Bolt from the blue. They call a former sturgeon, do they? And adapted to the hardships of an environment by skills and dedication. This is a fish to remember, lass. Be inspirational. I want more caution than usual in the kitchen. Never partake of a fish so steeped in lightning energies. No, from the purple, because everything in Alexandria is purple. Already getting devouring this old fish hole. They say you are what you eat, Passionine, but nobody shows it better than you. Haha, from you, Donahanu, that is flattery of the highest order. I'll gratefully partake of your fish and attempt my trial once more. Hope you'll honor me with a presence on the day. This time I will succeed. That is not a place I'd rather be, lad. Arr. Oh, they didn't make me teleport there. Nice. Jesus. Again, when you said it was a talking tree, I thought it was like a treant. I didn't realize it was one of the, like, torterras. Okay, no wonder. I'm not the man I was. I have all I need to prevail. Great beasts of the wilds, by your mights may my worth be proven. Denizens of the blue, from ink of bluest night, I summon thee. Full force. Full sturgeon! Yeah! I was wondering if it was gonna be like, is he gonna like do like the Ramu like cast thing and they're just gonna use that again? I was wondering, this is like, what lightning spell are they just gonna make this look like? I wasn't expecting, oh, it's still going to look like sardine spit, just with the lightning fish, and it will explode in lightning. Amazing. Great beast of the wilds. I pay homage to your sacrifice. By your might has my worth been tested. By the fates may it be measured true. See, you're putting that tail on that fish. I'm now just thinking, I know it's a lightning bolt, but I'm now thinking you put that tail of a lightning bolt onto that fish, you're now recreating the relics from Pokemon Sword and Shield. By your might has my worth been tested, and by the fates may it be measured true. Rights will be bestowed upon your body, and by your strength shall I protect our natural world. Remarkable, lad! Well done! Donahue, Manifest. This is all thanks to you. I came to you as a frantic novice, begging for a fish which prove myself. And now here I stand, a worthy member of my tribe, confident in my command of sharks and sturgeons alike. How can I ever repay you? 60 million gil. I'm born of the same passion name. How can I ever repay you for the recipes? For teaching our customers the flavors of fancy fish. Thanks to you, our piscatory palace have a place in the market. Fishes are bringing me all sorts of catches now, finding value where they didn't think to look before. Soon, Fish Fancy's Donahanu won't just be that queer little stall in Wachimeki. We'll be the permanent dealer of unusual aquatic specimens from across the continent. A place where even the oddest fish are welcome. So you hold your head high, lad, and take your place as a full-fledged Wallachie. You'll always have friends waiting for you until you're lull. Hell yeah. A nice little bit of blue maging. We are where the Wallachie come from. Here's a little bit of blue mage for you. We get a little bit of blue mage going. And the blue mage that we get going is a blue mage who is instead a fish mage. Fish Fancy's Donahanu. She lives lass. She pulls a humble profit. Bashanane's gone and achieved his dreams. He stood by us every step of the way, Manifest. Both have been lost without you. I hope you enjoyed your time at the Fancies. You had me hooked since the start. Manifest loves fishing. Is that so? Remember that Terrell is your oyster, and in our waters are all sorts of bizarre pearls. It's just a matter of finding them. Your skills will continue to reel in the big ones, of little doubt. Bastion and I will broaden our repertoire of the unordinary, so you'll come by from time to time, brag about your latest catches. We odd fish have to stick together after all. That means you too, Manifest. Like it or not. And for all of the other job quests, you get like all of the materia for all the different types. Here you get to choose one materia of one type. I'm the fanciest fish finder. Let's go. There are doubtless others. There's doubtless one other. Whoa, we did it. Forever fancy. Of countless catches? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Of countless catches. Alrighty. One more. Who's ready for yet another role quest line? Minor botanist? Hell yeah. Would I be correct saying botanist? I just think there's a lot more plant life that we could be gathering in Terral than rocks. Though this could easily change between quests. Or we do that thing in the middle where we have to like abandon the quest so we can get both of the items. Hands for hire. Well, it's minor, but it doesn't matter. The grain gatherer is eyeing you with an impressed look. You're a woman who plucks the finest of the land's offerings with her own hands, right? Am I right? Ah, I knew the moment I set eyes upon you. I share the same passion, in fact. Or at least I used to. For many happy years that I work in the employ of Shunya's apothecary, gathering only specimens of the utmost quality. Alas, such work wears on the body, and mine has about had its fill. Every day my knees, my back, my cries of protest. It's finally decided to leave this business in younger hands. And yours look fit to succeed me, maybe even surpass me. Or are you going to fill in my position at Shunya's apothecary nicely? You will fill it, won't you? I'd hate for Shunya to be left alone to prop up such a bustling business. Consider the opportunity. I promise you'll be hard-pressed to find a better man to work for. You can find him at the far end of the marketplace. Let's go and see what he's about, will ya? Run all the way down. Oh, you've got to be the furthest one away up the mall, of course. I want to know your business is failing. Look how far away you are from everyone else. I guess you are. Yeah, you do mostly have rocks on display here. Yeah, that's mostly rocks on display. Oh, hello there. Apologies for not noticing you. Merchant's work is endless, you say. Find myself short-handed these days. Show off the job gear. You looking fancy. Going to Shunya's apothecary, friend. Are you searching for something specific? Perhaps one of my displays caught your eye. You got bottles, you got pans, you got rocks, coral, more rocks, crystals. I've seen it a little before. You wonder what sort of shop this is. Put it simply, I purveying goods to which promote a healthy body and mind. Herbs to cleanse mild ailments, incense to calm the senses, stones to massage aching shoulders, and much more, as you can see. Got them healing minerals, real and healing minerals, scam. Naturally, this requires the use of various plants and minerals which possess uncommon, and somewhat even the same as sickle, properties, which I acquire for discerning and trusted gatherers. However, the flow of goods is recently slowed to a trickle, and I found it difficult to keep my shelves stocked. I find my selection somewhat wanting, if I'm being honest. I was sent here to get work. So you must be the gatherer Robley spoke of. Are you here to offer your services? Of course, I'm more than grateful for the help. From the start of a mutually pleasant business relationship, manifest. Excuse me, but you're the proprietor of this shop. Is it true you're of the Shotona tribe? Yeah, more Shotona. Yes, on both counts. What brings you to Shunya's apothecary, friends? I am Uvlo Gajesway. Gaja West. Gaje West? I hail from the village of Guguma, located on the eastern continent of Othid. Oh! Oh, so you're a Viero. I was traveling the three great continents in an effort to expand my horizons. When I learned of a people similar to the Viero who lived in Torral, which learned all I could of them. So I boarded the first ship across the sea I could find. One support, asked where I might find any Shotona, and was pointed here. Please, allow me to serve you. I can hunt, I can fight, I can gather. Surely one of my skills can be of use. Last thing returns that you teach me of your people. What a day this has turned out to be. One moment desperate for help, the next spoiled for choice. Uvla, was it? I know you've come far and I can sense your sincerity. My conversation doesn't fetch so high a price. Simply purchase one of my wares and we can chat for as long as you like. No! Let me work for you. He looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him. I have no money, not even a single coin. I spent my very last one hiring a shit to bring me here. Ah, then I can't very well expect a custom, can I? Apologies for interruption, Manifest. Where were we? Ah, yes. Would you agree to a small test of your talents before we begin our work in earnest? I suppose I'll be testing you too. That is, of course, assuming you still wish to work with me. Of course! I am at your disposal. You need only tell me what to do. Then your task is simple. Bring me goods that I can sell to eager customers. So a better way to take stock of your talents. Bring me shit. Junior's apothecary. Apothecary. Move along. You seek work too? Well, we can call each other a partner in due time. Shunye. Test of talents. Shunye is eager to put your skills to the test. But shall we get started? I want both of you to head to Okopacha, bringing back an assortment of my most popular staples. Namely, I'm looking for Maka, a plant which imparts unflagging vigor, and Springstone, produced to warm the body and soothe aches and muscles. I mean, whichever is easiest for you to gather. Either will sell just as quickly, since only a trial, let's say 6 or so. 6 Springstones from Okopacha, understood. I shall return with haste. Ah, so he just gets whatever you don't. Yeah, he'll just get whatever you don't. Oh, these are collectibles, aren't they? Yes. These will be collectibles. I'm just grooving. Watching pillow. So the question will be, how many gathering of things will it take to get 6 of them? Do we only get 2 each? Or will I be awesome and get 3 each? There you are. Found you. Shunye's apothecary staples. Alrighty. We do this. We do this. We do this. There we go. And then we easily get 3 from each. Never mind, yeah, getting three per gathering point is going to be really easy. Never mind, it will be super simple. Very, very, very easy. There we go. They've made it baby easy bitch mode. It's fine. Oh no! Oh, actually, never mind. It cost the gap between them was so little. I didn't regen enough to actually get my. Can I? No, because my eggs. Oh. Fuck, it'll still be worth it. Watch this, not even using integrity, anyways. No, it did. Never mind. Oh, and a Eureka moment. I got an extra anyways. Let's go. And give me some eucalyptus. Because why not? Start working on my gathering log. There we go. Simple enough. Yeah, this will be easy. Easy. I mean, to be fair, that is literally the starting one, so the gatherer's points are going to get higher, so... Maybe the later ones, I won't be able to get the full maximum collection per attempt as that one. Shouldn't you? Why you gotta be so far away? You can find the staples I require in Okopacha. I mean, the Marco Spring Symbol's fast. Pretty much everyone's easy for you to acquire. No RNGs, that's easy, yeah. Well, like the smallest amount of RNG, but like an RNG that doesn't matter. It's quicker than expected. Let's see. Oh, my delivery is better than I could have imagined. Almost too good, in fact. My customers might come to take such quality for granted. Like the hard work. Always comfortable or comforting to my shelf stocked. Yay! I did delivery. Yay! I'm gonna have to go to sleep like right after the stream so I have enough sleep to actually do tomorrow's. And so is Decker. And so is Decker. Must say, there's no greater reassurance than knowing I have wares to sell. Even though this is but a trial run, you conducted yourself flawlessly. Yeah, yeah. Truth be told, when I first began this endeavor, I didn't imagine I would sell such a wide array of goods. But health is a goal we all share. There are any number of ways to pursue it. Take Marka, for instance. It thrives in the harsh climes of Ecopacha, accumulating nutrients from its unique environment. It has been a favorite since time immemorial for its nutritional value and invigorating properties. Springs, on the other hand, is a type of volcanic rock. It retains heat rather well, so after a bit of polishing and warming, you can place it in your pocket or directly on the skin. Even in hotter regions, it's used to relieve stiff muscles and troublesome aches. I ain't going to be seeking gainful employment, but you also must place your own health first and foremost. If anything ever ails you, I would welcome your custom with open arms. Speaking of which, you haven't seen Uvla, have you? If he hasn't gotten lost. Judging by his story, he arrived in Tormenting shortly before visiting my shop. His confident stride suggested he knew where he was going, but how could he? I'm returned, Master Shunya. I hope my deliveries meet with your satisfaction. I suppose there was no need to worry. Yes, these are good. They'll certainly sell. Forgive my imposition, but have you been to Torral before? Or did you hire someone to guide you? Neither. This is my first time in Torral, and I have no money for a guide. Yet this city is home to a great many people. If you ask around for information, you can piece together any puzzle in time. That is, of course, if you have the patience to do so. Does this mean you've reached a decision regarding my employment? Indeed, you did well today. So for the time being, I have no objection with continuing our business relationship. Yay! And of course, I'd like to continue working with you as well, Manifest. However, I understand you aren't the type to stay in one place so for long. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Stop by when you have time for a few tasks, and I shall recompense you accordingly. You can be a freelancer. Then it's settled. Don't be a stranger, Manifest. Manifest. Forgive my rudeness for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Muvlo of Kuguma Village. I do learn much from someone of your experience. Decided to learn about Shatona from you, Master Shunye. May we all prosper under your tutelage. Well, I may prove to be a worthless teacher in that regard, but I suppose I can try. As for our mutual prosperity, that depends on us. I say we need to get selling! My customer will be pleased to see my stocks replenished at last. I'm a fake Shatona. You see, I can remove these ears when I put on certain hats. I'm a fake Shatona. I'm a greenhorn gatherer. Who are you calling greenhorn? My Shunya has been more than accommodating, and I repay his kindness with honest labor. I've worked almost every job under the sun during my travels. I'll be here for whatever he needs. A discerning eye. A discerning eye. Shunya. You gotta get the searing egg out of my head. Gotta get the searing egg out of my searing head. Shunya is ready to begin a new day of peddling wares. Wellness. Awareness. Level 100 greenhorn. Let's go. Good day, Manifest. Eager for more work? I can certainly use the help. Thank you. Having another deft hand at my disposal will speed things along. How's Uvlo getting on? He's doing quite well, all things considered. Only hurdle to speak of has been a complete lack of funds. He couldn't even afford to lodge himself. He assured me he has no qualms sleeping under the stars, but I can't very well have my employees camping in the wilds like some common vagabonds. In the end, I invited to live with me. And thus did the gay shipping yaoi start. I may not always think ahead, but it's plain that in all other respects he's quite thorough. He's neat and organized, has never once been late. He's never good to ask questions when something confounds him. I suppose this is a natural consequence of his upbringing. He said he never lacked for mentors growing up. Much different lives than the one I led. Many of my people spend much of their time alone. As a result, many of us develop habits more lax than not, myself included. Even so, I find his scrupulous attitude refreshing. Yep, watch you make you pretty gay. Is there work to be done? Just so, Wivlo. If you finish taking stock, I'll see your company manifest together a few more things to sell. Of course, working with someone more experienced than myself is always a pleasure. Good. So it'll be very similar to the last time. I'm going to bring me more of my popular products, namely those that benefit the soul. First, cuttings from a fragrant tree that is said to purify the body of toxins. Second, a type of amethyst that's treasured in Dawntrail for its purported ability to calm troubled spirits. While using these items differs slightly depending on the customer's cultural practices, they are generally thought to ward off evil humors accumulated in the mind, body, and soul. Fascinating. Wood and stones. I thought health to be the realm of medicine and alchemy. Makes me wonder what hidden powers the objects arrayed here might possess. Of course, I only sell products of proven repute, but even that is no guarantee that an item which possibly affects one person will do the same for another. Some even purchase goods based solely on the fact that they are pleasing to the eye. Sales take many forms, as I've learned. I explains the sheer variety. Do you travel the continent in search of new goods? Not quite. I depend on gatherers such as yourself, mostly. That and a handful of trusted merchants. I did not leave the shop unattended for long, you see. And, well, I have my reasons for not often venturing beyond the city gates. But enough of that, yes? There's work to be done. You can find what I need in the northern region of Cosmouka. As always, the higher the quality of your delivery, the better your reward shall be. I'll practice my hand at collecting both. One of his highly expected you require any practice, so I trust you will decide which task better suits your skills. Never mind, he doesn't alternate to describe whatever you do. He'll decide every now and then. Okay, before we teleport, I do need to spend some scripts. Gotta spend that script. We'll almost have all of the folklore tomes for Dawntrail. Pretty soon. Pretty soon. And by that, I mean definitely by the end of today. Which, hell yeah. I'm trying to remember if there's any, what else I need after that. I may be done for Gatherer scripts for the time being. Other than like Mount Totem tokens, but that's like long-term project. Eventually, slowly work on that. I'm thinking in terms of just more so immediate stuff. I think I have all the gear that I want. Because all of this is innovators. This is second level script gear. Because the Fisher has the highest. And then I've got the Star Tech for the tools of everything. And then Star Tech for all of those. So I think I have everything that I want for oranges. And then I think the only thing I wanted for purples for gatherers was for the folklore times, which I'm getting. So I think that'll be everything. Then it'll just be a case of focusing on like crafters for like custom delivery tokens. Odd gears for glams. Well, I'm thinking in terms of stuff that I need like now. I'm thinking in terms of stuff that I need like to finish stuff like soon. Like a focus on get best gear, get all of the folklore tomes, you know, all that stuff. Like the stuff where it's like, I need this stuff now to do these things, and then in the future, once I've got all of those, then I can focus on just like slowly dumping everything into some really big shit. go. Nice simple 6 from 2. Still working currently to do that. I'm just slightly worried about how long that will work for, but it should be fine for at least a few. Again, I'm in nearly best script here. So slightly above the goalpost that I need for, like, you know, level 93 gathering. A big thing for me is also, I don't really want to start worrying about collecting a bunch of stuff for glams, for the armor and stuff, until they put in that system and I see what it's like, and see which things they're focusing on. You got the weapon! Yo! God damn. God damn. That is a motherfucking, that is a motherfucking, like, magical girl transformation. Powered by love, magical girl, but still uses a fucking scythe. Crafted for first try? Hell yeah. God damn. Holy shit. I love the crown as, like, the bottom here as well. And if that's a crown, got the hearts there, platinum logo there, the roses, little bow there. It's very adorable. Whereas which came to our spiritual needs, popular among customers old and new. But have you got the finest of them from Cosmoca? Boom, boom, boom. Hell yeah. You've left me speechless once again. I was afraid to examine your delivery for fear of tarnishing its beauty. I have to maintain a delicate touch. I bring you a sack. This is more than suitable. Good work, Manifest. You're quite good at this, I must admit. How many hours do you reckon you've spent searching for the Earth's finest bounties? God, do I even want to think about that? I'm returned! Woodcuttings and amethysts. Hope they're up to your discerning standards. Desearing... Stop. Stop with the desearing eggs. Welcome back, Gooblo. Let's have a look. Oh my. Well, I can certainly sell the woodcuttings as they are, but these amethysts, they're almost flawless. Where did you find such a rich vein? I am something of an expert on the subject of minerals, you see. I hail from the snow-capped mountains of the Skartai Range, where we have naught but rock and snow to gaze upon. The untrained eye, one stone is much the same as the other, but somehow singular essences, which we have learned to identify. My people believe these to be the souls of our forebears, returned to ancestral home when we carry them on our person as a form of protection. The Skartai Range. Never been, but your words paint a picture well enough. Few man continent have travelled so far, to say nothing of travellers from Toral. Do you have a map, Manifest? I believe it would do Master Shunya well if we consulted it. But I have no idea where this is. Outside of Gilmora, I don't know where else Vieira's come from on the source. Here, the Skartai Range. Dominating central Othard, the mountains mark the border between the Burn and the former kingdom of Dalmasca. Ah, that's what it is. That's what it is. My clan is known as the Vina Vieira, and the settlements can be found in and around the Skartai Range. Kaguma, my village, is among them. I like how a lot of Reapers fold up into a chunky mess for this one. It looks like a cute heart stuff. As it's gone with the other Vieira clans, the women oversee day-to-day life in Kaguma, while the men dwell outside its gate as protectors. Land is harsh and unforgiving, but knowledge of our ancestors teaches us how to hunt when prey is scarce, and forage when frost kills all but the hardiest plants. In this way, we lived until the Guardian Empire rose like a blight upon the earth. Although we were never threatened by them directly, the nations we called neighbors fell one by one to their ambition. I guess, yeah, because, yeah, they're being surrounded by, like, Dalmasca and, like, Doma and shit like that. And they just avoided being captured because they were on top of a fucking mountain. It's like how the Vieira from Gilmora probably avoided it because they were so deep in a forest that they never got to. Now I decided to cut off all contact with the outside world. But as time went on, more and more came to realize that such extreme measures were untenable. And so some years back, decided that one among us would journey into the outside world to gather the most precious resource of all, knowledge. They must grasp the complex workings of the larger world, attuning themselves to the pulse of modern life until it beats with their own. Then they must return to the village and teach all they have learned. And you are this person, I take it. My family name, Gage Westfer, means cloud. And like a cloud, I drift from land to land, eventually returning to my home to provide the nurturing rain of knowledge to my people. I see. So I so eager to learn of the Shona. From their way of life, I have to extract valuable nuggets of wisdom that will help my own people. When I heard of the Shatona, I imagine how we Viera would live across the sea. How would our long lives play out in different environments? What sort of society would we build? People so far apart but so similar. I had to see for myself how you fared. I apologize speaking so long. Thank you for lending us your map, Manifest. And so you care deeply for your people. They are my family. Although my path is one, I would climb even the sheerest cliff for their sake. You really would, wouldn't you? Ah, never mind that. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Lovely. And thank you both for a job well done. Forward hiring your service again, Manifest. Everyone goes, no. I'm a great gatherer. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Shatona. They're all dicks and I left them all and fucked them. I return immediately if I learn all that may pose danger to my people. Otherwise, I return once every other winter to share the knowledge I have acquired in my travels. My village cannot be reached by established land or air routes, nor can we rely on the Aethernet. Returning there is a trying and expensive journey in and of itself, during which I cannot fulfill my duty. As nature intends. Shania seems pleased with the brisk business of his... Oh, fuck, It's good to see you, Manifest. Come and see how business is doing. I've finished my work. You require Manifest aids and allow me to help. Oh, Jesus. Of course, I'm grateful to have such an eager worker in my employ. I must remind you to rest. Even you have a limit, surely. My masters trained me for my role. An endless journey requires endless vitality. I was prepared to endure such a trial. I've no reason to mistrust your judgment, but now how tiring a long journey can be. So I don't hesitate to take a constitutional leisure. You do? Thought you've rarely ventured past the city's gates. Oh, you seem busy. Shall I return later? Well, Piotr, welcome. Feel free to browse my wares. My employees here shall be glad to help you with anything you might require. Employees. You hired more? 2 more? What's up? I hope that you quit this foolish distraction after that old codger retired. Just how many moons do you intend to stay cooped up in the city playing shopkeep like a child? If there's anything you wish to order, simply say the word. That's why you're here, isn't it? You never did listen. Fine. You insist on giving this up, then I could use cleansing supplies for the household. You know where to make your delivery. That was my sister. Born of a different mother, but my sister all the same. Among the Shatona, the Viera where you hail from, I wager, it's not an uncommon circumstance. The gender of my people becomes apparent as we grow. The large majority are women, with men being somewhat of a rarity. Thus, we generally do not marry a single partner, as is common with other peoples. Most of our siblings from different fathers or mothers. But regardless of blood, a customer is a customer. and her order must be fulfilled. A delivery of supplies that our people use to cleanse their homes in the midst of bustling cities. Springs of Zaka Sage, and purifying water from Nikwarepi. Fully out of both. Some tasks of you joining the Shalonian gathering, whichever best suits your skills. I shall go too, and bring back what Minefist cannot. Alright, given I can't fly here, where's the closest? Oh, right there! Oh, we're doing so fine. We're doing smooth jazz. And now we're doing Guitar Love Me. Even being on the level I can drive in front of enemies, because sneak, baby, gotta use it when I can. Sneak. Oof. Household cleansing supplies. Will it work? Sure, looking at. This way. There we go. Wait for it to flick over to 500. Oh, it's 26 anyway. Little overboard on that one. A little higher on that one. Just because we can. It's got the 6th integrity. Why not just say fuck it, just give us way more than we need. The very tiredness is now starting to hit properly. Now it's starting to real hit. It is 8 PM. I did start stream 12 hours ago. I know I slept in the middle of it, but still. Still though. Still though. Apologies about my sister's less than friendly attitude. Nevertheless, she has made an order as our duty fulfilled. There we go. Excellent work, Manifest. Although I shouldn't be surprised. I've been often going to give this delivery for myself, but alas, Uvlo should return soon. So we can get everything together sent to my sister. Everything seems to be in order to my standards. Thank you both once again. Yeah. You said these cleanse your homes. How exactly? They keep insects away, or perhaps they keep the floors clean. Indeed, they do serve such purposes, but more commonly, they're essential to upholding Shatonic customs. Even amongst those living in cities, keeping the harmony with nature is of the utmost importance. And not making sharks orphans. All things breathe the energy of life. The earth and sea, the rivers and forests, the rain, wind and sun. Even animals that walk, swims, or flies is beholden to this energy. By attuning ourselves to its flow and availing ourselves of its blessing, we become part of it and thus a part of every living thing under the heavens. It's the circle of Aether. And so, when we choose a place to live, we do our best to keep things as they are. We fell trees only when absolutely necessary, or else live in the natural shelter of caves. Some of our small settlements even make use of buildings abandoned by other people. Of course, Returner are not a monolith. Since the Dawn 7 unified Terral, many have come to hold different values to their ancestors. Nowadays, Shona are not an uncommon sight, even a metropolis like Tuliyalal. So even consider embracing change to be a part of nature's flow. However, no small number of city-willing Shatona feel an almost unbearable sense of suffocation when inside cramped buildings. I see. I suppose these samples are a way of allowing nature's blessing into your homes, and maintaining your connection to its cycle. Headache is back. Exactly. Saka sage is native to the wilderness of Shaloni, and reported to be closely linked to the greater power flowing around us, which lends its potent cleansing properties. Nikwefi feeds several bodies of water, like Tori among them. Such water passes through countless valleys and under vast reaches of sky, and connects us to that unfathomable journey. Yopyoto lived near those waters for some time, in fact. After her children set off on their own journey, she settled down into Tuliyalal with a new family. But she still maintains a strong connection to the natural energies she was once surrounded by. So best not keep her waiting, eh? I'd go on myself, but I've had enough of escorting for one day. Could you go on my said manifest? You can expect a satisfactory reward for your troubles, I promise. Pats boobs gently. I'm a gifted gatherer. We have story quest. Again, we could do this twice if we wanted the two different materials, but it's the cycle of life. Shouldn't special delivery is ready for an adventurous pair of hands. I finished putting together all your photos delivering. Please be careful with it. Choose an splendid quarter. Here, find it on your map. Master Shunye. I would go along with mine first with your permission. Consider a diversion from all my work. I'm urging me to take time to relax after all. I have a strange idea of relaxation, but I see no reason to object. Very well, you can both deliver this package to my sister. Apologies for the imposition, manifest. So let's spot it once. No, it's a key item. No, I can't travel my inventory and get another. Because my sister didn't make a very good first impression. But I'm sure she's only quite cheerful and compassionate. I'm sure she'll treat you with kindness. Down this way. I keep thinking for some reason, like, where we met the old lady for this is where the Aethernet is here. It's not there. What would be the closest to that? Or a spinning one here. That's what it is. Here she is. Let's complete our task. Tired, headaches coming back, a lot of things at once. Are you two? So my brother's shop, yes? I think he asked you to deliver my order. Punkish gains everything a shonen needs to maintain their connection to nature, even in the middle of a bustling city. Yes, everything's here. I'll say his materials are of higher quality than we come to expect. My brother has good stroke fortune with you two, it seems. I apologize for my conduct before. It was someone coming at me, and I hope to make amends. But above all, please help my brother succeed in his endeavors. You've been rather unsupportive earlier. Was the impression you wish he would quit his shop and leave the city? Why? Surely life here is not so terrible a prospect. There's something different about you. You don't have from Toral, do you? My people value living in harmony with nature above all, and settle only where the harmony won't be disrupted. Small villages, usually. They are built and maintained by our women. The men travel from village to village, fostering our bonds with one another. Our families are built upon the relationship between parent and child. When a child is born, their mother and father become inextricably bound to each other as well. Mothers live with their children until they become independent, while fathers continue to travel. As seasons turn, the men visit their families in each village they pass through. Although their time together is fleeting, it's always precious. We talk until the small hours of the morning, sharing all that has happened since last we met. Father tells us how the other villages fare, and it makes us settlements feel so much larger. Although there is no one place we can point to as the home of the Chateau now, we're connected in this way like roots of a great tree. Fascinating. Eorzea live such different lives. Even so, yet there are shades of similarities. I think Shunye did not always live until Yolal then. He used to travel the land as well. The bond with his first family was formed in a small village to the north, among the tall mountains. Yet not long after his departure one season, the ocean village was suddenly destroyed. None survived. No one knows exactly what happened, but those who saw the aftermath said that nothing but scarred and scorched earth remained. A terrible sight. Since that day, Shunye ceased to travel. For 50 years he's lived in this city, all alone. Old Vieras, let's go! 50 years? That means... How many winters has Shunye seen exactly? Was born shortly after the formation of Yolal, so that would make him 80 or so, I suppose. Old Vieras! 80? All the time in a fool! His nature is so amiable, I thought him to be the same age as I! How can he forgive my utter rudeness? Praying until he's passed without paying him proper respects. I must apologize to save my honor and my life! How old are you, Uvler? I've seen but 32 winters, a babe compared to Shunye. Yeah, men must pay utmost respect to their elders. Those who forget this do not live to become an elder themselves. Must make amends to Shunye. Your assistant, please, tell me what I can give him. I don't think Shunye cares, but you seem quite insistent. So perhaps something he could sell in his apothecary? Probably a friend of mine told me that in the highlands of Okopacha one can find many rare plants and minerals. Flowers that bloom but once in many moons. Animals with enchanting patterns, and more besides. A brilliant idea! I should ride to Okopacha at once and get the finest items I can. One of us must request your aid. Will a burden of shame is solely mine to bear. Be that I alone cannot gather enough items to make up for the magnitude of my disrespect. Age gap, Yowie! Will you agree? Please, you would be my savior. Sure. Thank you, Manifest. I shall leave at once. Let us meet again in the apothecary to deliver my offering. The enthusiasm of youth. People may be treating this more seriously than he needs to. But perhaps Angie may rub off on Shinya. I think that was a dialogue that I missed somewhere here. Yeah, the village being destroyed, yeah. Sorry, I accidentally skipped the dialogue box, but I don't think I did. But I may have. I may have skipped reading it out loud. Man, it's really nice how there's no quest that asks you to go... I missed the sister asking him for fuck. I don't know if she asked about sex. It's so nice how the game has these two teleports on the eastern side of Eorzea, because you never need to go to the west side of Eorzea for anything. Nothing happens on the west side of Eorzea, so it's really nice that they always give you these two teleports on the eastern side of it, because you never need to go over here, ever. There's nothing that the game ever asks you to do to go over to the west side of Eorzea. So excited for, like, is this Chihuahua? So excited for, like, that to be where the things are gonna go over there. Fuck Eorzea. This is that classic trick of why the two Aetherites for this map on the same side of the map. You have two teleports here. Why are they so close to each other to render them redundant? Oh, see, this just says precious material. It's not even different between jobs. Yeah, mate, yeah. My ear. Ow, ow, my ear. Ear is once again itchy. Ow. Ow, ow. Yeah, it's not even different between jobs for this one. Though thinking about it, the one that was different between jobs may have been explicitly the society quests. Or possibly... I think it was society quests. I think it was the society quests. Where, like, the specific quest one that you have to get. That one's different for, like, each level. I think that was it. Because the Katari had, like, a moss turtle or something. Oh, it's not even a collectible. Oh, it's not even a collectible. Well, actually, I should probably still grab two. Well, gotta go to it. I should probably still hoard it. I should probably still hoard it, just in case. Even if it's not different between jobs, I can still hoard it. I can still do that. My ears are fucked. My ears are fucked. My ears are bad. Much makey. Hoopla! Hoopla! Fuck's sake. Please deliver the rest of my offering to Master Shunya. I'll do it myself, and I'll stay in this position as a form of repentance. As a cost I learned in the Far East, and I've yet to find a better way to express the shame in one's heart. Welcome back, Manifest. You've really told me everything. Most emphatically, I might add. There's much to understand the matter, but I'm taking to understand that you brought me a gift. I'd happily receive it from you first. Primarily used for decorative purposes, precious materials found in Eorzea can be purchased from the Pocket 3 at a competitive price. My word, well, this gift alone left me speechless. This is surely more than I deserve. Because this quality can only be gathered by truly skilled hands. I'm grateful, you can be sure. almost there. Hold true, hold strong. We're almost there. All is forgiven, Overlord. In fact, there's nothing for me to forgive. What Piotr told you, my people live with their mothers until they come of age. From her, they learn all their skills and knowledge they need to flourish, without any strict hierarchy among them. While I appreciate your gesture, I'd be more obliged if we could continue on as we have been. Well... As you wish, Master Shinya. Quite a rich understanding. Let's get back to work, shall we? For that, regardless of whether I owe you respect, I still pried into your past only to save my own curiosity. And for that I am deeply sorry. There's no need. It wasn't obvious I meant to keep it a secret. So let me clear the air. What Piotr told you was true. My travels ended 50 years ago, after I lost my family. To us, death isn't something to be mourned, it's merely another part of the cycle of life. I should have carried on and found a new family in a new village. But I couldn't. Not while the cause of my family's death remained a mystery. Do you truly, miss nothing? The complete destruction of a settlement, even a small one, surely not have gone unnoticed. I think I underestimate how small. You can count the number of houses on one hand. To reach the nearest proper village, we had to traverse 2 towering mountains. You could have witnessed the incident. The scale of destruction was too great for bandits. Many have suggested that Zaravadra was to blame. I was lodging in the aforementioned village when the tidings reached me. A few days prior, a streak of light had scarred the skies, so bright that it was clearly visible even in daytime. It disappeared behind the mountain peaks, and soon after the earth trembled. The trees and mountains shook, and wind bore dust through the valleys. And it sounds like a meteor. That was the conclusion I reached as well. A meteor from the heavens struck my family's home by pure chance. Anyway, it's only a theory. You'd think the evidence on tragedy would be more definitive, but it hasn't been quite that easy. Wait a moment, please. What is this? Stones like this were found scattered about in the ruins, as if the heavens themselves wept to see the devastation. I've taken to calling them Azure tears. Having been in this business for so long, I can hazard a guess as to their true nature. I believe that proof of what befell my family must lie within these fragments. Even so, decisive evidence continues to elude me. Then again, perhaps my desire for answers causes me to see connections where there aren't none. But even if I wanted to, I can't let it go. Jesus. Should my almost under my shouldn't use him play. For now, that's all I can do. Digging up the truth. Shunye appears concerned for one of his most diligent employees. Welcome back to my apothecary. Manifest. Always appreciate stopping by. We're busy as ever, as you can see. Listening to Maslet, Uvlo been acting strangely. He brushed off my attempts to help him works with a singular focus. I still think he believes that he crossed a line in asking about my past, and is focusing his efforts more than usual to make up for his perceived affront. All of which is to say, I have no work for you today. Well, if our task got on for the day, I think we should try to unravel the nature of these usual tears you found. I understand now. You squared away today's work secretly because you had hopes of employing manifest energies on the tears. Not exactly. Yeah, I admit the thought did occur to me. I find it difficult to think of what else is afloat. What could these stones possibly be? Truth be told, I can scarce imagine how we might prove they are connected to a meteor. It's difficult for me to admit, Master Shunye. Your theory remains just that. Yet if we were to find similar crystals at another location where meteors had fallen, what then? Would that not prove sufficient evidence that the two phenomena are related? Don't think you'll find anything. Of us all who would listen have seen anything resembling the tears, but even the most worldly of my connections say they're quite singular. Perhaps they're the only objects of their kind in this world. In that case, they would be rarer than any precious jewel. I believe your inability to find information on them gives us all the more reason to look. None of us and I have yet to search for them after all. And you know, our skill at finding the rarest of specimens. We can't give up yet. You too? Very well. I'll only make this imposition on you once. You've done enough for me already. Now, there's several occasions around where meteorites have fallen in the past. The Exodus crater is purported to be the largest by scholars who study such phenomena. However, over the years, nature has healed the sky left behind. Soils accumulated and the trees have taken root. Now the area is known as Yaktel. But I doubt a little earth and wood can deter you. Somewhere under all that wildlife, you may find material that has lain there since the meteor struck. You find something that resembles a tear, so we may be able to solidify a theory of what transpired 50 years ago. We'll know they came from a meteorite, at least. Well then, let's waste no time. Off to Yaktel we go. Sorry they got roped into this, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you can dig up all the same. Always eager as most wrestling in Yaktel. I'll have to dig deep, but I know you're equal to the task. Somehow we're doing botanist for this still, don't worry about it. Actually, can I change job in the middle of this? Yeah, I think I can still change job in the middle of this and it doesn't like affect things. It's a delivery thing, not a quest, so I can just go mining. Also got to do this. Should be Lost Home Book. Let's go! All the folklore books. Why am I gathering them here? Isn't the idea that down inside of Yaktel is where the cradles and the other meteors are? Why am I finding them here? This is one of the highest up points of the map for Yaktel. Why is this where I'm going for them? Deep Earth Fry. Oh, 98% chance of getting it. Only a 98% chance of getting them now. We're pushing it. We're pushing ourselves to the limits here. Well, that's 4 from that. I don't even need to worry about doing the land's voice reason thing. Hell fucking yes. But I don't even need to do the other integrity thing. I just do this and we're good. I only need 2. Don't even need the chance. Yay! And none of those, and none of the 98% chance failed. Yay! 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 I like yaying. Yeah! Can you tell I'm tired? I'm sure it's imperceptible. I got your rocks. So that you got roped into this. It's fine. I'm just here to help you get your rocks. Amazing. This finely composed material is entirely different to those found on the surface of Dawntrail. Much more dense, much older, and shaped so beautifully besides. Done well, mine first. With your new samples, may be able to reach a conclusion at last. To discover what? Well, that would take small fragments of a deep blue substance. And when I shined a light on it, its color did indeed resemble the tears. But even so, there wasn't enough. As far as my abilities can discern, there's no way to say for certain that the 2 substances are one and the same. I see. You give me the possibility they might be related. These are good tidings. We simply need to keep digging, and eventually we'll find a sample large enough to give a definite conclusion. Sometimes better is shouldn't be finished after just one outing. I shall return to Dawntrail as many times as it takes. Why must you do this to yourself, Edward? You needn't feel obligated to help me resolve this personal matter. At the end of the day, I won't teach you any more about the Shatona. You are correct. I admit that digging deep into the soil is not a task that will help my people thrive. Yet hearing your Pyoto speak with such affection about her family, and seeing you suffer so deeply from the loss of your own, I came to a realization. Though we may call ourselves by different names, both of our people's cherished family above all. My village suffered the same fate as yours. I would not rest until I found the cause. I cannot suffer to live with myself otherwise. And I know you feel the same. This is why you still have the tears, even though they hold naught but painful memories. Before, you said that your long years running the shop allowed you to guess at the stones related to your tragedy. But I know that deep down, you started this apothecary because you knew it would bring you closer to an answer. As your employee, it is only me that I should help you achieve this goal. Allow me to help you, Master Shunya. Aww. So reckless you are in your own journey, but so diligent in helping me along in mine. Hope you've at least managed to save a handful of coins since coming here. I have 10. If we go on board with this, I must ask that you spare Dawntrail future digging. I wouldn't sacrifice the region's natural beauty in my quest, nor damage another's home. It has to be a different way, but I shall require time to find it. When I do, only ask that you be there to help. Manifest, can I count on you? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, truly. I'll have to sell a good portion of my stock to pay back the debt I'll owe you after all is said and done. Yeah, money! Manifest. Time and place. Time and place. Jesus. Time and place. Glorious Gatherer. da 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 da. Wait, Uber. Of course, Master Chenier pays me for my work, though I have little use for money. Tried to give him some of my wages since he is hosting my stay, but he refused. So I exchange for his hospitality. I clean and take care of other household matters. There's allowed him to open shop at the same time each morning, which has garnered much praise from his regular customers. I've become his housemaid. The yaoi groweth. Wellspring of tears. Shouldn't he brighten up more than usual your arrival is pocket through? Oh my god, it's Yaoi! Oh my god, his family died. Oh my god, it's tragic Yaoi! We're here just in time, Manifest. I would seek counsel from my best gatherers. Hello, a moment ago. Before we begin, I'd once again like to offer my thanks. What you brought back from Dawntrail was more than I could have imagined. Even so, our efforts were lacking. We still haven't yet to identify the origins of the tears. Have you thought of where we might go next? Manner of speaking, I suppose, but I must warn you, I can't say for certain we'll find anything. Most of my knowledge of the tears come from stories I've heard from fellow merchants. This is a good machinations replacement. Just play this instead, yeah, I agree. Play this instead of machinations every time in Dawntrail. In fact, it was a merchant from Ikbrash who suggested Dawntrail's place for inquiry, given its history with meteorites. We often exchange information as well as goods. You don't get a shot that's this high up until you're lulled. I mean, you can go to the top of the palace and look, but still. Will that lead ultimately bore no fruit? Come back. I believe my mistake was relying solely on incomplete information. You need a perspective from a mook to complete the whole picture. Still on the same track, Manifest. The merchant in question was of the Chabral, and as such may not have been privy to information from a mook. Although the two tribes are now at peace, their history is one of conflict. If the merchant hadn't been one of their ancestral enemies, the Mamorja are popular Mamorka, known to be wary of outsiders. At the same times have changed in that respect. I wonder how realistic it would be to try and seek out information in the mook. Don't worry, I stopped them doing baby genocide. They'll listen to me. Been there? Of course. We've been working together for so long I almost forgot about your storied history. Obviously the Rise succession brought you to every corner. Oh right, you're like literally right. You were literally like the retainer of the Dawn Servant. How did I forget? How did I forget that? I know, I'll give you this house manifest. Go to Mamuk and speak with the people there. Perhaps someone has seen something that resembles the tears. You should accompany her. I can manage well enough in your absence. That's kind of you, truly. But if you're half as good at gathering information as you are gathering materials, then your talents will be wasted here. Please, go with Manifest. I shall remain here and await your gift of good tidings. You can be sure of it. Then let us depart from Amok. Again, the whole thing was like the bottom down there is where all the meteorites fell. You can literally see them there. I was wondering on the last one, why aren't we going down to the bottom there? Because that's where we ended. I know you're traveling quite a distance, but please don't trouble yourself over much for my sake. If one of your inquiries bear fruit, I hope you're disappointed nothing comes of it. I'm happy enough that you're helping me at all. Besides, we're still working on nothing but theories, so please, come at it until you're lulled the residents of Mumble can't point you in the right direction. Don't go digging around Dawntrail aimlessly. Something would happen to either of you. I'd be beside myself with guilt. I'd rather not add to the burden I already bear. Don't go dying. Okay. Don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. We're here. I suppose now we split up and speak with whomever we see. You disagree? Ah, yes. Master Shunde did mention them. I want you to hear wary of outsiders. You take lead, Manifest. I shall follow and learn. Hey! Right, we haven't had one of these yet. Oh my god, there's a lot of people to talk to and a lot of points of interest. I was like to understand that Momok was a rather isolated settlement, and Aetherite stands at its entrance. Makes me wonder whether one could be built in my village. Ah, it is a thought best forgotten. The cost of maintaining an Aetherite is quite exorbitant. Every day I spend in the outside world, I realize more and more how it revolves around money. Almost enough to make a Viera wonder if the whole system needs to be taught. I recognize you. You were Bako Jaja, weren't you? What business do you have with one such as me? Do these look familiar? A crystallized stone shaped like a teardrop. I can't say I've seen such a thing, but I'm sure I would have remembered it. Well, what fucking use are you? Give me a jar. Do you think I remember every single rock I lays eyes on? It's one thing we don't have shortage of around here. Maybe if us could fill a hungry belly, I'd pay more attention to them. But they can't, so I don't. Now leave me be. Just asking a question. I was just asking a question. Idle sentry. Can you see I'm resting? Why are you asking me about crystals? Take a few steps in the wilderness and you'll probably trip over them. Huh? What do you mean that's not what you're looking for? Why do you think I care? Can't say I've ever seen statues quite like this before. I take these items to evoke a Mamojar's head. Of course, I understand the desire to immortalize one forebears of stones or objects. My people do much the same. You build structures of stone in the middle of such lush forests. And sometimes I see it, I always find it peculiar. It's funny because you go to like where the Viera hang out in let the Vi hang out in the first. And they don't build the stone structures, but they literally like take care of Ronka, which is nothing but stone structures surrounding surrounded by a forest. Oh fuck. You were on the other side. All this time, you were at my side. My true mentor. My guiding moonlight. To Georgia! Why isn't this an interesting line of inquiry? Bechtel was once rich with ores of all hues, but I've never seen one shaped like a teardrop. It would take a skilled artisan to make a shape like that. Perhaps if some force were applied to the ore rider's moment of crystallization. Or perhaps its tears themselves were crystallized. Ah, that's my idle thoughts. I've never seen such a thing with my own eyes. So what have we learned? Not much of use from where I stand. My novice, if you will, I suggest we approach our questioning from a different angle. We can say one thing for certain is that stone is rare indeed. So instead of seeking it outright, perhaps we should seek someone who collects such objects. Good, then we are decided. Let us not lose heart yet. There we go. That's I can't jump any of that. How do I get down there? I collected rare stones and plants, you say? I'm sure I've heard of at least one. Yes, I recall the young Gosalja mentioning his grandfather quite a collection. He was bringing back all sorts of bits and mobs back from his reconnoiters. I mean, it's been quite a while since I've spoken to Gosalja, so I can't say whether he's held onto his grandfather's belongings. Oh, there we are. Kindly, here we go. A gatherer in my milk. A friend of mine in particular knack for it. Every time he came back from a scouting mission, he would have some rare specimen in his hands. It's a nice way to earn some extra cash. He's not with us, unfortunately, but his grandson works at Gomalshi Grove. And I hear he's a deft hand himself. Well, his name was... So they sound very similar. But this Gosalja's grandfather may be very collectively sick. Or may have been, rather. Still, the obvious course of action is to speak with Gosal Jar and see if he still possesses any of his grandfather's belongings. Those parts of Gomojik Grove. There is indeed a talk on the way, so talk on the way. There we go. Everyone fucking gaslighting me in terms of like Yucktail music. Why does Yucktail music have that weird distorted sound at the beginning of its music? It feels so unnatural. Why is it there? Oh, no reason. That's just what it sounds like. Well, that's the hint at the Golden Cities here. The sound at the beginning of the soundtrack is absolutely hints about like the mechanical nature of the Golden City. Y'all gaslighting me. Instead of giving me direct spoilers, which, yeah, that's the correct option, but still. You're all very good at gaslighting me. Well done. Good job. Everywhere we are surrounded by trees of unimaginable height. They're also small in comparison. The clan of Eorzea, known as the Rava, who dwell within the Golmore jungle, would likely be unmoved by such a sight. Hey! Dumbass galore. Well, evilest law. Instead, their eyes would seek out places where their natural complexion would allow them to blend in the surrounding foliage. By contrast, the Eorzea of my tribe more suited to camouflaging themselves among the snow-capped mountains. Still, the fauna of this place does have a unique coloring. Perhaps I can disguise myself if I so decide. Would you turn around for a moment, Manifest? This place is blue. I'm blue. Dubba D. Dubba die. So yeah, it's like rewind to the ancient past. Well, it's also the rewinding to the ancient past is the Yokoi with their dreams of the Golden City. It is also that. It is also that. Oh, hello. Did you need something from me? You're Gosal Jar, yes? Grandson of a renowned collector, as we have heard. I am. My grandfather was indeed fond of showing off his collection, but how in the world did you know that? Asking around. Looking for something like this. Yeah. Got it. Like a dog chasing their own tail. That explains everything. Still, this is quite an unexpected visit. I mean, thank you for indulging us. So, did your grandsire's collection contain anything that might resemble the stones we told you about? Yes. Your description made me recall one of my favorites, in fact. I'm sad to say I lost someone else as a child, though. But my memory of it is crystal clear. I see. Unfortunately, our memory is not enough for us to judge whether the two are related. I may know where he found it. As you heard, my grandfather served as a scout when the Mamorjara and Shabral were at war. He was known as a swimmer without equal and used the Sonetes to travel to every corner of the forest unnoticed. Sonetes? Those are the springs which top the forest, correct? Are you saying they connect somehow? Yes, a network of tunnels run under the earth. One can travel the width and breadth of the forest. If you know where to go, that is. Remember my grandfather saying he found the crystal on a mission to Ikbrash. It was lying down on the Sonote floor as if waiting for him. It is likely that he found it in Ixrax-Saloy, where the waters once ran red as blood. The Shabral would bury their fallen warriors there, and none expected a scout to be bold enough to trespass. This story has a promise. Sands we found before were pulled from deep layers of the earth, formed at a time immediately following the meteorite's impact. There is no telling how far down these tunnels reach, but doubtless they pass through the same layers. Naturally, several from these layers would corrode and settle at the bottom of the cenotes. Yes, this has a promise indeed. Gosalja, you've given us direction. Thank you, truly. No, thank you for allowing me to remember my grandfather so fondly. May you find that which you seek. Let us make our way to Ixrax-Saloy, Manifest. Been an interesting day, thanks to you. I'll tell my grandfather the story next time I go to pay my respects. Is this... Yeah, it's this one here. Honestly, just fly. Just fly. I like as you come out and breach out, you can see like the sky change, so you can start seeing the clouds and stuff. The fact that you can fly from one to the other is so fucking sick. It's just when you're down in Jatika, it really does feel like its own zone. It really does feel like its own place. And so being able to see the trees at the top and just be like, I'm gonna fly out, and then holy shit, you're up here, is really sick. So this is Ikrux Solid. I find it Ikrash Solid. I find hard to believe that these waters were once stained red with the blood of fallen. Luckily, Sonate is now clear, and our vision should be unclouded as we search. Or should I say, your vision. This is difficult to confess. I'm like, no, not again! No! No! God damn it, bloke. As you know, I was trained on the snowy mountaintops. Imagine how poorly I might fare in a body of water. Not shame's gonna place this burden on your shoulders. I'd rather my soul not join those that were set adrift in this, Sonate. That is, of course, assuming you possess the skill that I lack, I can literally breathe underwater. Good. Good. Thank you, Minifist. If I never depend on you when I find myself wanting. You shall be an example I strive to emulate in my future travels. I shall stay here and await your safe return. Good luck. Alright, we actually get up, like, a reason to dive down into the Sonate. And away we go! Away we go! There we go. See not die. Way down the bottom. Again, I find it weird that it has the, like, I find it weird that these have this bottom where it just, like, fades into that. I do find that odd. Like, because a lot of the water you can go down, like, there's a rock bottom. And these don't have that. I'm just surprised. Azure fragment. At the bottom of Ikrash Soleil. This tear-shaped fragment has a faint blue glow. Keep one for myself. Keep one for myself. There we are. Up, up, up we go. Oh, I am really far down, actually. Ah, there we are. Made it. Whee! I come bearing rocks. No! You made it! You've done them so long, man, to fear the worst. You must be half-fish of how indefatigable your lungs are. So did you find ore? I can literally breathe underwater. To the best of my recollection, this looks almost exactly like the Stone Master Shunye had. Its shape, that unmistakable blue. Did it manifest? His intuition was correct after all. This crystal was a remnant of a grievous wound dealt to the earth. It was the case in ancient times, and it was the case 50 years ago. We must find the Master Shunye with haste! Oh! Oh! Dawntrail BGM, you're forever iconic. Dawntrail BGM, you're forever iconic. Let's fortune smile upon us at last. I haven't seen you two so excited to bring me a delivery. I think something good is in store. Where did you really find this in Yaktel? But how? You dived to the bottom of a cenote? But the waters are so cold and the caves are so labyrinthine. Not to mention a single misplaced stroke would cloud your vision with sediment. Even so, you were here before me. And I'm more grateful for that than anything else. Well, to be fair, I just dived down a little bit and went to the side. Yoctel doesn't actually have the connect. You can't actually like go underground massively and go into any massive tunnels, which I do feel is a missed opportunity. You can do that in one spot in Yoctel, and that's to get to like the part that's off the edge of the map. But I do think it's a missed opportunity not have other parts that just connect underground like that. Shani, as a pocket we could ask for none more skilled, none more brave than you two. I'll start examining this right away. Soon we'll have our answers. You found the impossible. I can say without a shadow of a doubt this is the fragment is made of the very same material as the azure tears found in my ruined home. Have we proven your theory? As to the true nature of those stones, and how your village met its fate? I'm now certain that these stones formed much in the same way as obsidian does near volcanoes. When minerals are melted by extreme heats, they cool into glassy lumps. In this case, when the meteor struck, the heat must have not only melted the earth, but sent it flying into the heavens. In the air, it cooled into the shape of wilted petals, the shape of tears. But they hold something else as well. The meteorite brought instantaneous destruction to the area of its impact. All the plants, animals, and people gone. Their life force scattered into the air. I see. It is Aether which sleeps in those stones. When that energy fails to return to the life stream, it crystallizes. Just so. I believe these are more than mere lumps of glass. The blue light is the shining essence of all that was taken from me. For 50 years I searched. For 50 years I knew one thing. That answers would never bring them back. And I knew that even if I proved the cause of my tragedy, that revelation would bring no comfort. Even so. The land of Terrell wept that day, for all that was lost in an instant. Now that I know that, I can move beyond my sorrow. I can remember my family as they were. Their smiles, those bright days we shared, our happiness. Thank you, you two. I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Within nature's grand cycle, the life I lived back then shall remain a shining beacon. I knew you had not strayed far from your roots. We simply had to help you dig them up again. Maybe soon time to depart upon another journey. The first in a long while. Not to find a new family per se, but to attune myself to nature's rhythm once again. You have brought me pieces of a much greater whole that I would rejoin. I shall let the wind's breath carry me where it will. And so long as the boundless horizon is before me, I shall walk. Worthy goal. So out of all of the role quests across like both types, we saved the best one for last. Jesus. Jesus Christ. 14 knows when to bring it. 14 knows when to bring it and how to do it. I don't think that I can model myself well at this in Pocket 3. Knowing so I succeeded in fulfilling both my responsibilities to my people, and also my obligation was to Shunye as a friend. Foggy water bottoms are a real thing. Go to Hellas clean. When denser salt water intrudes from the ocean meets the fresh water above. Oh! Then never mind, I don't have an issue with it. Then never mind, I don't have an issue with it in the cenotes. Because they do describe these cenotes as having ocean water come out from it. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, that's fucking sick as hell. Oh, then never mind. I have no issues with this. This is them just actually like highlighting a thing that's like real and what happens. Holy shit. Wow. Because that is what's happening with the cenotes. The water that's in the cenotes is like rainwater, like groundwater and everything going into it. And they talk about how the cenotes connect out to the oceans. That's where the mummy and daddy shark that we that are now leave behind orphans. That's where they came from. It is salt water coming out. Wow. Okay. Then I have no complaints about them doing that in Yucktail. That's just them actually just staying true to how shit works in reality and like representing a really cool phenomenon in game with that. Never mind, I have no issue. I thought they were doing it to just be like implying it went down really far without you being able to go down that far. I thought they were just doing it to get away with like, we don't want to make it that deep, but we want to imply it's that deep. I thought they were just doing it as a shortcut for that. In some cases, like Cenote Angelita, the boundary is not just a shimmering transition, but a thick cloud-like layer of hydrogen sulfide trapped between the freshwater and saltwater, creating an eerie and otherworldly effect. Fuck. I imagine because the hydrogen sulfide is a density that is exactly between the two, so it levels out into the middle. Wow. Wow, okay, that is cool as hell. That's fucking cool as hell. Never mind, shout out to 14 devs. That is an awesome thing to like represent in-game with that. That is cool as shit. Never mind, I love that. Yucktail got even better. Yucktail got even better, holy shit. God damn. I love learning new shit. I love learning new shit. I love just being like, hey, did you know about this phenomenon that can happen in the world? And it's like really cool and like requires super specific circumstances to happen when you see it. You're like, what the fuck? I love learning that shit. It's so fun. Thank you. Thank you, Scribbles. That is like, that's a really awesome thing to like learn about. Although you may tire of my praise, I'd like to express my thanks to you both once more. You would have been exceptional help if you did nothing more than gather what I asked, but you went far beyond that. Likewise, I learned more of the Shatona than I could have hoped. Yet my quest is far from over. I take the opportunity to go out into Torral and experience it all it has to offer, the culture of the Shatona included. So if you indeed plan on leaving the city, I ask that you allow me to join you, and they're staying together. I think that's what it was, but just looked it up to be sure. That is so cool. That's cool shit. Besides, a journey's only as good as your companions, or so they say. Why limit your journey to just Torral? Pose an interesting question. I can't say I had a particular destination in mind, so a trip across the salt would be as good as any. Perhaps I might find someone to guide me across the world's breadth in exchange for a ramble around Tyrol. Does anyone suitable spring to mind? Either way, these are decisions made in the future. But now I don't intend to close up shop. Surely. Regardless of my reasons for starting this apothecary, like, I'm quite fond of it. To say nothing of my loyal customers. Abandoning them without notice would be unseemly. And besides, how long do you believe you can travel with such a light coin purse, Ivler? Sleeping under the stars and foraging for your own food will only take you so far. Soon you'll be penniless, and Tyrell's less hospitable climes might very well take you. I can... You can stay here and earn a bit more coin before our trek. I'd be a terrible owner if I let one of my best workers be so reckless. So, for a while at least, let's continue on as we have been. There's so much more to be done, after all. Also, you're both Vieras. You've got the time. You're not in a rush. Aww. Yeah. We saved the best one for last. That was the best one. Overall, yeah, Tradecraft was better than the combat ones. On an overall scale, Tradecraft was better than the combat ones. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the combat ones could have been better than the Tradecraft ones if they really committed to the bit. Because, like, these are good. They're in a very similar skein and vibe as what we've had before. Like, the kinds of stories, the kinds of, like, way they tell the stories, it is similar in, like, vibes to, like, Crystalline Mean and the Studium and stuff like that. But again, if you compare it to the combat ones, like, the combat ones are, like, the history of, like, the previous Warriors of Light, to dealing with the final days, to a cartoon group of villains. Like, they change a lot. Whereas all of these are pretty similar things, you know. Someone trying to do research or study, or they have a shop and they're trying to, like, improve it, or they're trying to, like, achieve a goal by working there. Like, it's all very similar stuff, but it's good stuff. It's like, there's still, like, if you compare, like, oh, what was the fishing one in Shadowbringers? It was about a dietary thing to try and introduce new diets to there. The ones in Endwalker was about, well, we're using fish as, like, basically a way to, like, determine ethereal currents around the star. And then this one is just, like, we're trying to get an appreciation for more cultures of, like, for more kinds of fish by showing them all of that. And also some surprise blue mage. Like, there's still a lot of changes. It's just the vibes are similar. If the combat ones stuck to what they were doing in terms of, like, wacky Saturday morning cartoon villains, Team Rocket shit, if they stuck to that and committed to it as hard as what the Melee and the Caster ones did, I think it overall could have been really good and surpassed the Tradecraft ones here. But unfortunately, 3 of them just don't commit anywhere near enough to the bit. And I'd still like the Caster one to commit a little more, but the Caster one does do well. The Caster one is, like, it does commit. I would want it to commit a little more, but it's still, like, yeah. We're a genius gatherer. You've completed all the Makey quests. It seems Ropley has something he'd like to ask of you. Pay me a visit by the market's entrance should you wish to hear him out. We're not doing that now. That comes out in a patch, and also, Jesus fucking Christ, it's 9 PM. We're not doing it now. Holistic Gathering. Yay. Of countless treasures. Oh, that's a cool name. That's a cool name. Ropley. Appreciated value. Straight up, you have to actually finish MSQ for it. Never mind. Wow. Wow, okay. Huh. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. You straight up have to actually finish some more MSQ for that. I would assume it would be 7.1 MSQ because it was 7.15 they dropped it. But yeah, we straight up can't do that. You need to complete main scenario quests for that. Well, there you go. Never mind, we can't do it today even if we wanted to. We could technically do this one. We could technically do this one, but we're not going to. Anyways, with that, we're ending the episode. We're just running and just ending the episode. The next stream starts in like fucking 12 hours, so... We need rest so we can do it without needing to die like we did today. Again, the difference between locking in and not locking in. I finished yesterday by like 4:30 p.m. It's 9 p.m. today. And we got the same amount of stuff done. The difference between locking in and not locking in. Also the difference between going to sleep in the middle of the stream and not, I guess. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Stay tuned next time. And by that, I mean tomorrow if you're watching these as they come out on Twitch. Raid start, let's go. And we also have to do Shalonian Heritage Found 8th quest in that video because we didn't get fucking time to do it here. Hell yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. And until the next time, this is version 2, signing out.